Lu Zhou had been to the ancient ruins. It was where the Nihilist congregation was based. The Nihilist congregation was not found by the sacred temple and the 10 halls of the Great Void, and they were not worried they would be found by the scales of justice because they were based in the core of the Great Void. The core of the Great Void was also a place where no one in the Great Void's cultivation world was interested in, and the core area was also the ancient ruins. "All right, I'll remember this. If you need anything, you can speak to me," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhang's figure returned to the fog before a drop of blood essence shot out toward Lu Zhou. He protected it with an energy seal and put it away before he turned to leave. Meng Zhang, who was immersed in Lu Zhou's words, suddenly said, "I do have something I need. Where is he?" Meng Zhang widened its eyes and looked around. The area within 100 miles was brightly lit by its moon-like eyes. After a moment, it saw Lu Zhou flying away on his golden lotus. He muttered angrily, "So this is how the Unholy One is like." No matter how angry Meng Zhang was, it did not dare to leave the pillar of destruction and chase after Lu Zhou. Could only grumble to itself. Just as Meng Zhang's voice fell, a voice rang from the distance. "I have something important to attend to. We'll definitely meet again another day. At least you still have some conscience," Meng Zhang muttered before it closed its eyes. With that, darkness descended again. After obtaining Meng Zhang's blood essence, Lu Zhou did not return to the Evil Sky Pavilion immediately. He stood by the runic passage in the forest and lit up a talisman. Soon enough, a projection of Yan Guichen, Zhou Chang, and Chu Lian, who happened to be together, appeared in the air. When they saw Lu Zhou, they quickly prostrated themselves on the ground. "Greetings, Lord Unholy One." "No need," Lu Zhou said directly. "I have something important to discuss with you. Lord Unholy One, if you have something you need, please let me know. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades, swim in a sea of fire, or even die, I'll complete your task," Zhou Chang said passionately. Chu Lian and Yan Guichen, who were a beat slower to speak, clenched their hands in frustration. They clenched their hands so tightly that their knuckles turned white. Lu Zhou said, "I received news that Jian Bing, the White Tiger, is hiding in the ancient ruins. Have you encountered it before?" "Jian Bing, the White Tiger?" The trio was shocked. Chu Lian said, "Jian Bing is one of the 4 divinities of heaven. We've never seen it before." The 4 divinities of heaven were responsible for maintaining the balance between heaven and earth. Over the past 100,000 years, they've been greatly weakened. The ancient ruins are desolate, and the vitality energy is thin. Why would it hide in the ruins? Zhou Chang was puzzled. Lu Zhou could not help but frown upon hearing the trio's words. Clearly, they did not know Jian Bing's whereabouts. "You really don't know?" The trio shook their heads. Lu Zhou said, "It should be in the ancient ruins." Lu Zhou already knew the general location of Jiming. It was just that he did not know the exact location. Even the sacred temple scales of justice could detect its general location. It was just that its exact location was guarded by Zhaoju. As for Meng Zhang, everyone knew it guarded Huantan's pillar of destruction. However, who would dare to approach it? The 4 divinities of heaven were supposed to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. This was in line with the sacred temple's will, hence, the sacred temple would definitely protect them. Then, where was Jian Bing? "Lord Unholy One, if we knew the answer, we would definitely tell you. With our status and cultivation, how's it possible for us to be privy to its location? We really don't know." "Really don't know?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. The trio did not look like they were lying, but they were all in the ancient ruins. It seemed unlikely that over the past 100,000 years there was not even a trace of Jian Bing, right? Was it like Jiming? Did it find a corner to sleep and did not move for 100,000 years? At this moment, Zhou Chang suddenly raised his hand and called out, "Lord Unholy One, speak." Zhou Chang said excitedly, "We just received news that our cult master, who's also your #1 follower, will return in the afternoon. Yan Guichen and Chu Lian. Fuck. He beat me to it again. However, The trio did not expect Lu Zhou to say, "I have something important to attend to. I don't have the time to see your cult master now. Let him wait." After saying that, Lu Zhou dispelled the projection and thought about Jian Bing's possible whereabouts. The four divinities of heaven could sense each other's general location. If Meng Zhang said Jian Bing was in the ancient ruins, then Jian Bing was definitely in the ancient ruins. With that, Lu Zhou decided to explore the depths of the ancient ruins. He quickly entered the runic passage and disappeared with a flash of light. Lu Zhou arrived at the Great Void through the runic passage near Xuanyi Palace. Then, he rushed to the ancient ruins immediately. Took him less than 2 hours when he arrived near the ancient ruins. This speed was astonishing even for a supreme being. At this time, he suddenly sensed movement from a talisman. He stopped, brought the talisman out, and lit it. A message appeared. "Master, 7th senior brother is awake. Master, the cult master of the nihilist congregation is Jian Bing. We await your return, Master." The cult master of the nihilist congregation is Jian Bing? At this time, all his earlier questions when speaking to the 3 cult leaders were instantly resolved. "I thought it's going to be difficult to find Jian Bing. Who knew the answer would come knocking on my door?" Lu Zhou used the great power of teleportation, and in a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Ancient ruins. The nihilist congregation's base inside the ancient city walls. The 3 cult leaders of the nihilist congregation sat in the meeting hall, dumbfounded. Why does Lord Unholy One want to find Jian Bing? Chu Lian was puzzled. Lord Unholy One says Jian Bing is in the ancient ruins. But why haven't we seen it or found any traces of it before? Zhou Cheng asked, also puzzled. Don't think too much for now. We should wait for the cult master's return before we make any plans. With that, the trio sat in the meeting hall, drinking tea and chatting from time to time. About 15 minutes later, a voice rang thrice from outside. Welcome back, Cult Master. Welcome back, Cult Master. Welcome back, Cult Master. The trio rose to their feet immediately and rushed out of the meeting hall. They saw the cult master of the nihilist congregation, who was dressed in a gray robe, riding on a puff of cloud. They thought that only the cult master of the nihilist congregation could have such grace. He looked magnificent and imposing riding the auspicious cloud as he returned to the nihilist congregation. The members of the congregation kneeled on one knee immediately. The 3 cult leaders bowed at the same time. After walking into the meeting hall, Zhou Cheng said loudly, Cult Master, it's great that you're back. Yan Guiqin and Chu Lian. The cult master was in high spirits. He was all smiles as he asked, HM? Where's cult leader Du? Zhou Cheng replied, Cult leader Du is dead. The cult master frowned. Why do I feel something is wrong with you? Cult leader Du is dead. Why are you so happy? Thump. Zhou Cheng fell to his knees and said, The Unholy One has returned to the world. Not long ago, he came to our congregation. Cult leader Du didn't have a discerning eye. He offended the Unholy One and was killed as a result. Then, he raised his eyes and looked at the cult master excitedly before he continued to say, Cult Master, Lord Unholy One has been waiting for your return. Yan Guiqin and Chulian were speechless. Cult leader Zhou, you're so fucking amazing. You took the lead one after another. Is reporting this also worth taking credit? Smack. The cult master stepped forward and slapped Zhou Cheng, shocking Zhou Cheng. Yan Guiqin and Chu Lian instinctively took a step back. They felt as though they had been slapped as well. The 3 of them looked at the cult master in shock. The cult master scoffed coldly. You're muddle-headed and confused. How many years has it been since the Unholy One fell? Fine. This cult master has the same problem as Du Chun. This problem is very easy to treat. The Unholy One can easily treat those who are unconvinced. Zhou Cheng said insistently, Cult Master, the Unholy One truly visited us. Cult leader Chu and cult leader Yen can also testify to this. The members of the congregation can also testify. We also saw the Unholy One control the heavenly Tao flag. The cult master frowned. At this time, Yan Guichen bowed and said, Cult master, cult leader Zhou is telling the truth. The news of the Unholy One's return has long spread through the Great Void. It was indeed the Unholy One who fought with Tu Wei. Moreover, we also saw Lingguang, the fire deity. The cult master's expression changed slightly. Fire deity? Lingguang, I knew you're still alive. Cult master is wise. You've guessed correctly. When news spread that Lingguang had died, the cult master of the Nihilist congregation had said that Lingguang was not dead. His words were proven true today. The cult master asked, could it be one of the Unholy One's students pretending to be him? It was not impossible for a student or a disciple to imitate their master. A student of the Unholy One could have easily controlled the heavenly Tao flag. This, Yan Guichen shook his head, is not possible. The four supreme beings of the sacred temple don't have this ability, and the current disciples of the Unholy One are a bit weak. Zhou Cheng said, the Unholy One told you to wait. He'll come and see you soon. The cult master laughed. I'll believe you for now. Inwardly, the cult master thought to himself, I want to see which impostor managed to deceive the three cult leaders. Thank you, cult master. Cult master, please don't leave for the next 2 days. Then, Zhou Cheng rose to his feet and moved to the cult master's side, acting as though he was trying to stop him from leaving. Cult master? What are you doing? The Unholy One said he must see you, Zhou Cheng said. Yan Guichen, Chu Lian, drag him away and give him 30 strokes of the cane. Beat some sense into him so he remembers who is the cult master. The cult master said in a deep voice. Understood. Yan Guichen and Chu Lian moved to the cult master's left and right sides respectively and tacitly held the cult master's arms. Cult master? Cult master, please endure for 2 days. After that, you'll understand our painstaking efforts, Yan Guichen said. Bastard! Bastard! The cult master cursed. I can't believe I raised so many ingrates. I'm going to die of anger. At this moment, a dignified voice rang in the air. Yan Guichen, Chu Lian, Zhou Cheng, where are you? The trio shuddered involuntarily. Then they abandoned the cult master without a thought and ran outside. The cult master looked at the trio with a speechless expression. The three cult leaders rushed out of the meeting hall and saw Lu Zhou hovering in the air. They fell to their knees immediately and said in unison, Welcome, Lord Unholy One. The trio was very surprised. Earlier, the Unholy One had told the cult master to wait, so they did not expect him to come so soon. Thinking of this, their hearts thumped in their chests. Fortunately, they were smart and stopped the cult master from leaving earlier. When will your cult master return? Lu Zhou asked. The trio instinctively turned to look inside the meeting hall. At the same time, the cult master walked out of the meeting hall. He raised his head and saw the other party who had the posture, aura, and bearing of an emperor. He thought to himself, no wonder he managed to brainwash the three cult leaders. Impressive. This is a high-level swindler. He definitely didn't come with good intentions. Moreover, he also killed Du Chun. I'll have to deal with him carefully first. I'll pretend to obey him first as I think of ways to expose him. With this thought in mind, the cult master bowed and said, Greetings, Lord Unholy One. Lu Zhou was surprised. He thought he would have to prove himself, but he did not expect the cult master to be so smart, as expected of the cult master of the Nihilist congregation. At this time, Zhou Chun turned around and tugged the cult master's sleeve as he said, Cult master, you're the number 1 believer and followed of Lord Unholy One. You must kneel to greet him. Kneel? No way. The cult master only bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Zhou said, Don't bother with formalities. I came to the congregation today for 2 things. The cult master bowed again and said, Please speak, Lord Unholy One. Zhou Cheng looked at the cult master anxiously as he thought to himself, Why isn't the cult master excited? Lu Zhou looked to the left and the right before he said, "All of you leave. The 3 cult leaders and Jian Bing can stay." Jian Bing. The 3 cult leaders were confused. They looked to the left and right, thinking to themselves, "Jian Bing? Where's Jian Bing? I don't see it." The cult master looked at Lu Zhou in shock. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of the cult master. Then, he raised his hand and gently placed it on the cult master's shoulder. He said, slightly emotionally, "It wasn't easy for me to find you." "Ah, this?" The cult master instinctively took a few steps back. "This swindler's method is really not simple." Jiang Bing was extremely surprised. He had always acted meticulously and flawlessly. He could not figure out how he was exposed. He raised his head slightly and snuck a glance at Lu Zhou. Heavens! This human's aura is very stable. He doesn't look very old, but his cultivation is very profound. He's no weaker than the 3 cult leaders. He's likely a very old man. Although Jian Bing was surprised, he did not panic. He wanted to see what the swindler would do next. Hence, he feigned obedience. 3 cult leaders sighed in relief inwardly. Although the cult master was like Du Chun and had a tendency to look down on others, the cult master was quite intelligent. He could adapt and bend faster than the average person. Fortunately, their cult master did not provoke and offend the unholy one. After everyone, except for the quartet, left, Jian Bing, who was the cult master of the nihilist congregation, automatically walked toward the highest seat in the meeting hall. Even during ancient times, there had been an order of seniority. The seat of honor was reserved for the person with the highest seniority. However, Jian Bing quickly realized his gaffe. He rose to his feet immediately and said, "Lord Unholy One, please take a seat." Lu Zhou nodded slightly and took a seat. Then he looked at Jian Bing. Jian Bing was one of the 4 divinities of heaven. His human form was like Wu Dalong from the Chinese classic, The Plum in the Golden Vase. He was not tall and he had a middle-aged appearance. His body was abnormally sturdy. "The person I'm looking for is you, Jian Bing, one of the 4 divinities of heaven," Lu Zhou said. Jian Bing smiled awkwardly before he said, "Lord Unholy One, what are you talking about? There's no Jian Bing here." Lu Zhou trusted his disciple's judgment completely. He smiled and said, "Are you the cult master of the nihilist congregation?" Jian Bing nodded and said, "That's right. The purpose of you establishing the congregation is to study me?" Lu Zhou asked again. Jian Bing scoffed inwardly as he thought to himself, "Heh! This old thing really thinks too highly of himself. Does he really think he's my idol? Very well. I'll allow you to pretend until I look for a chance to ruthlessly expose you until you have nowhere to hide. I have to calm down for now." Outwardly, Jian Bing smiled and said, "Lord Unholy One, I established the congregation because I'm your most ardent believer. You're the only God in this world. Without you, there's no God in the world. Everyone in the congregation is a believer. Over the past 10 years, we've followed your footsteps and studied all kinds of cultivation paths." Then Jian Bing waved his hand. A cultivator walked over from outside. Jian Bing said, "Manifest your lotus and show it to Lord Unholy One." Yes. The cultivator manifested his lotus immediately. The lotus was half red and half black. The 2 colors were distinctly divided in the middle. After that, Jian Bing said, "My lord, this is our result." At the same time, the 3 cult leaders looked at each other in confusion. They did not understand their cult master's actions. Was there any meaning to this? Lu Zhou watched silently as Jian Bing continued to say, "For some reason, no matter how hard we studied and researched, we could not form any blue lotus. Not even a dot of blue could be seen in any lotuses. My lord, it's great that you're here now. Please advise us." Lu Zhou nodded. The Unholy One from 100,000 years ago had absorbed the power of the abyss, causing his avatar to turn slightly blue. There were also the blue electric arcs. It was clear to him that the nihilist congregation wanted to study this path as well. After all, it seemed like this was the path to eternal life. Finally, Lu Zhou reached out and gently pressed on the cultivator's lotus. Buzz! A unique power surged out and enveloped the entire lotus. Following that, it began to flow with a dazzling faint blue light. Jian Bing raised his hands and rubbed his eyes before he took another look. Oh? Again. Jian Bing rubbed his eyes again and sighed in relief when he saw a golden light. Golden? That scared the hell out of me. I thought I saw blue. Lu Zhou withdrew his hand and said, Your talent isn't enough, and the power of the earth you absorbed isn't pure enough. Cultivation is all about quality, not quantity. If you focus on cultivating a single-colored lotus, you might go further. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, the cultivator was visibly disappointed. However, he still bowed and said, Thank you for your guidance, Lord Unholy One. Jian Bing glanced at Lu Zhou from the corners of his eyes and thought to himself, This old thing is really good at acting. Does he even know what the power of the earth is? It's the power of eternal life. At this time, rumbling noises rang from outside before the earth began to shake slightly. Yan Guichen's expression changed slightly. The fission of the ruins? What's the fission of the ruins? Lu Zhou asked curiously. Not only is he a liar, but he's ignorant as well. Despite his thought, Jian Bing replied modestly, To answer your question, my lord, the ancient ruins were once a battlefield. This place was once suppressed by a powerful force, so it's very fragile. Every once in a while there would be earthquakes and fissions. Fortunately, your heavenly Tao flag is able to absorb the power of the abyss and maintain the stability of the ruins. Yan Guichen chimed in. That's right. The power of the Great Void originates from the 10 pillars of destruction. The pillars are rooted in the unknown land and absorb the power from the abyss. The heavenly Tao flag is able to absorb the power of the abyss, as well to maintain the stability of the ruins. If the ancient ruins are destroyed, the pillars would collapse even faster. This is also the main reason why Great Emperor Ming Xian didn't target the nihilist congregation. Chu Lian added. Lu Zhou nodded. No wonder, Lu Zhou thought to himself. The nihilist congregation believed in the Unholy One. Logically speaking, it should be an enemy of the sacred temple. Who would have thought the congregation has its own purpose as well? Moreover, it was also in line with the 4 divinities of heaven's mission to maintain the balance between heaven and earth. Rumble. Another thunderous sound rang in the air. Jian Bing's mind spun very quickly. He bowed and said, Perhaps. The heavenly Tao flag is unstable today. It originally belongs to you, my lord. Please help us. Damn liar. Let's see how you're going to continue this ruse. The 3 cult leaders were speechless. They thought that their cult master was really bold to have asked the Unholy One for help so directly. Lu Zhou glanced at Jian Bing before he said, Considering you're my most loyal believer and have performed quite well from the beginning, I'll help you with this. However, Jian Bing maintained his bowing posture and said, Please instruct me, Lord Unholy One. You have to agree to 2 things, Lu Zhou said. Jian Bing said loudly, My lord, you're being too courteous. I'm your most loyal believer. Let alone 2 things, even 3 or 10 aren't a problem. As long as you're able to stabilize the ruins, I'll do anything. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, All right, first, I want a drop of your blood essence. Jian Bing nodded. That's not a problem. Even if you want a bowl of it, it's fine. The 3 cult leaders. Usually the cult master isn't like this. Why does he seem a little crazy today? Lu Zhou continued to say, Second, if it's possible, I'd like to borrow your divine soul pearl. That's not a problem. Jian Bing answered without hesitation. The 3 cult leaders were dumbfounded. They could still accept the blood essence, but they did not expect their cult master would readily agree to lend his divine soul pearl. This was really out of their expectations. After thinking about it, they thought that their cult master was indeed the number 1 believer of the Unholy One. The cult master was even willing to use his bones to make soup for his idol to drink. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, Okay, Then, without another word, Lu Zhou walked out of the meeting hall. The three cult leaders moved to their cult master's side and gave him a thumbs up. Jian Bing glanced at the trio before he straightened his back and said with his hands on his back, "Tell everyone to gather in 15 minutes. Why? Yan Guichen was puzzled. If I tell you to do it, just do it, Jian Bing said. Understood. Yan Guichen left very quickly. He thought to himself, the cult master is really impressive. He even plans to have everyone welcome the unholy one. It seems like I thought too much and was worried for nothing. The earth continued to quake. Its frequency was much higher than before. Jian Bing turned around as he thought to himself. When he approaches the heavenly Tao flag, he'll trigger the power of the flag. At that time, I'll use the power from the flag and cooperate with the three cult leaders to take that old thing down. Rumble. The earth and the mountains shook again. Cracks began to appear on the ancient city walls. Seeing this, Jian Bing hurriedly shouted, Lord Unholy One, please stabilize the ruins. Lu Zhou said before he flew into the air. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, peace will return to the ancient ruins. The cultivators in the surroundings looked up with reverent expressions on their faces. Zhou Chang and Chu Lian looked excited as well. Although they had seen Lu Zhou in the Unholy One's state before, they were still looking forward to seeing it again. Under Yan Guichen's orders, many cultivators were also rushing over from all directions. At this time, Lu Zhou was only about 30 feet away from the heavenly Tao flag. Crackle! The flag shook. Within a radius of 1,000 miles in the ancient ruins, patterns lit up on the ground before they quickly rushed toward the heavenly Tao flag. The heavenly Tao flag was absorbing the power of the Great Void. Lu Zhou admired the heavenly Tao flag for a moment. At this time, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and hit the flag. Boom! So that's how it is. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. The nihilist congregation relied on the heavenly Tao flag to maintain the stability of the ancient ruins, but the flag did not seem to be playing its full role. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared above the heavenly Tao flag. When the second lightning bolt appeared, he pushed his hand up before he stepped on the flag with one foot. Boom! An incomparably huge lightning bolt descended from the sky. It's time! Jian Bing exclaimed. His expression was a mix of excitement and solemnity. Time for what? Zhou Chang and Chu Lian looked at Jian Bing in confusion. When the lightning bolt struck Lu Zhou, it passed through him as though he was made from water. As it flashed on the surface of his body, the divine mark robe fluttered in the air as the ancient dragon soul flew out after sensing the power of heaven and earth. Following that, the heavenly Tao flag grew from 1,000 feet long to 10,000 feet long. Its height increased many times in just a moment. The ancient dragon soul circled the pole of the heavenly Tao flag from the top to the bottom twice before it flew back. At the same time, the blue lightning bolt left Lu Zhou's body and entered the heavenly Tao flag. With that, the flag was activated and began to absorb the powerful energy. Lu Zhou's eyes shone with a dazzling blue light as his hair and robe fluttered in the air. At the same time, blue electric arcs flashed on his body. This is the Unholy One. Ah! Jian Bing staggered 2 steps back. Cult Master Yan Guichen, who had just returned, supported Jian Bing and asked, What's wrong? I'm dreaming. You're not dreaming. Pinch me, Jian Bing said. Then he cried out, Ouch! Old Yen, can't you be a little gentler? Shock soon overcame the pain. Then, Jian Bing looked at Lu Zhou, whose aura was like that of a ruler, with an expression of awe and excitement. Thump! Jian Bing fell to his knees and said loudly, Thank you, Lord Unholy One, for your blessing. Why is he so passionate? Yan Guichen said, filled with praise. Cult Master is indeed the wisest. If only I was as wise as Cult Master back then. If Du Chun was even half as wise Cult Master, he wouldn't have died. To think the Cult Master is so devout. As expected of the Unholy Ones, number 1 followed. Unbeknownst to them, Jian Bing's back was drenched in cold sweat. When he prostrated himself on the ground, he could hear his heart drumming loudly. After a while, he said, "Let's all worship the Unholy One. Cult Master is wise." Yan Guichen said, "I didn't think of this at all." With that, everyone in the nihilist congregation fell to their knees piously. Lu Zhou looked around before he said, "Since all of you believe in me, how can I stand aside and do anything in your time of need? Rise to your feet." Following that, Lu Zhou withdrew his hand. The heavenly Tao flag returned to normal, and the ancient ruins stopped shaking. Everyone cried out in unison, "Thank you, Lord Unholy One." Lu Zhou returned to his normal state and returned to stand in front of Jian Bing. Then, he extended his hand and asked, "Have you prepared the things?" Jian Bing. Jian Bing, why are you hesitating?" Lu Zhou said in a deep voice as he frowned when he saw Jian Bing hesitating. Jian Bing felt like his heart was bleeding. However, he could only force himself to smile as he said, "I'm willing to give everything to the Unholy One." Then, Jian Bing brought out a short knife and slashed his hand. A drop of blood crystallized and flew toward Lu Zhou's hand. Lu Zhou did not withdraw his hand and continued to wait for the second thing. Jian Bing really wanted to cry. He had dug a hole for himself, so he had no choice but to jump into the hole now. "Do I have a choice?" "No." Jian Bing was standing in front of his idol, the most powerful cultivator in the world. Who would dare to say no? Moreover, he had already made a promise. Meanwhile, the three cult leaders looked at Jian Bing, filled with admiration. If they were in his shoes, they would surely hesitate to part with their divine soul pearls. As expected of the cult master of the nihilist congregations, he was so decisive. Jian Bing's abdomen moved before he spat out a ball of light. The ball of white light flew out with a swoosh and landed accurately in Lu Zhou's hand. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction before he said, "I'll remember your contributions today. Stay in the ruins for now. I'll send someone to return the divine soul pearl to you." Jian Bing kowtowed and said, "Thank you for your grace, Lord Unholy One. As your follower, this is what I should do." "Very good," Lu Zhou said as he put away the two things. "I still have something important to do, so I'll be leaving now." Everyone bowed. "Farewell, Lord Unholy One." Lu Zhou flew toward the ancient walls. In just a blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Then, the three cult leaders turned around and bowed to Jian Bing. "Cult Master is wise. Your devotion toward the Unholy One is truly admirable." Jian Bing looked at the trio unhappily. "I really shot myself in the foot this time. I was so close to the gates of hell. I don't even have anyone to complain to." After Lu Zhou got what he needed, he quickly left the ancient ruins and returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion through a runic passage. When Zhu Honggong sensed the fluctuations from the runic passage, he knew Lu Zhou had returned. He left the southern pavilion and rushed to the back of the mountain. He was even more anxious than Lu Zhou. Before he reached the back of the mountain, he saw Lu Zhou walking out. He rushed over and said with a silly smile on his face, "Master, you're back." Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "How's your seventh senior brother?" When he woke up, he couldn't stop talking. "He said he wouldn't go back to sleep and that he'd wait until you return," Zhu Honggong said. He was barely able to suppress his excitement. Could be seen that Zhu Honggong and Si Wuya had chatted a lot. Lu Zhou walked with his hands on his back toward the southern pavilion while Zhu Honggong followed closely behind. When he arrived at the southern pavilion, he saw Princess Yong Ning, who looked to be in high spirits, guarding the outside of the southern pavilion. Princess Yong Ning bowed slightly. "Senior Ji, you're back." "Yes, you've worked hard." Lu Zhou nodded. "It's not hard. It's what I should do," Princess Yong Ning said before she turned to the side. "He's been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Zhou entered the southern pavilion with his hands on his back. He walked past the screen and arrived at Si Wuya's bedside. At this moment, Si Wuya was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. When he heard the faint footsteps, he instinctively opened his eyes. He did not move and did not speak for a long time. He did not even blink his eyes that were filled with excitement, regret, self-blame, and all kinds of complicated emotions. In comparison, Lu Zhou was relatively indifferent. He studied Si Wuya's face briefly before he asked, "Do you feel better?" As Lu Zhou spoke, he took a seat at the table near the bed. Si Wuya regained his senses and quickly sorted his complicated emotions. His eyes were a little red, and he tried his best to suppress his emotions. Then, he lifted the quilt and got off the bed smoothly before he kneeled and kowtowed as he called out in a soft voice, "Master." Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and said, "Rise to your feet and speak." Si Wuya did not get up immediately. He remained on the ground with his head lowered. He took a deep breath before he explained, "I've been looking for you for almost 100 years. Starting from the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Red Lotus Domain, the Black Lotus Domain, the White Lotus Domain, the Green Lotus Domain, and the Twin Lotus Domain. From Shifenruo to Huantan to Zui to the Great Abyss Land, I spent almost 100 years traveling the 9 Lotus Domains and the Unknown Land, but I couldn't find you. Please forgive me, Master." Lu Zhou saw the kneeling Si Wuya blaming himself, so he sighed, rose to his feet, and went to Si Wuya. He stared at Si Wuya for about 3 seconds before he said, "I know. Get up." The last 2 words were said in a commanding tone. Si Wuya no longer resisted and slowly rose to his feet. Si Wuya looked just like he did before, confident and even a little conceited. No matter what happened, his eyes were always brimming with confidence. His confidence was like Yu Shangrong's when Yu Shangrong faced his opponents. Although Si Wuya was now as weak as an ant, his confidence could shake the mountains and the sea. Lu Zhou sighed softly. He thought perhaps it was a mistake to try and change Si Wuya's personality. After all, Si Wuya had the right to be arrogant. After he returned to his seat, he poured 2 cups of tea before he pointed at the seat across from him and asked, "Do you plan to kneel on the ground and talk to me?" With that, Si Wuya moved to sit across from Lu Zhou with an awkward expression. Lu Zhou pushed a cup of tea over to Si Wuya. "I'm not worthy," Si Wuya said. "Oh, then were you worthy when you were young?" Lu Zhou asked before he said, "This is the Evil Sky Pavilion. It's where you eat, drink, shit, and sleep." Si Wuya shook his head. He had forgotten that the Evil Sky Pavilion was where he had grown up. So many years passed in just a blink of an eye, and he did not know how he became like this. Lu Zhou did not ask about Si Wuya's resurrection. Instead, he brought out 2 balls of light that were protected by energy seals and handed them to Si Wuya as he said, "These are Mengzhong and Jianbing's blood essences. Take them." Si Wuya took a look at the 2 blood essences and quickly left his seat to kneel on the ground again. "Master is kind." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "A few 100 years have passed, but you're still the same. Are you very fond of kneeling?" "Do you know who I am?" Lu Zhou suddenly asked. "I do." "Then, why do you still dare to approach Ming Xian?" Lu Zhou asked. "Because Ming Xian's pursuit is the same as Master's," Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou nodded. As expected, humans are all the same. Even Ming Xian can't resist the temptation of eternal life after reaching the end of his cultivation path. "Ming Xian also knows about me?" Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya said, "I'm not sure, but I think he should have guessed it long ago." Lu Zhou looked outside the window before he sighed. "I knew it. How could he be so stupid? He's waiting for me to pave the way for him." Si Wuya nodded. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and asked, "What did you do to make Bai Zhaoju treat you so well?" Si Wuya answered truthfully, "I knew Ji Ming is the Lost Island, and I helped him to fix the ancient formation." Si Wuya explained, "Ji Ming is one of the 4 divinities of heaven. To fix the formation, we need some power equal to it. I have the fire deity's power, and I couldn't bear it, so I gave him some." Lu Zhou nodded. Ling Guang, the vermilion bird, was one of the 4 divinities of heaven, after all. Lu Zhou thought about Zhang Aijian and Li Yunzheng, so he said, "Ling Guang will have to leave eventually." Upon hearing this, Si Wuya kowtowed and said, "Without your permission, I formally accepted Li Yunzheng as my disciple. It's up to you to accept a disciple or not. Whether it's good or bad, It's your own business, Lu Zhou said. Thank you, master, Si Wuya said, overjoyed. Lu Zhou intended to ask about the Great Void, but when he saw that Si Wuya's complexion did not look too good, he stood up and said, take the blood essences first and inherit Ling Guang's power. There'll be time to talk about other things later. The most important thing is to heal him. Understood, Si Wuya said as he held the 2 drops of blood essences in his hands. When Lu Zhou was walking past Si Wuya, he stopped and said, that girl, Yong Ning, is not bad. Then, Lu Zhou patted Si Wuya's shoulder before he left the southern pavilion with his hands on his back, returning to the eastern pavilion to activate the blue avatar's birth charts. After Lu Zhou left, Si Wuya scratched his head and muttered to himself, what does master mean by that? At this moment, Zhu Honggong, who had rushed in, said with a disappointed expression, 7th senior brother, I don't mean to criticize you, but you're usually very smart, so why are you so dull now? It means that master approves of your marriage. Don't be shy, Zhu Honggong chuckled and said as he gave Si Wuya a thumbs up. Sister-in-law is young and beautiful, gentle and virtuous. Si Wuya, ? Why do you look so unhappy? Zhu Honggong asked curiously. Si Wuya sighed and said with a hint of melancholy, 8th junior brother. I spent almost 100 years but failed to spend all of you. Is master unhappy? Zhu Honggong touched Si Wuya's forehead before he said, I don't think so. 7th senior brother, there's nothing wrong with your brain, right? You can't see master's eyes because he's smiling so widely. How is he unhappy? Is that so? Zhu Honggong was filled with the urge to hit Si Wuya. He said, Master even poured you a cup of tea. Eldest and 2nd senior brothers didn't even receive such a treatment. 8th junior brother. I feel much better after listening to you. I'm just worried that master has another meaning that I don't understand, Si Wuya said. Hey, don't use your villainous heart to measure master's heart, Zhu Honggong said with a hint of helplessness. Some things aren't as complicated as you think they are. 8th junior brother. You seem to have become smarter, Si Wuya said. Zhu Honggong cleared his throat, brushed his hair back, and said somewhat proudly, 7th senior brother. In fact, I've always been smart. It's just that you didn't notice it. 7th senior brother. You've changed. Changed. It seems like you've learned how to consider others and think from their point of view, Zhu Honggong said with a smile. That night, after Si Wuya consumed Mengzhong and Jianbing's blood essences, the 4 blood essences resonated and created an energy that circulated through his body and 8 extraordinary meridians. They tempered his meridians and his body continuously. Si Wuya, who was as weak as a baby, grew stronger with the 4 blood essences. His 8 extraordinary meridians became many times stronger. The next morning, when Si Wuya opened his eyes, he found his body was covered in a layer of mud. With the nourishment from the 4 blood essences, his 8 extraordinary meridians were very strong now. He said, filled with praise, the blood essences of the 4 divinities of heaven are truly amazing. One of the major reasons Si Wuya had been investigating the Nihilist congregation was to find Jianbing. Perhaps he could have collected the 4 blood essences, but he did not have the time or energy. He knew the whereabouts of the Fire Phoenix, Jiming, and Mengzhong, but Jianbing's whereabouts had always been a mystery. Are you ready? A hoarse voice said from outside of the southern pavilion. Si Wuya shook his head and said, to be honest, I'm not ready. A man shouldn't be so indecisive. But if we do that, you'll disappear forever, Si Wuya said. I'm already satisfied that the fire deity has a successor. Besides, do you have an idea better than this? Si Wuya fell silent. Ling Guang continued to say, this is your weapon. It has absorbed the weapon spirit of the previous fire deities. It has been successfully upgraded to the void grade. The descendant of the fire deity has to be powerful. He must lead the fire deity clan to restore its glory and maintain the balance of the world. As the successor, you can't be weak. Whoosh! A streak of light flew in and landed in front of Si Wuya. It was his weapon, the peacock plume. It had now been upgraded to the void grade. Si Wuya looked at the peacock plume for a long time as scenes from the past appeared in his mind. He recalled the scene where his master bestowed the weapon to him and the scenes where he killed his enemies with it. It was as though everything was destined. Has everything been decided from the start? Some things are destined to be irreversible. Those that can be reversed are all illusions. Ling Guang no longer had any lingering attachment to the world. He had been imprisoned on Mount Halcyon for 100,000 years, and he had thought through many things. Ling Guang was like a gust of wind as he appeared silently in front of Si Wuya in the southern pavilion. He removed the red mask on his face, revealing his ugly features. His eyes burned with determination as he looked at Si Wuya and said, "From now on, you should wear this mask yourself." Before Si Wuya could speak, Ling Guang pushed his hand out, and Si Wuya floated up. Si Wuya was unable to resist the tyrannical power and could only float helplessly in midair. Following that, fire began to burn. Descendants of the fire deity are born to be friends with fire, Ling Guang said as he appeared in front of Si Wuya and pushed his hand out again. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back before the fire on his body turned into countless red threads of light, and an endless stream of energy surged into Si Wuya's body. "You!" Si Wuya said. He saw Ling Guang's body slowly disintegrating, returning to the world. He had no way to make Ling Guang stay. It was not that Ling Guang could not live, but he had grown tired of everything. He could have used parasitic or possession techniques, but he found them to be an insult to the fire deity clan. He had lived for far too long. Life was something with pondering upon all of one's life. Great philosophers talked about the meaning of life all the time, but they were unable to change the fate of those who were dying. Si Wuya wanted to persuade Ling Guang, but he realized the absurdity of a young man trying to talk about life and its meaning to a deity who had lived for more than 100,000 years. Hence, he chose to remain silent. Just like that, he quietly accepted Ling Guang's gift. "Go!" Ling Guang's power turned into a river and converged into the open sea. He looked at Si Wuya, who was growing stronger and stronger with satisfaction. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation as he said, "From now on, you're the fire deity." In the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou had already inserted Jianbing's divine soul pearl into the blue avatar's lotus. He looked at the blue avatar that could not be understood due to its unrestrained nature. It had to be said that the 100 years of tempering the abyss were very useful and the power of the abyss was too strong. He no longer felt any pain when activating the blue avatar's birth charts. Moreover, with the golden avatar, his foundation was very good and stable. He had just completely formed the golden avatar's first light disk, and now, he was activating his blue avatar's 23rd birth chart. Click! A crisp noise rang in the air. Lu Zhou saw the divine soul pearl sinking into the lotus seat and waved his hand to bring it out. Lu Zhou nodded. The activation was entering the next stage. He rose to his feet. Now that the divine soul pearl had served its purpose, he should find someone to return it. Lu Zhou sent a voice transmission to Zhu Honggong. When Zhu Honggong came over, he asked, "Where's Jiang Aijian?" "Master, he's gone to see the White Emperor," Zhu Honggong replied. Initially, Lu Zhou planned to send Zhu Honggong to return the divine soul pearl to Jianbing. However, Zhu Honggong was not the most cautious, and Ming Shi'in was not around. Hence, Jiang Aijian was the best choice. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. "He hasn't returned?" "That's right," Zhu Honggong replied. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Zhou said, "All right, since he's not here, you can go. This is the divine soul pearl of the cult master of the nihilist congregation. Send it back to the ancient ruins." Zhu Honggong caught the divine soul pearl Lu Zhou threw out and said, slightly aggrieved, "Master, I'm actually quite reliable when it comes to handling matters like this." "All right, I believe you," Lu Zhou said. "I promise to complete the mission," Zhu Honggong said. He put the divine soul pearl away, turned around, and left the Evil Sky Pavilion for the ancient ruins. When it was almost the next day, Zhu Honggong arrived at the ancient walls. Since this was his second time here, he was much more familiar with his way around. The members of the nihilist congregation respectfully welcomed him and led him to the meeting hall. As soon as Jian Bing received the news, he hurried over to the meeting hall. The three cult leaders were the same. After Zhu Honggong placed the divine soul pearl in Jian Bing's hand, he said, "My master ordered me to return this to you." Now that the divine soul pearl was returned to him, Jian Bing was so happy and grateful that he began to shed tears. He said, "The Unholy One is truly great. I'm so ashamed of myself." Zhu Honggong looked at Jian Bing and said with a hint of pride, "That's only natural." Jian Bing wiped his tears away and said to Zhu Honggong with a smile, "Brother, are you really the Unholy One's disciple?" "Of course. I brought you the divine soul pearl, didn't I? How can it be false?" Zhu Honggong said. "You have a point," Jian Bing said. Then, he moved to stand next to Zhu Honggong and placed his arms around Zhu Honggong's shoulder before he continued to say, "Brother, it's fate. We're fated. Let go. Let go. I don't like men. You pervert." Zhu Honggong protested as he pushed Jian Bing away with all his might. Jian Bing was not angry at all. Instead, he said, "I can't help it. I can't help it. When I see an outstanding talent, I can't control my emotions. Please forgive me." Zhu Honggong was amused. "Your flattery is not bad." Jian Bing frowned and said seriously, "How can that be? Flattery is usually lies. But what I said is the truth. You can't confuse the two." Zhu Honggong widened his eyes and said, "You're right. The cult master is right." The three cult leaders echoed. Then, Jian Bing asked in a low voice, "How's the Unholy One recently?" "Very good. Brother, in the future, you have to put in a good word for me in front of Lord Unholy One," Jian Bing said. The three sect leaders echoed again. "That's right. Put in a good word." All right. "Ah, I was tied up last time so my arms and legs are still sore," Zhu Honggong said as he touched his shoulder with an expression of discomfort on his face. Jian Bing waved his hand immediately and said in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for?" The three cult leaders understood and immediately hammered Zhu Honggong's shoulders and legs. Meanwhile, on the eastern Lost Island, Bai Zhaoju and Zhang Aijian were chatting happily. "Qisheng, it's been a while since you returned to the Lost Island. I really wish you can stay a few days," Bai Zhaoju said. Zhang Aijian sighed and said, "Your Majesty, there's no need to be like this. It's not difficult to come here from the Great Void. In the future, I'll visit more often." "That would be great," Bai Zhaoju said. After a moment, he continued to say, "I followed your plan and took care of Yi Tianxin and Zhao Yu. Now that they've become commanders, are you confident they'll be able to comprehend the Great Tao?" Zhang Aijian replied, "If I'm not confident, why would I let them become commanders?" Bai Zhaoju nodded and sighed in relief. Then, he thought about it for a moment before he asked solemnly, "Qisheng, on account of me saving your life, tell me honestly, what's your purpose for doing all these things?" Zhang Aijian was stunned. He did not expect this question from Bai Zhaoju. He wondered how Si Wuya would answer this question if Si Wuya were here. After a moment, he said, "The Great Void will eventually collapse." Bai Zhaoju was not surprised. Instead, he said with a sigh, "The Unholy One really doesn't give up." At this moment, Zhang Aijian sensed movements from one of his talismans. He brought it out and lit it up. A projection appeared in front of the duo immediately. Upon seeing the person in projection, Zhang Aijian asked with a smile, "Lady Hua, what's the matter?" Hua Zhenghong looked at Bai Zhaoju, who was next to Qisheng, before she said, "Holy Maiden Shiha said that you went to the ancient ruins to help her look for the heaven-suppressing pestle. However, many days have passed since then, and you've yet to return. As it turns out, you're with the White Emperor. The White Emperor has done me a great favor. Why can't I visit the Lost Island?" Zhang Aijian asked. "Of course you can. However, the heaven-suppressing pestle is of great importance. You should bring it back soon. Moreover, since the commanders of the 10 halls have been chosen, you should hurry up and let them comprehend the Great Tao." Zhang Aijian said, "There's no need to be anxious. I know what to do. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. I've already conveyed the great emperor's words. Please take care, Hua Zhenghong said. Please convey my message to the great emperor. I'll complete my task before the sky collapses. Hua Zhenghong only frowned and did not say anything else. With a wave of her hand, the projection disappeared. Bai Zhaoju asked with a faint smile, "Aren't you afraid of Hua Zhenghong?" Jiang Aijian said disapprovingly, "Although she's a supreme being, it doesn't mean that I have to be afraid of her." Bai Zhaoju looked at the sea and shook his head as he said, "That's because you don't understand her." "Oh." Hua Zhenghong was once a proud student of the Unholy One. She's very unpredictable. Even the Unholy One couldn't control her back then. Do you think Ming Xian keeps her by his side because of her strength alone? Bai Zhaoju asked. "Oh? I'd like to hear more," the White Emperor said confidently. "What the 4 Supremes of the Sacred Temple can do, the 10 Halls can do, the Templars can do, and many people can do. However, the 4 Supremes have one thing the others don't. Ming Xian wants everyone in the Great Void to know that he's more capable than the Unholy One. He wants to show that the once unruly 4 Supremes are obedient to him, unlike the Unholy One." Jiang Aijian did not expect this. He chuckled and said, "After listening to your Majesty, it seems like that's really the case. They're indeed very obedient, but it's only on the surface." Bai Zhaoju scoffed slightly and said disapprovingly, "Ming Xian has a fatal weakness just like you." Jiang Aijian, ? Too confident and conceited, Bai Zhaoju said. "I disagree," Jiang Aijian said with a smile. "Confidence comes from strength. I have the right to be confident. Only those who don't know me think I'm conceited. Some people are destined to be frogs living in wells. They can't see the vastness of the sky, the stars, the sun, and the moon. They think the patch of sky they see from the mouth of the well is bigger than everything, so they think I'm conceited." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhaoju chuckled and asked, "Are you scolding me?" "I don't dare. I believe your Majesty agrees with me," Jiang Aijian said. Bai Zhaoju was not angry. Instead, he sighed and said, "You're indeed capable. I don't think you're conceited." "Thank you for your praise, your Majesty," Jiang Aijian said. "Since you insist on leaving, I won't keep you. After returning to the Great Void, be careful of the 4 Supremes, especially Hua Zhenghong," Bai Zhaoju said. With that, he brought the hourglass of time out and passed it over to Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian glanced at the hourglass of time before he put it away. Then he looked at the green mountains, the blue skies, the white clouds, and the clear waters before he let out a long sigh and flew away, leaving the lost island. After flying for 15 minutes, Jiang Aijian arrived at the reef where the runic passage was located. From here, the lost island looked like a vertical line. Just as Jiang Aijian was about to leave, he heard a domineering voice say, "Commander Qisheng, please come with us." Jiang Aijian raised his head and saw more than 10 more cultivators dressed in green armor in the air. He did not sense any movements, so the other party must have been lying in ambush for some time. "Templars," Jiang Aijian chuckled. "Did His Majesty send you here?" These cultivators in green armor were the Sacred Temple's Templars. They were created 100,000 years ago. They were originally under Ming Xian's command, but later on, he allowed the 4 Supremes to command them. Over the past 10 years, their missions were limited to patrolling various places, and they rarely saw any action. It was said that there were many experts among the Templars. They were personally groomed by Ming Xian and could almost be considered his disciples. Perhaps, Ming Xian was afraid of repeating the Unholy One's mistakes. He did not formally accept disciples. Regardless, in the eyes of the 10 Halls, apart from the 4 Supremes, the core strength of the Sacred Temple was the Templars. The leader of the Templars was called Xizhong. He was one of the few leaders of the Sacred Temples and was also the rare few who could talk to Ming Xian. "You don't need to know the reason. Just come with us?" Xizhong said expressionlessly. Jiang Aijian shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I've been ordered by His Majesty to help the new commanders. I have more important things to attend to, so I can't go with you." Xizhong frowned. Commander Qisheng, my words are His Majesty's words. Oh! Zhang Aijin looked at Shizhong and said, but my intuition tells me the contrary. Whether it is or not isn't important, Shizhong said. He seemed to have expected that the other party would not easily obey. He waved his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 Templars surrounded Zhang Aijin immediately. Zhang Aijin smiled. If His Majesty finds out about this, how will he punish you? There's no need for you to worry about this, Commander Qisheng, Shizhong said. You've broken 2 taboos, Zhang Aijin said as he shook his head. The Templars knew that Qisheng's cultivation was very high, so they did not dare to be careless. And they were very cautious. First, you're an extension of His Majesty's arms. No matter who bewitched you, he or she will be severely punished. Second, you don't understand the importance of the commanders in His Majesty's heart. To put it bluntly, all your lives put together aren't enough to pay for your mistake, Zhang Aijin said. Shizhong knew Qisheng was very eloquent, so he had mentally prepared himself to not let Qisheng's words affect him. Alas, he was still affected by those words. He waved his hand, furious, and said, do it! The 10 Templars looked like meteors as they rushed toward Zhang Aijin, determined to take him down in the shortest time possible. Zhang Aijin? Zhang Aijin descended suddenly. You can't escape. More than 10 energy seals shot out. Zhang Aijin was only a late-stage Dao Saint. Normally, he would be able to protect himself. However, he alone could not defeat Shizhong and the 10 Templars. Thus, he could only escape. With just one move, Zhang Aijin avoided the more than 10 energy seals and quickly rushed toward the Lost Island. As long as he returned to Bai Zhaoju's side, he would be safe. Strange. Shizhong frowned slightly as he looked at Zhang Aijin in confusion. The 10 Templars were not to be trifled with, and they reacted quickly, chasing after Zhang Aijin. Swoosh! The space began to ripple and twist. Each of the Templars held a formation flag in their hands and began to wave it in the air. Spatial formation flag? Zhang Aijin was astonished. He knew he was in trouble now and wondered how he could escape. With a flash, Shizhong appeared above Zhang Aijin. He looked down and said, Commander Qisheng, you have nowhere to run. Zhang Aijin said with a smile, It's too early for you to say such words. Swoosh! An energy sword flew out before splitting into countless energy swords, sweeping out in all directions. Sword technique. Shizhong was even more confused. After Shizhong quickly regained his senses and said, I overestimated you. Then he said to the others, Get into formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The area within a radius of 10 miles became the Templars' territory in just an instant. They moved easily, occupying 10 different directions respectively. Then, a crack appeared in the space in front of them like a door. The flag formation was completed. In just a moment, the energy swords were devoured by the spatial cracks and disappeared. Zhang Aijin, damn, so powerful. The Templars shot out beams of light immediately after. The beams of light shot out in a straight line, tearing through space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhang Aijin dodged to the left and right. The more Shizhong watched, the stranger he felt. He said, Commander Qisheng, your subordinate was able to defeat the beast tamer. I know your strength is far above his. Stop hiding your strength. The price of underestimating the Templars isn't small. Zhang Aijin cursed inwardly. Fuck! Why would I still hide my strength at this moment? I would have shown it all a long time ago. Zhang Aijin kept dodging the attacks as fast as he could. He was so fast that ordinary people would have difficulty seeing him. Suddenly, the beams of light shot out faster than before. Boom! One of the beams of light finally struck Zhang Aijin. His blood and qi surged immediately. He felt as though his heart was being ripped out of his chest due to the power of the law. The pain was excruciating and unlike anything he had felt before. Shizhong shook his head. I don't understand. With your ability, what does His Majesty see in you? Just the great void seed. Bang! Another beam of light hit Jiang Aijian, causing him to grunt in pain. He knew he had to leave quickly. Just as another beam of light was about to strike him, he brought Dragon Song, which he was most proud of, out and held it in front of him. He was pushed back with a loud bang before he spun around using the force. The power of the Tao burst forth, and he spun around, sweeping the Dragon Song out and leaving cracks in the space. Just as Jiang Aijian thought he found an opening, Shizhong said, "Too slow." Crack. Shizhong's waved his hand, shattering the space. The shockwave stirred the seawater, and a wall of water rose into the sky. Shizhong flashed again. "It's a pity that I'm in a hurry, and I can't play with you." Shizhong acted personally and easily passed through the beams of light before he arrived in front of Jiang Aijian. He unleashed a palm seal to grab Jiang Aijian. At the critical moment, Jiang Aijian brought out an item and cried out, "Freeze!" Bzzzt. The object burst forth with blue electric arcs that spread in all directions. Shizhong exclaimed in shock, "The Hourglass of Time?" The Hourglass of Time froze the Templars immediately. Jiang Aijian seized the opportunity and flew toward the Lost Island. With his cultivation as a Tao saint, it was already miraculous that he could activate the Hourglass of Time. The 2 seconds he managed to buy for himself allowed him to leave the range of the flag formation. He flew at top speed toward the Lost Island as soon as he left the range of the flag formation. After recovering, Shizhong looked at the empty space and the light in the distance before he said, "Take him down no matter what." Understood. The 10 Templars looked like shooting stars as they chased after Jiang Aijian and attacked with all their might. Shizhong was the fastest. He kept using the law of space to shorten the distance between them. Jiang Aijian clenched the Hourglass of Time as he looked back. He cursed inwardly, "Damn! Why are these lackeys working so hard?" If it were not for the Hourglass of Time, Jiang Aijian knew he would have been finished earlier. At the same time, he regretted his negligence. Bai Zhaoju had warned him to be careful of Hua Zhenghong, but he still ran into her trap when he left. Hua Zhenghong. With this thought in mind, Jiang Aijian turned around and asked, "Did Hua Zhenghong put you up to this?" "You better surrender." Shizhong's speed was exceptionally fast. As soon as his voice fell, he already caught up to Jiang Aijian. He pushed his hand down, intending to take Jiang Aijian down with one move. When the attack that contained the power of the Tao was about to land on Jiang Aijian, the seawater suddenly surged. Splash! The seawater rose thousands of feet high at lightning speed. Jiang Aijian was quickly swallowed by the water, and when the palm seal landed, it was miraculously swallowed by the seawater. Following that, the seawater shot out in all directions, ignoring the law of space and sending the Templars flying back. Bang! 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 The Templars manifested their avatars one after another, resisting the mysterious power of the sea. They were forced to retreat for a long time before the seawater finally fell. "Who is it?" Shizhong asked solemnly after he glanced at the sea and looked into the distance. A deep and powerful voice rang from the depths of the sea immediately. "You're not welcome here. Get lost." Shizhong looked at the sea. He did not know who or what had spoken. He thought that it was likely a powerful sea beast, so he said, "His Majesty, Great Emperor Ming-Xian, has always been in contact with Kuan. In the Eastern Endless Ocean, everything belongs to Kuan." "Who are you?" I said, "Get lost." The voice from the depths of the ocean said emotionlessly. Shizhong's expression turned grave as he wondered inwardly, "Who or what is it? Even Kuan doesn't dare to make an enemy out of His Majesty. Who's so bold to do so?" After thinking for a moment, Shizhong said threateningly, "Great Emperor Ming-Xian has ordered for Commander Qi Shang to be brought back." Bubbles began to appear on the surface of the sea. Shizhong's words seemed to have angered the other party. Shizhong raised his hand immediately and said to the others, "Retreat." The Templars retreated one after another and raised their altitude. Shizhong ordered the Templars to retreat into the distance after he looked at the surging seawater. He stood alone in front of the others with a cold expression on his face. Then he said, "I know who you are." The thing or person in the sea did not respond. Bang! The water was clear, but the depths were dark. All of a sudden, a column of water shot up, forming a sharp icicle that was shrouded with rich primal qi. It shot toward Xizhong at lightning speed. Xizhong manifested his astrolabe and held it in front of him before he retreated 300 feet. His astrolabe was positioned perfectly. The other Templars calmly spread out and manifested their astrolabes as well, ready to counterattack. As soon as Xizhong gave the order, they would attack the giant beast in the sea. Xizhong did not order the Templars to attack. Instead, he said, "You can still launch such a powerful attack from such a distance. Ji Ming, you're as powerful as you were 100,000 years ago." Gurgling noises rang from the bottom of the sea. It was said that among the 4 divinities of heaven, only Ji Ming alone retained most of its power. It was far away from the Great Void, and no one knew its whereabouts. The Great Void only knew that it was somewhere in the east of the Endless Ocean. However, even the eastern Endless Ocean was too vast. Searching for Ji Ming would be like searching for a needle in the haystack. If a divinity like Ji Ming sank into the sea, how could humans find it? Xizhong really did not expect to encounter Ji Ming today. He felt the blood in his body surging restlessly as he said, "His Majesty has been looking for you for many years, hoping that you'll maintain the balance between heaven and earth. I didn't expect you to be here." Splash! The icicle fell and the seawater stopped surging. Ji Ming did not say anything and did not continue to attack. After the seawater calmed down, Xizhong searched for Jiang Aijin again. On the surface of the sea in the distance, 2 figures looked at the Templars calmly. Their feet hovered just right above the surface of the sea. One of them was the owner of the Eastern Lost Island, Bai Zhaoju, the White Emperor. The other figure was Jiang Aijin. Bai Zhaoju raised his head and said with a smile, "The Templars aren't patrolling the Great Void and the Unknown Land. Why are they here at the Lost Island?" When Xizhong saw Bai Zhaoju, he revealed a regretful expression on his face and said, "His Majesty has asked me to escort Commander Qi Sheng back. I hope the White Emperor won't stop me." Bai Zhaoju said, "Even if Ming Xian were here, he has to speak to me properly. You're just a mere leader of the Templars. How dare you act recklessly in my territory? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Xizhong frowned briefly before a smile appeared on his face as he said, "The White Emperor won't do such a thing." "You're wrong," Bai Zhaoju said before he tapped the tip of his foot lightly on the surface of the water. He turned into a streak of light and began to attack the Templars. No wonder Ji Ming had disappeared. Bai Zhaoju's appearance was more than enough to turn the tide. Moreover, the current Ji Ming was not suitable for battle. Bai Zhaoju arrived in front of Xizhong. His attack was sharp and fierce. Xizhong reacted quickly and hastily flew back. Palm seals sailed in the air. When they fell into the sea, the impact caused the sea beasts within a radius of 100 miles to scatter. Bai Zhaoju attacked 3 times in a row, and Xizhong could no longer take it. His breathing grew more and more rapid. His law of space and law of times were being suppressed. Then 10 Templars saw that the situation was not right, so they hurriedly moved into their respective positions to use the formation flags in their hands to help Xizhong. Bai Zhaoju said in a deep voice, "You overestimate yourselves." Bai Zhaoju flashed and appeared in front of Xizhong again. Spatial energy churned in his hand like a vortex as he attacked, tearing the space in the surroundings. Xizhong, who was almost devoured by the spatial energy, hurriedly used both his hands to defend himself. He slid back on the surface of the sea, parting the seawater and spitting out blood. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying about almost 3,000 feet back. He quickly tapped the tip of his foot and flew away from the surface of the sea. After all, the sea was the most dangerous place for humans. Who knew what lay in its depths? "What a good move," Xizhong said reluctantly. He was unwilling to admit defeat. Bai Zhaoju slowly moved forward as he said, "For Ming Xian's sake, I'll forgive your offense today. When you return, tell Ming Xian that the bigger picture is more important." Xizhong wanted to retort, but he knew it would not be wise. He could only glare at Jiang Aijin and said, "Commander Qi Sheng, you'll have to return to the Great Void sooner or later. In other words, Shi Zhong might not be able to do anything to Jiang Aijin today, but there would be plenty of chances in the future. Buzz. At this time, a circle of light appeared in the sky. It had a diameter of about 3,000 feet. Everyone looked up in unison. A huge avatar slowly emerged from the circle of light. Only a supreme being who was a rune master was capable of something like this. Only a few supreme beings were capable of opening up a passage with their bare hands. Before the person arrived, a voice said, "Your Majesty, the sacred temple must bring Commander Qi Sheng back today." Bai Zhaoju frowned. Hua Zhenghong. Shi Zhong led the others and called out, "Greetings, Lady Hua." Hua Zhenghong looked at Bai Zhaoju and Jiang Aijin before she said, "A crack has appeared at Xianxia's pillar of destruction, and it could collapse at any time. We need the heaven-suppressing pestle to stabilize the pillar. Zhongguang Hall corresponds to Xianxia's pillar of destruction, so we need the hall's heaven-suppressing pestle. Your Majesty, I don't think you'd want to see Xianxia's pillar collapse. Do you?" Bai Zhaoju raised an eyebrow. Another pillar is about to collapse? Although Bai Zhaoju did not like the people of the sacred temple, he did not want to see the Great Void collapse. His emotions were rather complicated at this moment. Hua Zhenghong said, "Commander Qi Sheng, this matter is of great importance." Jiang Aijin said helplessly, "The heaven-suppressing pestle is still missing. Even if I return, there's nothing I can do. You've collected so many heaven-suppressing pestles. Isn't it to protect the pillars? I've already explained this matter to the great emperor." Huang Zhenghong had expected this, so she did not dwell on the matter. Instead, she moved to the side and said, "Please." Bai Zhaoju said, "I saved Qi Sheng's life. I still have a lot to say to him. Lady Hua, you should return." Hua Zhenghong raised her voice and said again, "Please." Flying beasts appeared one after another in the sky. The huge runic passage in the sky had yet to close. This meant that Hua Zhenghong could use it to force Bai Zhaoju to back down. She said indifferently, "I can temporarily ignore Zhi Ming's matter. White Emperor, do you really intend to stop the sacred temple from doing its work?" Bai Zhaoju was a new divine emperor after all. He hesitated upon hearing these words. The sacred temple had a lot of methods, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. This was just a very small part of the sacred temple's force. The Great Void was filled with experts, but Ming Xian was the only one who stood above all. On the other hand, Qi Biaonu, Ling Weiyang, Zhi Guangji, and Bai Zhaoju, the Scarlet Emperor, the Azure Emperor, the Black Emperor, and the White Emperor respectively, were forced to leave the Great Void. Moreover, there were also the 10 halls of the Great Void. Whoosh! 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 At this time, a huge beast with 9 wings appeared in the sky. The person standing on its back said in a clear voice, "Lady Hua, please instruct us." Hua Zhenghong raised her hand, gesturing for the person to wait. The 9-winged beast was called the 9-winged divine dragon. It was an ancient saint slayer. Its status was not as high as the 4 divinities of heaven, but its strength was not inferior to the 4 divinities of heaven. Its body was pitted and hard, and it was as long as a 1,000-mile city wall. Its eyes were as bright as the moon, and its wings were the canopy of heaven. Bai Zhaoju turned to look at Jiang Aijin. It was incredibly difficult for him to hand Jiang Aijin over to Hua Zhenghong. However, he did not seem to have a choice at this moment. Zhi Ming was the foundation of the Lost Island. He could afford to make any mistake. He really did not know what to do at this moment. Suddenly, Jiang Aijin said in a clear voice, "I'll go with you." "A wise man submits to circumstances," Hua Zhenghong said with a slightly smug smile. "Would you have acted differently if you knew it was going to end up the same anyway?" Jiang Aijin stepped forward. Bai Zhaoju pulled Jiang Aijin back and said, "If you really don't want to go, I can give it a try." Jiang Aijin said with a smile, "There's no need. I can handle this small problem." Jiang Aijin flew into the air and arrived in front of Hua Zhenghong. As soon as he came to a stop, the Templars surrounded him immediately. Hua Zhenghong extended her hand and said with a smile, "Hand over the hourglass of time." "I'm afraid that's inappropriate," Jiang Aijin said. This item is a taboo in the Great Void. Only those especially chosen by the temple can use it. Its former owner is the beast tamer Yu Qi. The next one will also be a beast tamer, Hua Zhenghong said as she pointed at the nine-winged divine dragon. The Hourglass of Time is able to make ancient saint slayers like this submit. Commander Qi Sheng, you're so intelligent. Don't tell me you don't understand this. Then, after a moment, Hua Zhenghong asked, "Oh, that's right. I'm very curious. Where did you find the Hourglass of Time?" Zhang Aijian replied with a smile. "Why? As his former student, do you feel flustered when you see his belongings?" Hua Zhenghong's smile froze immediately upon hearing these words. She frowned and said, "Impudent!" Boom! The sound wave swept out and struck Zhang Aijian, causing him to fly back. He was stopped by the two Templars standing behind him. Upon seeing this, Bai Zhaoju said clearly, "If you dare to hurt him, I won't let you go so easily." Hua Zhenghong boiled with anger as she looked at Zhang Aijian. Qi Sheng had mentioned this matter more than once. He had mocked her countless times, whether intentionally or unintentionally. In the past, she could still tolerate it, but the matter of her damaged light disc during the commander's competition had angered her to this day. Zhang Aijian inhaled deeply before he laughed and said, "Oh, it seems like I accidentally hit a sore spot." Hua Zhenghong said coldly, "You're not Commander Qi Sheng." White Emperor, this person is impersonating Commander Qi Sheng. He deserves to be executed. Today, I'll execute him on behalf of the heavens," Hua Zhenghong said as a red lotus appeared in her hand. Bai Zhaoju said angrily, "What a grand excuse! How dare you act impudently in front of me?" Boom! Bai Zhaoju shot into the sky as his avatar appeared. The Divine Emperor's avatar towered between heaven and earth, parting the waves and clouds. The flying beasts and the beast tamers in the sky retreated, except for the nine-winged divine dragon. It turned and looked at Bai Zhaoju's avatar, ready to attack. Hua Zhenghong held the red lotus and looked at Zhang Aijian as she said to Bai Zhaoju, "White Emperor, look carefully." Swoosh! The red lotus landed on Zhang Aijian. Crack! The red lotus cut across Zhang Aijian's mask, breaking it. Everyone looked over. Bai Zhaoju frowned when he saw the unfamiliar face. He wondered inwardly, "Who's this person?" Zhang Aijian did not expect to be exposed. He was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. He smiled and asked, "When did you find out?" Hua Zhenghong replied, "Although you tried to imitate the way he speaks, it's still a little lacking." Zhang Aijian spread his arms and said, "This reason isn't sufficient." "It's sufficient," Hua Zhenghong said. Zhang Aijian smiled and said, "Enough. Your goal is to kill me regardless if I'm the real Qi Sheng or not. You're going to label me as a fake and kill me. Isn't that right?" That atmosphere changed immediately. Zhang Aijian looked to the left and right before he said, "To go to such trouble for a fake." He clicked his tongue before he continued to say, "For a lowly person like me to receive such a treatment, I really didn't live in vain. In any case, I've lived long enough." Everyone was puzzled. They did not understand Zhang Aijian's words. Zhang Aijian brought the Hourglass of Time out and said with a smile, "Even if you're going to kill me, I should at least struggle symbolically, right?" At this time, the Hourglass of Time began to tremble. Faint blue electric arcs swept out into the surroundings before the Hourglass of Time shot out of Zhang Aijian's hand. Zhang Aijian was stunned for a moment before he muttered, "Oh no, I've gone too far." Zhang Aijian did not live in vain all these years. Having died once, he had his own means to survive. He was born and raised in Great Yan's imperial palace, a place like the cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak, so no one knew the rules of survival better than he did. He was adept at dealing with all kinds of complicated problems, and as long as he did not act recklessly, it would be very difficult to kill him. Zhang Aijian knew the effect of the Hourglass of Time. With the help of Bai Zhaoju, if he was able to activate the Hourglass of Time, it should not be difficult to solve the problem in front of him. However, he did not expect the Hourglass of Time to fly out of control. It was clearly different from when he used it previously. The power that shrouded the hourglass of time now clearly did not belong to him. The faint blue electric arcs covered the entire place at an incomprehensible speed when Jiang Aijin instinctively raised his head. He saw a figure appear above everyone before everything froze. Before he was frozen, he thought that someone had appeared and taken control of everything. The seawater froze. Hua Zhenghong, Shi Zhong, and the 10 Templars froze. Bai Zhaoju, who had the highest cultivation among the people present, also struggled with the tyrannical power of the electric arcs. The law of time was undoubtedly one of the most powerful laws to exist. The figure in the sky slowly descended before the hourglass of time flew into his hand. Then, an incomparable huge blue lightning bolt struck, capturing everyone in place. Following that, the figure appeared in front of Hua Zhenghong and launched a palm seal that accurately struck her chest. Bang! If Hua Zhenghong was conscious, perhaps, she would feel as though her soul was going to be removed from her body when the palm seal struck her. Lu Zhou put away the hourglass of time. It could not be used indefinitely, and it was not enough to deal with all these people alone. Time resumed. Splash! Hua Zhenghong fell into the sea. Bai Zhaoju, Jiang Aijin, Shi Zhong, and the Templars instinctively looked down at the sea in surprise and confusion. Blood dyed the surface of the sea red in just a moment. Hua Zhenghong's mind went blank as a sharp pain assaulted her. She had no idea what had happened. One moment, she was still in the sky, and the next, she had fallen into the cold sea. She did not know how far she had sunk. She looked at the light that was getting further and further away before she manifested her lotus. Buzz! Anger flooded Hua Zhenghong's heart as she formed a conical protective energy around herself before she rushed up and broke the surface of the water. Splash! When Hua Zhenghong returned to the sky, her anger had reached its peak. She still did not know who the culprit was, but before the water fell back into the sea, she had already brought her astrolabe out and began to attack. Lady Hua Zhenghong, who was in the midst of venting her anger, did not notice that everyone was staring at the newcomer in shock and fear. Who's so bold to attack the people of the sacred temple? Beams of light shot out of Hua Zhenghong's astrolabe. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou flashed away, easily dodging the beams of light. Ha! When Hua Zhenghong's vision recovered, she briefly saw a shadow next to her from the corners of her eyes. When she turned to look, she saw a huge palm seal falling like a mountain. Boom! The palm seal landed on Hua Zhenghong's shoulder. She was caught off guard and sent flying. She felt as though her 8 extraordinary meridians were blocked. The other party had attacked her successfully twice. As she flew back, she finally had a good look at the other party. The pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Hua Zhenghong's eyes widened, and her heart trembled. Lady Hua. Shi Zhong flew over and caught Hua Zhenghong. At the same time, the 10 Templars flew over and surrounded Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back. His expression remained calm as he swept his gaze across everyone. He was clearly not worried at all. His eyes were deep and spirited as he stared at Hua Zhenghong and said, "You dare to touch my people?" Bai Zhaoju and Jiang Aijin, who were standing behind Lu Zhou, were overjoyed. Jiang Aijin said, "So it's Senior Ji. You scared me to death." Bai Zhaoju quickly greeted Lu Zhou and said, "You came at the right time." Hua Zhenghong pointed at Jiang Aijin and said, "You're the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, but he's not Qi Sheng. How is he yours?" "If I say he is, then he is," Lu Zhou said expressionlessly. Hua Zhenghong recalled Lu Zhou's 3 moves at Cloud Domain. She was a little unwilling to face such an expert. In the depths of her heart, she thought Lu Zhou was quite similar to that person. For this reason, she had lost much of her imposing air. In the end, she still steeled her nerves and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, a wise man submits to circumstances. You've just entered the Great Void, so you probably don't know much about the rules." Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop Hua Zhenghong before he said, "Shut up." Hua Zhenghong was stunned. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Zhenghong and asked, "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to act?" Huh. Hua Zhenghong was confused. Destroy 2 light discs, and I won't hold you responsible for today's incident. The grudge between us will be settled in the future, Lu Zhou said. Only Bai Zhaoju and Jiang Aijin truly understood the meaning of Lu Zhou's words. They knew Hua Zhenghong was once a proud student of the Unholy One, after all. No one knew the specifics of what happened in the past. Perhaps, now that the Unholy One had returned, the truth would come to light. Hua Zhenghong was still trying to be civil, but upon hearing these words, she shed all pretenses and said coldly, I thought you were talented and even recommended you to the great emperor. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then there's no need for me to hold back. Lu Zhou shook his head. Hua Zhenghong continued to say, There are many people who know my identity in the Great Void. Since you have a good relationship with the White Emperor, did he not tell you anything? Bai Zhaoju? ? Lu Zhou sighed. Hua Zhenghong waved her hand. The Templars brought out their formation flags again. At the same time, the 9-winged divine dragon in the sky roared. Lu Zhou turned around and said, Retreat! Bai Zhaoju nodded and pulled Jiang Aijin before he moved 3,000 feet back in just a blink of an eye. He knew blood was going to rain down on the endless ocean soon like hell on earth. As soon as Bai Zhaoju and Jiang Aijin retreated, the golden Buddha's body appeared around Lu Zhou before he stepped forward. Bang! 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 The Templars attacked with their swords and sabers in unison. The golden Buddha's body shone around Lu Zhou, easily deflecting all the attacks. He was completely unharmed. Upon seeing this, Shizhong said in a deep voice, Lady Hua, let me do it. Shizhong flew out, looking like a streak of green light. He joined his palms together, and his eyes shone with murderous intent. In just a moment, green flames burned around his hands. Then, his hands moved to strike Lu Zhou's face. Just as Shizhong's attack was about to land, Lu Zhou's divine mark robe fluttered, and the ancient dragon soul roared. Shizhong's body trembled immediately, and his movement slowed down by a beat. He did not know when, but at some point, a huge palm seal was already flying toward him. Boom! Shizhong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was in pain. He flipped in the air and was sent flying back. Hua Zhenghong was shocked. Just how terrifying is his cultivation? Shizhong was not convinced. He stabilized himself before he shot out like an arrow again as he joined his palms together. He spat out blood, forming a blood-red dragon. Then, he said in a deep voice, Give me a hand. Understood. The 10 Templars replied in unison. They channeled the power of the flag formation to Shizhong immediately. Streaks of light entered Shizhong's body, boosting his strength immediately. Swoosh! The space in front of Shizhong began to tear as he shot toward Lu Zhou again. Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a shield expressionlessly. Bam! When Shizhong's palm seal collided with Unnamed, Shizhong froze. Even with his enhanced strength, he could not even push Lu Zhou half a step back. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou in shock. Shizhong glared at Unnamed before he said through gritted teeth, This is just the beginning. Bzzz. The space began to twist and ripple around Shizhong before he attacked again. At this moment, Hua Zhenghong said, Don't forget about me. Following that, red lotuses fell on Lu Zhou. He held Unnamed with his right hand and his astrolabe with his left hand. Boom! Jiang Aijin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Damn it! 2 versus 1. When did Senior Ji become so fierce? Bai Zhaoju raised an eyebrow before he asked, Don't you know his identity? Jiang Aijin was puzzled. I do. But his strength has yet to recover to its peak, right? Hasn't recovered? Well, we'll find out if we continue watching. If he defeats Hua Zhenghong, then he must have at least 7 light discs. Soon enough, Hua Zhenghong brought 1 light disc out. Lu Zhou raised his head and said in a deep voice, Traitor, I'll get rid of you today. Shizhong and the Templars did not understand, but Hua Zhenghong understood. She trembled immediately. She was unwilling to accept this reality, but these words shook her heart. No, I refuse to believe it. He's just trying to scare me. The power from the light disk intensified suddenly as Hua Zhenghong said, "You destroyed my light disk back then. Today, I'll repay you for that." At this moment, Lu Zhou's body shone with a faint blue light. As his hair fluttered in the air, his eyes shone with a blue light as well. Once again, the ancient dragon soul roared. Electric arcs flashed on his body, and his power increased by many times. He had mobilized the power from the painting and entered the Unholy One state again. The 4 power cores in Lu Zhou's Golden Lotus provided him with surging power in just a blink of an eye. Scram! Lu Zhou pushed Unnamed out fiercely. Boom! The energy seal around Shizhong's hands broke immediately, and the tyrannical power crashed against his chest, causing him to vomit blood as he flew back. Then, Lu Zhou raised his hand and grabbed Hua Zhenghong's light disk. The space in the area twisted continuously. The Templars were pushed back by the residual force alone. Hua Zhenghong, who was very familiar with the characteristics that manifested on Lu Zhou, widened her eyes in shock. She said tremblingly, How could it be you?" Hua Zhenghong was truly afraid. She felt as though her heart had been seized by an invisible force at this moment. She felt uncomfortable, and even breathing became difficult. Lu Zhou remained indifferent. He ignored Hua Zhenghong's question and pulled Hua Zhenghong's light disk down with his bare hands. Crack! The light disk broke. Hua Zhenghong let out a heart-wrenching cry and withdrew her broken light disk before she turned to flee. She shouted as though she had lost her mind. "Stop him! Stop him!" When the Templars saw Lu Zhou in the Unholy One state, the fear from the past seized them. Unholy One? Is he the Unholy One? The Unholy One is back. The Templars fled in all directions. Lu Zhou leaped up as Unnamed shifted into the form of a sword. A 3,000-foot-long energy sword shrouded Unnamed as Lu Zhou swung it in all directions. The fleeing Templars were cut down by Unnamed, which had been imbued with the divine Tao power. Some of them were even cleaved into 2. The strongest among the 10 Templars was just a Tao saint. Let alone him, how could the others withstand Lu Zhou's attack? At this time, only Hua Zhenghong and Shizhong, who was severely injured, were still fleeing. Lu Zhou used the great power of teleportation. Coupled with the effects of the Unholy One state, his speed was peerlessly fast. Even Bai Zhaoju could not catch Lu Zhou's movement. He exclaimed in surprise, "So fast!" When Bai Zhaoju recovered, he said to Lu Zhou, "Leave Shizhong to me." Upon hearing this, Shizhong turned around and pleaded in a trembling voice, "Why, your Majesty, please, please, no. It's too late to beg for mercy now. I've been away from the Great Void for so many years that the world seems to have forgotten about my deeds in the past," Bai Zhaoju said. Buzz! Bai Zhaoju's avatar appeared again, towering between heaven and earth as it looked down at Shizhong. All the blood drained out of Shizhong's face at this moment. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had already arrived above Hua Zhenghong. He said in a voice laden with disgust, "Beast!" Hua Zhenghong raised her head and called out, "Nine-winged divine dragon." The nine-winged divine dragon was Hua Zhenghong's only hope of escaping now. The nine-winged dragon flew over and circled the sky above Lu Zhou. However, Lu Zhou calmly threw out the Great Void token. The Great Void token hovered in the air and emitted a brilliant light. Then, Lu Zhou asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" When the nine-winged divine dragon saw the Great Void token, it flew around it twice before it quickly fled and disappeared into the horizon. Hua Zhenghong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "The Great Void token? You're the one who killed Zuekan." Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Hua Zhenghong. He stared at her with his blue eyes as he said, "How dare you talk to me in this manner?" Lu Zhou quickly launched a palm seal over. Hua Zhenghong raised her hand and unleashed a palm seal to counter the attack. Boom! Without any suspense, Hua Zhenghong was sent flying back as she threw up blood. She was completely dominated by fear at this moment and seemed to have lost her mind as she attacked in a frenzy. Countless red lotuses filled the sky and circled Lu Zhou. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou did not move at all and allowed Hua Zhenghong to attack. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he finally asked tonelessly, "Are you done?" Hua Zhenghong's breathing hitched. Lu Zhou manifested his blue avatar. Boom! Hua Zhenghong, who had been hit by the blue avatar, vomited bloody uncontrollably. In the great void, everyone believed that the fall of the Unholy One was the work of the sacred temple. Under the banner of upholding justice for the heavens, the sacred temple joined forces with many cultivators, who shared the same ideals, to annihilate the Unholy One. Among them was the Unholy One's former student, Hua Zhenghong. Hua Zhenghong was one of the Unholy One's proudest students. She knew very well what the Unholy One, who stood at the top of the world, was trying to break the shackles of heaven and earth, and she knew why he was so powerful. 100,000 years ago, no one believed the Unholy One would succeed. Eternal life was too far-fetched and sounded ridiculous. How could anyone live forever? Even common folk who did not cultivate knew that everything would return to the earth in the end. This applied even to those with the highest cultivation. No matter one's strength or status, one would eventually return to heaven and earth. Blood gushed out continuously. Hua Zhenghong felt as though all her internal organs had been crushed. Her eyes were filled with awe and fear. These feelings were too familiar. They were just the same 100,000 years ago. The blue avatar, electric arcs, and crackling noises from electricity crushed her hope completely. She did not expect the Unholy One to succeed. It was the purest form of power in the world. It was the most primitive and pure vitality energy in the world. No, I have to run. Hua Zhenghong, who was still vomiting blood, struggled before she tried to flee again. She intentionally spat her blood on the red lotuses in the air. Above the endless ocean, the red lotuses looked as though they were being swept around by a fierce wind. More and more of them began to appear. Lu Zhou's eyes were filled with contempt as he said, "You're trying to escape with the blood lotus spatial escape technique?" Following that, Lu Zhou casually tossed the hourglass of time out. Crackling noises rang in the air as the hourglass of time spun among the red lotuses. Once again, faint blue electric arcs swept out, covering a radius of 10 miles, 100 miles, and 1,000 miles in just a blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ming Xian, save me! Hua Zhenghong cried out instinctively. Her body trembled as soon as she saw the hourglass of time. Hua Zhenghong's voice reverberated in the air. Alas, only silence greeted her. Lu Zhou used the great power of teleportation, easily bypassing the red lotuses, and arrived in front of the frozen Hua Zhenghong. He struck with a blue palm seal that seemed to contain the might of a mountain. A huge tear formed in the space immediately from the sheer power of the palm seal. Rumble! Hua Zhenghong was like a broken doll as she was sent flying back. Lu Zhou retrieved the hourglass of time. When time resumed, Hua Zhenghong felt the sharp and intense pain in her chest. She lowered her head to have a look and cried out in fear. Her internal organs were further crushed. After she fell into the sea, she screamed madly, "Nine-winged divine dragon! Help me! Save me!" Not even the shadow of the nine-winged divine dragon could be seen. Who knew where it had fled to? Hua Zhenghong used all her strength and swam with all her might, trying to escape in vain. Lu Zhou flew over and looked down on Hua Zhenghong, who was struggling to move forward in the sea. Despite the difficulties and the fear in her heart, Hua Zhenghong did not give up on escaping. Alas, the endless ocean was too vast. There was no place for her to escape to in the open water. As far as her eyes could see, there was only the sea. When she looked up and met Lu Zhou's blue eyes, her fear intensified. At this moment, Lu Zhou called out in a deep voice, "Hua Zhenghong." Hua Zhenghong trembled. She stopped moving and instinctively replied, "Yes. If you're willing to kill yourself, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Lu Zhou flashed forward, drawing closer to Hua Zhenghong. His hand shone with a dazzling blue light at this moment, ready to strike. Hua Zhenghong froze. There was no way for her to escape. The difference in their strengths rendered her powerless. Her eyes reddened as she called out tremblingly, on the verge of tears, Teacher. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Zhenghong expressionless. His emotions did not fluctuate at all as he asked, Oh, you still remember that I'm your teacher? Hua Zhenghong shook her head repeatedly as she said, I beg you, teacher. Spare me. Supreme beings like Hua Zhenghong did not beg. Unfortunately, faced with such an opponent, she could only tremble and submit. Lu Zhou shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, If I let you go, how can face myself, the people of the world, and the members of Grand Mystic Mountain who died that year? Are you really going to kill everyone? Hua Zhenghong asked. Lu Zhou replied tonelessly, One might survive a disaster from the heavens, but it's impossible to survive the disaster one caused. Okay. Hua Zhenghong inhaled deeply. Her expression gradually grew determined as she adjusted her emotions. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, she called out, Teacher! Shut up! Lu Zhou scolded as he pointed at her. A thing like you who betrayed her teacher isn't worthy. That year I didn't have a chance to deal with you. Today, I'll get rid of you and make an example out of you. Hua Zhenghong took a deep breath before she said resentfully, So what? Didn't you cultivate us for your own benefit? Lu Zhou did not say anything. The divine Tao power in his hand only grew stronger and stronger. Hua Zhenghong laughed crazily. When her laughter subsided, she cried out, Why? Why should we be your stepping stones? Stubborn. Swoosh. A blue palm seal shot out toward Hua Zhenghong. She hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her. Boom! Hua Zhenghong was pushed back about 3,000 feet in the sea as she began to throw up blood again. Lu Zhou flipped his right hand, and the purple glazed ceramic appeared. Swoosh! A freezing energy swept out, covering 100 miles. The entire place was frozen in just an instant. Even the sea was frozen into ice. Hua Zhenghong's blood-drenched body was encased in the ice. Her eyes were filled with pain as she looked at the sky. Lu Zhou landed on the frozen surface of the sea and leisurely walked forward until he came to a stop in front of Hua Zhenghong. Hua Zhenghong said, filled with despair, Why? Why should we be sacrificed just so you could live forever? Why? Lu Zhou said expressionlessly, I taught you cultivation methods, and I taught the world. Don't tell me you think I was going to kill everyone in the world. Hua Zhenghong cackled like a mad woman. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand, and a wave of energy slapped Hua Zhenghong's face. He looked down at her and asked, You can still laugh? The pain caused Hua Zhenghong to stop laughing immediately. Then, she said resentfully, Eternal life is just living as long as the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth give birth to all things. What's wrong with the law of conservation? If there's life, there's death. If there's death, there'll also be life. Why is there a need to pry into the power of the abyss? What's eternal life? Can it be called eternal life when you want to use our life force to live forever? Lu Zhou frowned and asked, Is that why you betrayed me? Hua Zhenghong's eyes were bloodshot as she continued to say, I refuse to accept my fate. Why should I? Everyone has a right to live. Don't tell me that you think only you have a right to live. You studied the shackles of heaven and earth, but do you even care about the people of the world? You were short of 4 power cores. Don't tell me you didn't intend on using the 4 of us to make up for the lack of the power cores. Lu Zhou slapped Hua Zhenghong again with another wave of energy. He said in a dark tone, Evil creature, how many years have you lived? How long have you cultivated? Do you not know my path? Memories of the Unholy One appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. There were mountains, rivers, and lands from ancient times. At that time, humans had no clothing, language, or names. It was a desolate era. It was primitive and pure. He had witnessed the growth of all things, the rise and decline of life, the changing of the sun and moon, and the flowing passage of time. Lu Zhou asked, Who do you think you are to speak as though you know everything in front of me? After a moment, Hua Zhenghong laughed again. You think you're high and mighty, and your truth is the only truth. However, didn't you still fall 100,000 years ago? Lu Zhou's blue eyes flashed as he said, Then, I'll let you see today if I've fallen or not. Lu Zhou raised his hand that shone with a blue light. Crack! He grabbed Hua Zhenghong's neck and forcefully pulled her out of the frozen water. When Hua Zhenghong met Lu Zhou's blue eyes, a magical scene appeared. She saw scenes from 100,000 years ago. She was the glorious grand mystic mountain, standing tall between heaven and earth. She saw countless people kneeling in front of the Unholy One. She also saw the Unholy One's power from the abyss that could overturn the mountains, the sun, and the moon. The past replayed itself, and she even saw herself. When Hua Zhenghong was young, she joined the Grand Mystic Mountain to cultivate. When she came of age, she hunted fierce beasts in the Great Void. She saw scenes of her becoming a supreme being and forming light discs. Before the glorious scenes, she saw scenes when her days were like mud. Scenes after scenes flashed past Hua Zhenghong's eyes before realization dawned on her. She was stunned. When she tried to breathe, she found that she could not breathe. Her eyes were filled with fear and shock. Hua Zhenghong, you're unfilial and disobedient. Today, I'll sentence you to death. Lu Zhou tightened his grip around Hua Zhenghong's neck. Energy tried to surge out of Hua Zhenghong's body to repel Lu Zhou, but it was useless. He easily crushed her energy. Then he lifted his left hand and pushed her out. Boom! Hua Zhenghong, who was completely drenched in blood, flew back. Perhaps, due to Lu Zhou's long-term physical and mental oppression and the arrival of death, she had forgotten her fear in her despair. She released her vitality energy, which could generate an extremely powerful explosion. Just an explosion from a light disk that contained 300,000 years of life was devastating. One could imagine the devastation if she exploded all her light disks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 6 light disks appeared one after another around Hua Zhenghong and expanded quickly. Then they shot out in different directions above the endless ocean. Hua Zhenghong's face was stained with blood as she laughed and said, Since things have come to this, I can no longer turn back. Teacher, farewell. I hope my final move will satisfy you. Boom! As the light disks began to explode in the sky, Hua Zhenghong looked at Lu Zhou, who was shrouded by the golden Buddha's body. Following that, a blue avatar suddenly rose up and carried Lu Zhou in its arms, forming a shield around him. The blue lotus under its feet with 14 leaves spun rapidly. Then, the golden lotus appeared next to the blue lotus. The 36 birth charts on the golden lotus lit up along with the 27 birth charts on the blue lotus. Jian Bing's life heart had helped him activate 5 birth charts, raising his birth chart count from 22 to 27. Soon after, a light disk appeared. With all this, Lu Zhou withstood the explosion. Hua Zhenghong's eyes widened. Her heart raced wildly in her chest before it stopped abruptly. The frozen sea shattered from the force of the explosion immediately. Water from the bottom of the sea rose up like a tsunami as countless weak sea beasts were instantly killed. Blood dyed the sea red in just an instant. The area within 30,000 feet of the sea was filled with the sea beasts' dismembered carcasses. When Jiming felt the powerful disturbance, it could not help but lift its head, causing the seawater to rise even more. When the people on the Lost Island saw the towering wave in the far distance, they felt as though the end of the world had come. Meanwhile, the explosion from the light disks swept out, destroying everything in its path. Bai Zhaoju looked around with an expression of helplessness as he watched the shockwave draw closer and closer to the Lost Island. It was too late to stop it now. Damn it! I really can't protect my little life, Zhang Aijin said. Come here. Bai Zhaoju flashed to Zhang Aijin's side and protected him. Then, he manifested his avatar that stood in front of them to protect them. At this time, Jiming let out an angry roar. The ancient formation on the Lost Island was instantly activated. The seawater formed a 100,000-foot tall wall before it was frozen by Jiming and the ancient formation. Boom! 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 The shockwave and the tsunami were blocked by the towering wall. After an unknown amount of time, the peace finally returned to the endless ocean. In the far west of the eastern Lost Island, two avatars, one tall and one short, overlapped with each other and looked down at the sea. Lu Zhou, who was like a grain of sand compared to the avatars, flew up to the avatars' foreheads. His blue eyes swept across the sea. Hua Zhanghong, one of the four supreme beings, had long been reduced to ashes. The ancient dragon soul in Lu Zhou's divine mark robe let out a thunderous roar as though it was announcing to the world that the Unholy One, the supreme ruler whose name made the great void tremble, had returned. The carcasses of the sea beasts floated in the bloodied water. The metallic smell of blood permeated the sea breeze. It did not take long before a large number of sea beasts rushed over from all directions, fighting for food. Humans were no different from the sea beasts. It was just the law of nature. After the sea beasts finished eating the carcasses, they left. The smell of blood in the sea breeze quickly dissipated as well. The chaotic sky calmed down, and the clouds moved aside, allowing the sun to shine down on Lu Zhou, who was gradually coming out of the Unholy One's state. The divine mark robe glowed with a faint light. It made Lu Zhou look majestic, like a divine being that had descended to the mortal world. He was the Unholy One who once made the great void tremble. Lu Zhou slowly turned around and looked at the surging waves that were tens of thousands of feet tall. He put away his avatars and used the great power of teleportation as he flew. At the same time, he sensed the four power cores. He wondered about their origins and why they had such power. After their activation this time, he could feel that he was about to form his second golden light disk. He could also sense the power of the Unholy One's painting was decreasing. When the power was exhausted, he would no longer be able to enter the Unholy One's state, but at that time he would return as the real Unholy One. Lu Zhou arrived above the towering waves and looked down. He saw the huge thing in the sea. His cultivation was extremely high now. It was a far cry from his initial 8-leaf cultivation. With his eyesight now, he could easily see what most people could not. Swoosh! Lu Zhou rose higher into the sky. Even when there was no more vitality energy in the air, he continued to rise using the vitality energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi. When he looked down, he finally had a good look at the thing in the sea. It was submerged in the depths of the sea. Just a slight movement of its tail stirred up towering waves. The huge creature was Kuan. Lu Zhou, who could not find appropriate words to describe its size, thought to himself, "It's really fucking huge." The feeling of wonder was just like when he saw the 8-leaf avatar for the first time. Kuan flipped a few times as though it was swimming, stirring up countless towering waves again. Lu Zhou descended at an extremely swift speed until he landed on the surface of the sea. He looked down at Kuan. Kuan finally stopped moving. With that, the sea slowly returned to its calm state. Lu Zhou could sense Kuan's power. It was like the land that gave birth to all things. Felt indestructible. He did not use the Deadly Strike card to test Kuan's strength. There was no need for that. The Deadly Strike card was like the strongest attack of the Unholy One. If the Unholy One were around, how could he not be able to defeat Kuan? However, Lu Zhou had not gained the peak strength of the Unholy One yet. Lu Zhou looked at Kuan silently for a long time before he asked, "Are you looking for me?" As expected, a low cry sounded from the depths of the sea. It sounded as though it came from another world when it reached Lu Zhou's ears. It felt as though 100 years had passed when Lu Zhou asked again, "Why are you looking for me?" The surface of the sea began to bubble as Kuan slowly rose to the surface. Lu Zhou watched it silently. When Kuan's back touched his feet, it was as though he had returned to land. It was like a huge island was slowly emerging from the sea. This was Kuan, the entity that maintained the balance in the Eastern Endless Ocean. It barely interacted with humans, so it did not learn the human language like the divine beasts or saint slayers on land. Nonetheless, it was extremely intelligent. Could only speak using strange tones and sounds. It was deep and ancient, and it carried with it a hint of exhaustion. Its voice seemed to depict an old man in his twilight years, looking at the sunset and recounting the past. It was soothing like a lullaby. Lu Zhou did not understand Kuan's noises, but he understood its meaning. He asked, "You want to live forever?" Kuan sank slightly. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and looked at Kuan's back that seemed to stretch infinitely as he said indifferently, "It's possible to live forever. If you trust me, I'll grant you eternal life. However, for now, it's not enough." The sea began to bubble again. "With your current strength, it's not enough for you to live forever." The bubbles were bigger than before. Lu Zhou said, "If you're willing, you can lend me your divine soul pearl." A column of water shot high up into the sky immediately as a low cry rang out from below. Kuan quickly sank down into the sea again. Lu Zhou tapped his toes lightly and hovered above the surface of the sea. Then, he shook his head and said, "You don't want to give anything in return, but you have the audacity to grant you eternal life?" With Kuan's divine soul pearl, things would be much easier. However, it was clear Kuan was not willing to put in any effort. When Kuan sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared from sight, Lu Zhou flew toward the lost island. At the same time, in the sacred temple's southern hall, when Ruqing and Guanzhou appeared at the same time, their expressions were very unsightly. "What's going on?" When Ruqing asked. "Shi Zhong and the Templars went to the eastern endless ocean to capture Qisheng. Hua Zhenghong opened up a runic passage and brought the nine-winged divine dragon there to help. They're all dead except for the nine-winged divine dragon," Guanzhou said with a hint of disbelief. When Ruqing asked solemnly, "Could it be the White Emperor?" "It's possible, but the White Emperor isn't one to make an enemy out of the sacred temple. Since he wants to protect the lost kingdom, he won't cause any trouble," Guanzhou said. "Then who is it?" "There aren't many people who can kill Hua Zhenghong," when Ruqing said in a deep voice. "There aren't many divine emperors. It's impossible for it to be Emperor Xianxia. He hasn't left Xianxia Hall at all. Emperor Tu Wei is dead. The Black Emperor is in seclusion. This leaves the Scarlet Emperor and the Azure Emperor. There's also that mysterious expert who defeated Hua Zhenghong during the commander's competition. In my opinion, he's the most suspicious," Guanzhou speculated out loud. When Ruqing shook his head and asked, "Then, what about Zue Can?" "Zue Can died at Grand Mystic Mountain, and no one knew how he died." Guanzhou fell silent. When Ruqing looked out of the hall before he said, "Brother Guan, there's something I don't know if I should say." Guanzhou raised his hand and interrupted when Ruqing immediately. He said, "I know what you want to say. I was worried when Emperor Tu Wei died, but I keep feeling that something is wrong." When Ruqing shook his head and said, "No, you don't understand. I'm not talking about the unholy one. Ha! There's another person who's more than capable of doing this." When Ruqing said meaningfully, Guanzhou's eyes widened in shock immediately, and he said, "Don't say it. Zue Can and Hua Zhenghong are dead. It's hard for me not to think about it. What if he's also following teacher's path?" When Ruqing said in a hoarse voice. Guanzhou staggered back. At this time, a Templar's voice rang from outside. The great emperors invited the two supremes to the main hall. When Ruqing and Guanzhou looked outside of the hall in unison with expressions of dismay on their faces. The news spread really fast, when Ruqing said, "If it's really as you said, then this is too terrifying," Guanzhou said. He was very unwilling to believe when Ruqing's words. When Ruqing said, "Let's go to the main hall later. Let's go to Nine Peaks Mountain first." Nine Peaks Mountain was where the nine-winged divine dragon lived. When Ruqing and Guanzhou flashed outside the hall, "Please report to His Majesty that we'll be there soon." "Understood," the Templar said before leaving. Guanzhou and when Ruqing looked at each other before they flashed away. Nine Peaks Mountain. The 9 peaks were protected by the 9 wings of the 9-winged divine dragon. They also protect the sacred temple from the wind and rain. The 9-winged divine dragon was a creature left over from ancient times. It was one of the rare and few saint slayers that were not intelligent. This was also the reason that humans were able to control it. Their sacred temple had many fierce beasts, and among them, there were divine beasts and saint slayers. The beast tamers were naturally in charge of taming and keeping the beasts under control. After the fall of Xianxia, the Templars were given control over Nine Peaks Mountain. Previously, Shi Zhong was one of the people in charge of Nine Peaks Mountain, and he also listened to Hua Jinghong's orders. Today, there were no wings protecting the Nine Peaks Mountain. It was empty. At this moment, the nine-winged divine dragon was crouching in a valley next to the Nine Peaks Mountain. It looked too frightened to move. When Guanzhou and Wen Ruqing appeared, Wen Ruqing descended like a feather in front of the nine-winged divine dragon. He called out in a deep voice, "Nine-winged divine dragon." The nine-winged divine dragon opened its eyes that were like dark bottomless abysses. Supremes. The nine-winged divine dragon's voice was like that of an old man. It was weak and lacked confidence. When Ruqing asked bluntly, "You went to the Eastern Endless Ocean with Lady Hua, right? Everyone is dead. Who did it?" When the nine-winged divine dragon that finally calmed down heard Wen Ruqing's words, the terrible memory from today returned to it again. Its voice trembled as it said, "G Great Void Token." Wen Ruqing frowned. The Great Void Token was originally in Zue Kan's hand. Why did it appear in the Eastern Endless Ocean? The Great Void Token originally belonged to the ruler of the fierce beasts. In ancient times, when humans were still in their primitive state, the fierce beasts' lives were glorious. They ruled the lands. It was the fierce beasts' most glorious time. Their ruler was what the human called a dragon. There were many kinds of dragons, and the ruler of the dragon clan at that time was called Zhu Zhao. According to history written by humans, Zhu Zhao was praised as the god of the universe that nourished all living things. The Great Void Token was Zhu Zhao's belongings. It was said that at the end of its reign, Zhu Zhao turned into the blazing sun in the sky to illuminate the world. Hence, the Great Void Token was something that all fierce beasts respected. The nine-winged divine dragon replied in a low voice, It's him. Who?" Wen Ruqing asked. Unholy one?" Wen Ruqing asked. The nine-winged divine dragon nodded as it said tremblingly, "Too terrifying. He's the only human who can control such power. He's back." Wen Ruqing and Guanzhou's hearts trembled. Their eyes flashed with shock and nervousness. Wen Ruqing continued to ask, "Are you sure? You'll have to pay a heavy price if you lie." The nine-winged divine dragon's words were too unbelievable. The duo refused to accept it. It was just like how Hua Jinghong refused to accept it when she saw Lu Zhou, who had entered the Unholy One's state. They had all planned and participated in annihilating the Unholy One. They had seen the Unholy One fall into the abyss with their own eyes. It was not possible for him to come back to life. The nine-winged divine dragon's voice continued to tremble as it said, Look." The nine-winged divine dragon's eyes flashed twice before a mysterious energy surged out of its eyes. Wen Ruqing and Guanzhou seemed to have been pulled into a dark world filled with stars before they saw a battle above the endless ocean. They saw a figure whose hair fluttered in the wind as blue electric arcs flashed on his body. His blue eyes looked at the sea and seemed like they could look into one's soul. The divine mark robe fluttered in the wind as the blue lotus spun quickly. Although the scene only lasted for a few seconds, it thoroughly shocked Wen Ruqing and Guanzhou. "Teacher." The duo broke free from the nine-winged divine dragon's power. Their hearts raced wildly in their chests, and even breathing became difficult. The nine-winged divine dragon remained silent. What it had shown the duo spoke volumes about what it had seen. Wen Ruqing's eyes were unfocused as he stumbled back, clearly frightened. He gulped before he turned around and called out, "Jiguan, Zhou. How's this possible?" Guanzhou said loudly, filled with disbelief. Wen Ruqing hurriedly said in a hushed voice, "Calm down. You have to calm down." Guanzhou said, agitated, "Calm down. How can I calm down?" Wen Ruqing said loudly, "Then, what are you going to do? Don't tell me you're going to look for him now." If he really came back to life, we can confirm two things. 1, he has mastered the resurrection technique. 2, he's yet to regain his strength, so he's no match for the great emperor. Otherwise, he would have already slaughtered his way into the sacred temple. Wen Ruqing said. Guanzhou felt better after listening to Wen Ruqing's analysis. He said, "However, sooner or later it'll be our turn. Although it looked like teacher earlier, there are many details that are different," Wen Ruqing said. Guanzhou carefully recalled the scene earlier. Wen Ruqing continued to say, "His avatar is extremely pure, and his blue lotus has 14 leaves. Moreover, that robe has the ancient dragon soul. These aren't the same as teacher." Guanzhou nodded and said, "The strength isn't the same either." Wen Ruqing looked to the left and right before he said through voice transmission, "That's why my earlier speculation in the hall is still possible." Guanzhou inhaled deeply. His back was drenched in cold sweat. If Wen Ruqing's speculation was right, then it would explain a lot of things. If Wen Ruqing was right, it meant that Ming Xian was walking down the path that the Unholy One paved. The duo's hearts raced even faster in their chests. Even as supreme beings, they could not avoid this primal reaction. They were not exempt from human emotions and desires. Guanzhou asked, "What do we do now? Do we go to the sacred temple?" Guanzhou surveyed the vast lands before he flew up. The great void and the unknown land were vast. There were also the 9 domains. If they wanted to live life on the run, it was not impossible to find a place to settle down. Just like the 4 emperors of the Lost Land, they could leave the great void. Wen Ruqing said, "It's too early to draw a conclusion now. Let's go to the sacred temple first. If it's really teacher who's returned, things would be easier to deal with." Guanzhou nodded. Clearly, the duo feared Ming Xian the most. As soon as Guanzhou nodded, he shook his head again and said, "No, I'd rather it's Ming Xian than to see him again." The news of the battle at the Eastern Endless Ocean and Hua Jinghong's death spread quickly through the sacred temple and the 10 halls of the Great Void. The Templars' deaths could not be concealed as well since all their life stones shattered. For a while, the 10 halls of the Great Void were in a state of panic. The young cultivators, who did not understand the Unholy One, were worried. It did not take long before a rumor began to circulate in the Great Void. The return of the Unholy One would bring chaos to the world. Xihe Hall. Lan Xihe paced back and forth anxiously. After a long time, Ouyang Ziyun appeared in the hall. His face was ruddy, and he could barely conceal his good mood as he bowed and called out, "Holy Maiden." Lan Xihe said, "The Unholy One has returned? Is Mr. Ouyang not worried?" Ouyang Ziyun said with a smile, "What's there to worry about? Even the sacred temple isn't worried. We just have to wait and see." Lan Xihe sighed. "The Unholy One is evil. We must kill him." Ouyang Ziyun laughed out loud before he shook his head and said, "You're still young. Do you know the Unholy One?" Lan Xihe shook her head. "This is the consensus in the Great Void. What else is there to know?" Ouyang Ziyun sighed lightly and placed his hands on his back before he explained earnestly, "No, things aren't as simple as you think. Do you really think the Unholy One, whom everyone condemns, is evil? Isn't he?" Lan Xihe asked, puzzled. "Let me ask you, how profound is the Unholy One's cultivation?" Ouyang Ziyun asked. "In my opinion, he should be the only one who's able to stand shoulder to shoulder with great Emperor Ming Xian. Even if Emperor Chongguang were alive, he still won't be a match for the Unholy One." "That's right. How can a person with such a high cultivation be bothered to slaughter all living beings? If he's greedy for power, he'd only focus on seizing power. If he's really bloodthirsty, why would the members of the Grand Mystic Mountain respect him so much? If he's so vicious, why did the intelligent beasts leave 9 Peaks Mountain after the sacred temple was established?" Ouyang Ziyun asked. Lan Xihe was rendered speechless by these questions. Seeing that Lan Xihe could not answer the questions, Ouyang Ziyun chuckled and said, "You'll understand once you mull over these questions. Just wait and see." Lan Xihe said with a sigh, "It's not just that. Xihe Hall's heaven-suppressing pestle has been taken away by the nihilist congregation. If we don't repair Xianxia's pillar of destruction soon, I'm afraid it'll collapse." "So what if it collapses?" Ouyang Ziyun let out a long sigh and said, "The Great Void has been peaceful for far too long. It's time for an upheaval." Lan Shihe looked at Ouyang Ziyun with a complicated expression and asked, Mr. Ouyang, what are you saying? Lan Shihe felt that Ouyang Ziyun's stance was not right. How could he say such a thing? Ouyang Ziyun hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, I was just speaking nonsense. Holy maiden, don't take it to heart. Lan Shihe felt helpless. In the great void, there was not one person who could speak the truth. After a moment, she said, I need to discuss this matter with Commander Qishang or Pavilion Master Lu. Lan Shihe turned to a female attendant and asked, Has Pavilion Master Lu returned to the Great Void yet? The female attendant shook her head and said, There's no news so far. Lan Shihe said, Mr. Ouyang, I'll leave Shihe Hall to you. I'll be back soon. Wait. However, before Ouyang Ziyun could finish speaking, Lan Shihe had already disappeared. He muttered to himself, I'm afraid a conflict or misunderstanding might arise between both of you. I really hope Emperor Chongguang's grudge won't continue. At the same time, on the eastern Lost Island, Bai Zhaoju's Dao Hall was quiet and elegant, and there was a subtle fragrance that permeated the air. Lu Zhou sat on the floor. He was very satisfied with the environment. He said, as though a huge battle did not just take place recently, to be able to bring the Lost Kingdom to its current state. Not bad. Bai Zhaoju said with a smile, Thank you for your praise, Pavilion Master Lu. Jiang Aijin said with a cheeky smile, Senior Ji, I really didn't expect you to have such means. That Hua woman was really too arrogant. What happened to her? Lu Zhou replied in a leisurely manner, Dead. Bai Zhaoju. At this time, it dawned on Bai Zhaoju that the entire thing was definitely going to stir up trouble. He also understood now why Lu Zhou praised the Lost Kingdom. In other words, they were now in the same boat. Jiang Aijin said with a sigh, I give up. Killing her is tantamount to declaring war on the sacred temple. I think Old Seventh is going to have a headache again. Bai Zhaoju shook his head and said, I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about are those two girls. Bai Zhaoju was referring to Lu Zhou's fifth and sixth disciples. Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin had already left Bai Zhaoju's side for their respective halls. Although not many people in the Great Void knew that the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was the Unholy One, most people knew that Hua Zhenghong's death had something to do with the Eastern Lost Island. Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin were both related to the Eastern Lost Island. This might pose a danger to them. Jiang Aijin said, There's no need to worry. Things will work out on their own. Zhao Yu is now the commander of Zhuyong Hall, and Emperor Zhuyong is a timid person who doesn't dare to stir up trouble. I don't believe he'll dare to act against Zhao Yu. As for Yi Tianxin, she's the commander of Rozhao Hall. Rozhao Hall doesn't have a backbone, and it only has 1 or 2 Dao Saints. I don't think they'd be able to do anything to her. Bai Zhaoju nodded before he said, However, things are chaotic now. Nothing is certain. There's a reason the sacred temple is able to stand at the top for so long. Don't underestimate it. They only know that the Unholy One has returned, but they don't know that Senior Ji is the Unholy One, Jiang Aijin said. Lu Zhou said, This matter will spread sooner or later. Help me inform them so they can be prepared. Jiang Aijin nodded before he said with a smile, In fact, our worries are unnecessary. Mr. First and Mr. Second are always on guard, and they're very strong. Very few people can harm them. Those divine lords won't dare to recklessly make a move. After all, they have to consider the Azure Emperor as well. Mr. Third and Mr. Fourth also have the support of the Scarlet Emperor. As for Miss Ninth and Miss Tenth, they're protected by Emperor Xianxia. Perhaps only Mr. Eighth's situation is slightly precarious, but he's surprisingly tough. In any case, it's still nothing to worry about. I have to say, Old Seventh's plan is amazing. Bai Zhaoju said, It's easy to deal with the dangers that we can see, but don't forget to guard against hidden dangers and petty schemes. It's better to be careful. Bai Zhaoju had always been a cautious person. Jiang Aijin nodded. The White Emperor is right. Bai Zhaoju ignored Jiang Aijin's words of flattery and said, Wait, you deceived me for so long. What crime do you think that is? Bai Zhaoju, a divine emperor, was deceived by a mere Dao saint for so long. He felt like his dignity had been trampled on. Jiang Aijin laughed awkwardly before he said, "The White Emperor is broad-minded. I'm sure you won't hold a grudge against me, right?" Bai Zhaoju studied Jiang Aijin carefully. The way the other party talked and behaved had changed greatly compared to when he was impersonating Qisheng. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He naturally preferred the confident way that Qisheng, or Si Wuya, spoke and carried himself. Finally, he said, "That's not necessarily true. After all, I'm so human, and I'm not exempt from feelings such as anger." Jiang Aijin waved his hand and said, "Please don't. At the very least, I came to return Zhi Ming's divine soul pearl to you. It's very tiring for me to pretend to be him. Moreover, in terms of talents, I may not necessarily lose to him." No matter how Bai Zhaoju looked at him, he did not think Jiang Aijin looked very talented. Lu Zhou, who had remained silent all this time, finally said, "This person is like my eyes and ears in the Golden Lotus domain. You can rest assured in terms of his ability." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhaoju nodded. How could someone who gained the approval of the Unholy One be without abilities? Moreover, clearly they had a long history, and their relationship was not ordinary. With this, he changed the topic and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Lu Zhou said, "Since I've returned to the Great Void, I'll naturally take back what I've lost. Ming Xian has the Templars and the 10 Halls supporting him. It won't be easy to deal with him," Bai Zhaoju said with a sigh. After carefully counting, there were not many talents on their sides. The opponents had the cultivators from all of the 10 halls. Jiang Aijin shook his head and said with a smile, "I disagree. The news of the Unholy One will soon spread throughout the Great Void. At that time, the 10 halls will start taking sides. All these years I've been impersonating Qisheng, so I know a thing or two about the 10 halls. On the surface, they obey the sacred temple, but in reality, they're all very dissatisfied. Moreover, the owners of the 10 Great Void Seeds are all Senior Ji's disciples, and they're now the commanders of the 10 halls. Who knows? We might have all 10 halls on our side." Bai Zhaoju was still very worried. No matter what, until the time comes, we still don't know how they'll choose. After a pause, he asked Jiang Aijin, "Do you know why Ming Xian is able to remain undefeated for 100,000 years?" Jiang Aijin said, filled with convictions, "No matter the reason, he's no match for Senior Ji." Bai Zhaoju glanced at Lu Zhou before he said, "I'm not underestimating Brother Ji. It's just that Ming Xian is confident for a reason." Lu Zhou was rather curious, so he said, "Tell me about it." "Ming Xian has a lot of treasures, and just one of them is enough to change the outcome of a battle," Bai Zhaoju said. Jiang Aijin nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Lu Zhou had also suspected this. Ming Xian was not moved by treasures such as the Hourglass of Time or the Great Void Token. He even gave them to the people below him to use. It was obvious the treasures in his possession were not simple. Bai Zhaoju continued to say, "The only supreme treasure that belongs to Ming Xian that everyone knows about is the Scales of Justice. The scales can change its size. It can sense the balance between heaven and earth. It'll know as soon as there's an imbalance. It was originally placed in front of the main hall in the sacred temple to show the temple's authority and might. It was also used to guide the 10 halls and the Templars. After the imbalance, Ming Xian took back the scales. The second function is that any cultivator who fights against its owner will be forcefully balanced by the scales. The first function was easy to understand, but the second was rather confusing." "Forcefully balanced?" Jiang Aijin asked, perplexed. "For example, the gap between our strength is like clouds and the mud. However, if you own the Scales of Justice, my strength will be reduced to that of Dao Saint, which is your cultivation. This is fair and balanced. Do you understand now?" Bai Zhaoju said. "Damn! It's so magical." Jiang Aijin cursed as his eyes widened in surprise. Bai Zhaoju nodded. This is one of the reasons why he's so powerful. After a while, Jiang Aijin frowned again. Then he said, "That's not right. If that's the case, the scales are useless against me. It'll either elevate my cultivation to his, which is impossible, or it'll demote his cultivation until it's like mine. In that case, he might not be a match for me. Bai Xiaoju smiled and said, Naive. Do you think he'll use the scales on himself if it's unfavorable to him? He can use it however he wants. Zhang Aijin was enlightened upon hearing these words. He cursed inwardly. Damn! That's a fucking cheat. Zhang Aijin smacked his thigh and complained. If he uses some random lackey to balance me, I'll be dead. Doesn't this mean he's invincible? Even Lu Zhou did not expect the scales of justice to have such a function. No wonder he looks down on the hourglass of time and the great void token. If it's really as Bai Xiaoju said, then Ming Xian's strength has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Bai Xiaoju said, these are only two known functions. No one knows if it has any other functions. Moreover, apart from the scales of justice, who knows what other treasures he possesses? No one has seen him use them. The sacred temple is too powerful, after all. There's no need for him to personally make a move. Brother Ji, you were in the great void from the beginning, so you know more. Zhang Aijin turned to look at Lu Zhou and thought to himself, you're really amazing. Even Ming Xian didn't leave the great void at all. But you went to stay in the Golden Lotus domain. You must have wanted to experience the life of the common folks, right? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I don't know about the scales of justice. Bai Xiaoju said skeptically, Brother Ji, you don't know about it? Then Ming Xian really hid it very well. Before the great void ascended to the sky, Ming Xian indeed never used the scales. After the great void ascended, he suddenly brought the scales out and suppressed the 10 halls. Zhang Aijin asked curiously, then, where did he get his treasures from? Bai Xiaoju said, I'm afraid no one knows. However, there was a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. Back when the land split, Brother Ji was focused on studying the shackles of heaven and earth, so he didn't realize that the world had changed. At that time, Ming Xian seized the chance and went to the Great Maelstrom. The Great Maelstrom? Zhang Aijin asked. That's the center of the endless ocean. It's said that the currents there are so strong that weak cultivators can't even go close. Bai Xiaoju explained. Zhang Aijin asked, Senior Ji, have you been there as well? Lu Zhou searched the Unholy One's memories. Unfortunately, he did not find anything relevant. He knew the Unholy One must have been there, but he just did not possess those memories. Bai Xiaoju continued to say, I suspect he found all his precious treasures there. The world is really filled with wonders. Humans will always be like frogs living at the bottom of a well, Zhang Aijin said with a sigh. My words are to remind Brother Ji to be careful. Now that Brother Ji's identity has been exposed, it'll be even more dangerous. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to rely on the 10 halls to stand at the top of the great void, Bai Xiaoju said. Zhang Aijin nodded and said, in that case, I must quickly find a place to hide. Farewell, both of you. Bai Xiaoju, ? Lu Zhou, ? Bai Xiaoju stopped Zhang Aijin. Wait, if you want to leave, you must bring Qi Sheng back. He's fine. He's staying in the Evil Sky Pavilion now. Wuxia is really lucky to have met you, Zhang Aijin said with a smile. Bai Xiaoju recalled the poem that Xianxia brought out during the commander's competition when he heard the name Wuxia. Soon after, a shocked expression appeared on his face as realization dawned on him. He asked, so Qi Sheng's also Brother Ji's disciple? Zhang Aijin shrugged and spread his arms. His expression seemed to say, what do you think? Lu Zhou sighed and said, slightly emotionally, that disciple of mine has had a hard life. He had been to the brink of death several times. He would have died long ago if he weren't lucky. He's good at everything, but he's a little conceited. Bai Xiaoju nodded in understanding. Zhang Aijin thought to himself, you usually like to suppress your disciples and rebuke them. Who knew you actually secretly like to praise them so much? Bai Xiaoju said, perhaps he's destined to live. I'm still waiting for him to return to inherit the lost kingdom. Zhang Aijin chuckled and said, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I think he already has someone in his heart. By Zhaoju? ? Don't look so surprised. When he was in the Golden Lotus, he was admired by many women, Zhang Aijin said. Bai Zhaoju asked, how does this conflict with inheriting the Lost Kingdom? Zhang Aijin was speechless. All right, there's no conflict. You're right. Bai Zhaoju looked at Lu Zhou and said, Brother Ji, if you don't mind, you can stay on the Lost Island for a time. Hua Zhenghong died along with quite a few Templars. I'm afraid Ming Xian won't let this go. Lu Zhou said, he won't act rashly. Why do you say so? Bai Zhaoju asked, puzzled. He's still waiting for me to pave the way for him, Lu Zhou said with a faint smile. Many people yearn for eternal life, and he's no exception. Bai Zhaoju deeply agreed with Lu Zhou's words. The sacred temple that strongly opposed breaking the shackles of heaven and earth finally veered off the path. The dragon slayer had now become the evil dragon. At the very least, the unholy one had openly sought eternal life. On the contrary, the sacred temple hid in the dark and did questionable things while pretending to oppose eternal life. Bai Zhaoju asked respectfully, then, Brother Ji, may I ask if you've already understood it? Lu Zhou did not nod or shook his head. Instead, he said, 100,000 years ago, I was fumbling along the path. 100,000 years later, I'm walking the same path. I will only succeed. I will not fail. Like many others, Lu Zhou hated failure and liked success. If the Unholy One could not walk to the end of the path, then he would complete the journey for the Unholy One. As his cultivation increased, he increasingly felt like he was the Unholy One, and the Unholy One was him. The memories he obtained seemed like his own experience. At this moment, Your Majesty, a white-clad cultivator walked in. When he saw the situation in the hall, he hesitated. What is it? Speak, Bai Zhaoju said. There's news from the Great Void. Cracks are showing on the pillars of destruction at Shidij and Xianxia. The sacred temple has already sent many people there. I'm afraid they're about to collapse. Bai Zhaoju frowned and rose to his feet immediately. Is it true? Yes. Seeing the anxious expression on Bai Zhaoju's face, Lu Zhou said calmly, if they collapse, so be it. The Great Void won't collapse for at least another 100 years. Don't worry. Brother Ji, aren't you worried? Bai Zhaoju was puzzled. Although he did not like the sacred temple, he did not want to witness the tragedy that would come with the collapse of the sky. Zhang Aijin, who recalled Si Wuya's words, said, Your Majesty, isn't it better if the sky collapses? Bai Zhaoju turned to look at Zhang Aijin. Zhang Aijin said confidently, If you look back at the long river history, you'll see that every change was not without reason. Every change, good or bad, shaped the present. Bai Zhaoju remained silent. Zhang Aijin continued to say, The Great Void tried its best to maintain the balance and protect the pillars. Now that the pillars have begun to collapse, how long do you think the Great Void can hold on? 100 years? 300 years? 1,000 years? Regardless, what will come will come. It'll collapse sooner or later. Your lost kingdom won't be affected. When the time comes, the Great Void will fall, and the darkness will leave, allowing the sun and moon to shine again. That's the world that heaven and earth intended it to be. As Zhang Aijin spoke, he gestured passionately with his hands like a poet reciting a poem, putting on a posture that he thought was very handsome. Bai Zhaoju appreciated Zhang Aijin's words and thought they made sense. He nodded and sighed. I'm old, and my thinking isn't as good as you young people. Perhaps you're right. The older one was, the more conservative one would become. There was no right or wrong. However, in this case, Bai Zhaoju thought perhaps it was fine to be more radical. At this moment, Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and said, Since the Lost Island is safe, I won't stay any longer. Bai Zhaoju hurriedly said, Brother Ji, why don't you stay for a few more days? I'll help you with whatever matters you need to do. I really want to talk to you until late at night. There are many things that I've hidden in my heart that I have to say out loud. We're now in the same boat. If you leave now, won't my lost kingdom be in danger? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "You'll be fine. I still have important matters to attend to. I'll see you another day." Jiang Aijian naturally understood Bai Zhaoju's thoughts. He chuckled and said, "If I were still pretending to be Qisheng, I'd come up with a plan for you. Although my identity has been exposed, I'll still give you an idea. Ming has already woken up. With his ability, it's easy to change location. The endless ocean is vast, after all. Moreover, the people of the Lost Kingdom won't even notice you're moving. Ming was extremely big. Hence, if it moved, most people would not even sense it." Bai Zhaoju looked at Jiang Aijian and said, "You have a point. All right, in that case, I won't keep you. Farewell," Jiang Aijian said as he cupped his fists together at Bai Zhaoju. With that, Lu Zhou and Jiang Aijian left the Lost Kingdom and returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The news of the Unholy One's return and the signs of collapse appearing on another two pillars of destruction stirred up an unprecedented commotion in the Great Void. There were also the deaths of Hua Zhanghong and the Templars. The 10 halls of the Great Void in particular were extremely anxious. In the main hall of the Sacred Temple, when Guanzhou and when Ruqing arrived, they bowed at the same time and called out, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Ming Xian was as calm as usual as he paced back and forth in a leisurely manner. When the duo arrived, he glanced at them and said, "You're back." These words seemed to indicate he knew where the duo had gone. Guanzhou and Wen Ruqing were still troubled, but they answered honestly. "We went to Nine Peaks Mountain to see the nine-winged divine dragon." Ming Xian nodded slightly before he said, "I already know about Hua Zhanghong's death. She left the Great Void without permission and went to the Eastern Endless Ocean to stir up trouble. Even if she didn't die, I wouldn't have let her off easily." The duo was perplexed. They did not understand why Ming Xian would not spare his own people during such a critical time. Nonetheless, outwardly, when Ruqing nodded and said, "She deserves to die," Guanzhou and even when Ruqing, who said those words, felt very uncomfortable because of those words. Ming Xian looked at the duo and asked indifferently, "I know what you're thinking. You were once his students, after all. Are you afraid of him?" The duo did not speak. Ming Xian looked out of the hall and said emotionally, "You've been with me for 100,000 years. There are some things I shouldn't hide from you. If he's really back, perhaps, this might be an opportunity." "An opportunity?" The duo exchanged a look. 100,000 years ago, I also investigated the origins of the shackles. Because of that, I went to the Great Maelstrom. It was there that I obtained the scales of justice. It was also at that time that I caught a glimpse of the secret to eternal life," Ming Xian said. "Eternal life?" Guanzhou and Wen Ruqing looked at Ming Xian in shock. The Sacred Temple did not believe in eternal life and firmly opposed it. The Unholy One was condemned and besieged by the people of the world precisely because he sought eternal life and sought to break the shackles. Ming Xian looked at the duo as he continued to say, "However, even after 100,000 years, I still can't figure it out. Kuan in the East is old. A great void seed is old after 30,000 years old. The Great Void is too vast and too high up, and after 100,000 years it's also old." The duo did not understand what Ming Xian was saying at all. They could only listen quietly. Ming Xian let out a long sigh and said, "Everything in the world is getting older. Some things are destined. Rather than resisting the current, it's better to let nature take its course." When Ruqing asked in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, another two pillars have collapsed. Are we really not going to intervene?" "Of course we are," Ming Xian replied. Then, he turned to the duo and said, "It depends on whether both of you are willing to do something about it." The duo shuddered and fell to one knee immediately. "Both of us are loyal to Your Majesty and have no other intentions." There was a hidden meaning behind Ming Xian's words. In other words, if they did not show their loyalty, something bad would happen. Ming Xian nodded. "Remember, don't do anything wrong. Don't follow in Hua Zhanghong's footsteps. If you follow the right path, I will not mistreat you. Go and help the owners of the Great Void comprehend the Great Tao as soon as possible." "Understood," the duo said before leaving the sacred temple. Rumble. Soon after Guanzhou and when Ruqing left, a thunderous noise reverberated through the entire Great Void. The land in Rozhao Hall began to shake violently. Many people from the sacred temple and many cultivators flew to Rozhao Hall immediately. Under Rozhao Hao was Xianxia's pillar of destruction. At this moment, the cultivators of Rozhao Hall were at loss over what to do. Yuan Ji, the former commander of Rozhao Hall, summoned all the cultivators to the main hall for a discussion. The temple has sent news. They request help from the 10 halls to help the owners of the Great Void seeds to enter the upper core of the pillar as soon as possible to comprehend the Great Tao. The temple places a lot of importance on this matter. The Unholy One has returned, but the temple isn't thinking about ways to deal with the unholy. Instead, they're more concerned about the owners of the Great Void comprehending the Great Tao. This isn't appropriate at all. Commander Yun has a point. I keep feeling like those 10 people who suddenly appear in the Great Void are very suspicious. Apart from Qisheng, all of them are fellow disciples. At this time, a cultivator walked in. He gulped before he said, "Commander, we heard rumors that the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion might be the Unholy One." Commotion broke out immediately. Everyone was shocked. He's the Unholy One? How's this possible? Then the new commander Yi Tianxin, isn't she the Unholy One's disciple then? We've worked so hard to restore glory to Rozhao Hall. In the end, are we only helping the Unholy One? Someone said resolutely, "No, I won't allow it. A wicked person who walks the unorthodox path can't be allowed to bear the title of the commander of Rozhao Hall." I agree. I'm against it as well. The temple is really too muddle-headed this time. Since the first pillar collapsed, they haven't done anything. The heaven-suppressing pestle is so important, and yet they insisted we hand it over to Commander Qisheng of Two-Way Hall. The pillars are showing signs of collapsing, and Qisheng has disappeared along with the heaven-suppressing pestle. They're all treating us like clowns. These righteous words stirred up everyone's ire. Rozhao Hall was without a master and had been following the sacred temple's arrangements all along. The sky was about to fall, but the sacred temple was dismissive of them. It was only natural that they were furious. "Commander Yuan, what do you think we should do?" "We'll listen to you." Commander Yuan has been working diligently and silently for Rozhao Hall. However, the sacred temple created a rule and founded the commander's competition. It's nothing more than to weaken the power of the 10 halls. This matter can't go on like this. Yuan Ji raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. After everyone fell silent, he said, "This matter is beyond my expectations as well. However, we can act rashly now. We have to see the other hall's stances. If the Unholy One has truly returned, then we can only rely on the sacred temple. Don't forget, we were part of those who participated in ambushing the Unholy One back then." Everyone became listless immediately. They hated the sacred temple and were dissatisfied with the temple's way of handling matters. However, with the threat of the Unholy One, they had no choice but to rely on the sacred temple. "I have an idea." "Speak." "Since Yi Tianxin is our new commander, we'll just act as usual. Show her respect as usual and bring her to the Pillar of Destruction's upper core to comprehend the Great Tao as the temple ordered. However, at the critical moment we'll replace her with Commander Yuan. We can come up with an excuse to deceive everyone else. Moreover, regardless of the temple's attitude, there's no way they'll want a disciple of the Unholy One to enter the upper core of the pillar." The Pillars of Destruction were divided into 2 parts. The bottom part in the unknown land was generally referred to as the Pillar of Destruction as well, while the upper part at the Great Void was referred to as the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction. The source of the Great Void energy came from the upper core, and it was also the place to comprehend the Great Tao. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Ji's eyes lit up. No one would remain unmoved when faced with the Great Tao after all. "I agree." Yuan Ji felt his blood boil, and a sense of excitement rose in his heart. He rose to his feet and said in a clear voice, "I'm truly indebted to everyone's favor. All of you are my best brothers. Since everyone's so supportive of me, I can't let all of you down. We'll follow this plan and bring Yi Tianxin to the upper core. Yes, everyone agreed immediately. The other halls must have also heard about the rumors regarding the Unholy One. We have to be careful and keep this plan a secret. Everyone nodded in unison. Yi Tianxin, who was resting in a Dao hall in Rozhao Hall, was unaware of everything. Those from the hall had been respectful to her since the day she joined the hall. She did not bother with other things and focused on cultivating every day. When Yi Tianxin was just finished with her daily cultivation, a female attendant walked in and said with a bow, "Commander, the sacred temple has ordered for you to head to the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction to comprehend the Great Tao. Commander Yuan and the elders have also received the order to bring you there." Yi Tianxin had been waiting for this day for a long time now. She nodded and said, "I understand." When Yi Tianxin left the hall, she recalled the thunderous noise earlier, so she asked, "How's the pillar?" "It looks like it's going to collapse," the female attendant replied honestly. Yi Tianxin nodded. No wonder everyone's so anxious. Soon enough, Yi Tianxin saw Rozhao Hall's flying chariot waiting for her. When she flew into the flying chariot, she saw Yuan Ji and many elders of Rozhao Hall already waiting. She noticed their strange gazes on her and asked with a slight frown, "Do I look terrible?" Yuan Ji quickly smiled and said, "No, no, no. Commander Yi is a beauty who can topple a nation. Everyone can help but take a few more looks, that's all. I hope Commander Yi can forgive us." Yi Tianxin sensed that the matter was not as simple as that. Their expressions truly did not look right. After a brief moment, she asked, "What happened in the Great Void? The pillars look like they're going to collapse." "Everyone's naturally worried," Yuan Ji explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin said, "Don't worry too much. My master is in the Great Void. With him around, all of you will be fine." "Are you mocking us? Your master is the Unholy One. Are you planning to let him deal with us in one fell swoop?" On the surface, she looks pure and flawless, hiding her vicious heart. Outwardly, everyone smiled awkwardly and tacitly remained silent. Yi Tianxin did not care about what the others were thinking. Her current goal was very simple, and it was to follow Qi Shang's arrangements and enter the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction under the Sacred Temple's order to comprehend the Great Tao. After successfully comprehending the Great Tao, she would be able to become a supreme being. For 200 years, all of the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion had been working hard to achieve this goal. As such, Yi Tianxin hardly paid attention to Rozhao Hall's affairs. The flying chariot flew past mountains and rivers toward the northeastern direction of Rozhao Hall. In a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides, Yi Tianxian saw an oval building. The building was green, and the top was pointed. It emitted a faint green light. From above, the lush trees and mountains made the entire place look like it was brimming with vitality. When they entered the valley, they felt refreshed. The smell in the air was intoxicating. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. "Commander Yi, this is your first time coming to the upper core of Rozhao's Pillar of Destruction, right? The upper core is right in front of you. It has been here for a very long time, and its root is in the unknown land. The pillar absorbs energy and nutrients and sends them to the upper core. It can be said that the upper core is the lifeblood of the Great Void," Yuan Ji said. Yi Tianxin asked curiously, "What will happen in the future?" "Once the pillar collapses, it may not be immediate, but the upper core will soon follow since no energy is being supplied to it," Yuan Ji said with a sigh. "That's right. That's why the sacred temple and the 10 halls place such great importance on the pillars. The ones who will be most affected are the common cultivators. The lack of great void energy and vitality energy will cause them to lag behind. The energy in the upper core won't last for long after the collapse. Fortunately, the great void doesn't allow the use of formations to extract the energy. Otherwise, our Rozhao Hall will be finished this time." Yi Tianxin nodded before she asked again, "How long will the upper core last once the pillar collapses?" "About 50 years or so. If the pillar is not mended, it'll begin to decline and fall. At that time, I'm afraid Rozhao Hall will no longer be able to return to its glorious days." Clearly, They still hoped that the pillar would be mended. Many people in the Great Void shared this hope, living in their fantasies. Alas, the Great Void would fall sooner or later. It would reach its end just like a person's life. The flying chariot came to a stop 300 feet away from the oval entrance of the upper core. A golden barrier shone at the entrance. Yuanji looked around before he brought something out. He held it up and blew on it, producing a sound. The sound echoed in the circular valley, and many fierce beasts responded to it, seemingly repelled. Yuanji explained, "There are many fierce beasts here. Among them, there are divine beasts and ancient saint slayers." Yitian nodded. "Thank you. You've worked hard." "It's my duty," Yuanji said with a smile. Ro Zhaohal's survival depends on Commander Yi after all. At the same time, many cultivators flew out of the flying chariot and lined the sides of the entrance. Yuanji looked at the golden barrier and said, "It's not easy to enter the upper core. There's almost no hope for those below the stage of a Dao Saint to enter the upper core. Even for those at or above the stage of a Dao Saint, they'll have to depend on luck to enter as well. Owners of the Great Void Seeds naturally have a higher chance of success. The Great Void Seeds grew in the Pillars of Destruction, after all. The same energy that nourished the seeds rose up through the Pillar of Destruction to the upper core in the Great Void. "Commander Yi, please enter," someone said. Yuanji looked at the golden barrier, and his heart was filled with expectations and anticipation. It beat rapidly as though it was jumping in joy. He tried to stay calm as he said, "Commander Yi, please." Yi Tianxin looked at the golden barrier and nodded slightly. She turned to look at everyone and said, "I've cultivated with my master for many years, and I've made a promise to myself. No matter what happens, in life and in death, I will protect the Evil Sky Pavilion. After comprehending the Great Tao, I'll leave Ro Zhaohal and return to my master's side. I hope everyone can forgive me." Apart from Yuanji's, everyone's expressions were a little unnatural when they heard these words. They thought that Ro Zhaohal was truly not the same as before. Even the position of commander was so easily discarded. Fortunately, they did not have any expectations for Yi Tianxin to begin with. Hence, they did not take her words to heart at all. At this time, Yuanji smiled and said, "Commander Ye's honesty is very touching. No matter what, I represent the hall to thank you for taking care of us." Yuanji's words sounded sincere, and his expression also looked sincere. Humans can easily weave the most beautiful lie with their mouth, face, and eyes, hiding their filthy thoughts. Yi Tianxin nodded slightly in response before she turned around and flew toward the entrance of the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction. Her movements were graceful and nimble as she flew. When the golden barrier sensed her approach, it began to buzz steadily and energy began to stir. Yi Tianxin inhaled deeply, mustering up her courage, before she made her way toward the golden barrier. The air seemed frozen as the golden barrier shone brighter and brighter. The entrance was like a golden passageway. It looked deceptively welcoming. When Yi Tianxin touched the golden barrier, she felt an elastic force strike her. Following that, golden lotuses appeared in the air and fluttered in the air around her like golden butterflies. Yuanji was slightly surprised when he saw this. It's the same method as Lady Hua. On second thought, their master and teacher are the same person. This isn't surprising. The respected and fearsome Unholy One is also a master and a teacher. Alas, he didn't teach his students well, causing his downfall. Yi Tianxin felt the force trying to push her away, so she quickly imbued more energy into her golden lotuses. The two forces fought against each other as buzzing noises reverberated in the valley. Yuanji, who was watching, felt his blood boil as his heart raced wildly in his chest. He sighed inwardly. As expected of the owner of a great void seed, a normal Dao Saint would definitely be sent flying during the first attempt. However, she managed to stand her ground. Yi Tianxin's eyes shone with determination. At this time, there were no other thoughts in her mind. She was fully focused on advancing. The golden lotuses flew in front of her and opened up a path for her. At the same time, the force that repelled her grew stronger and stronger. Boom! When the force swept over, Yi Tianxin was pushed back a few steps. She reacted quickly and stomped her feet, causing the upper core to shake as well. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Yi Tianxin held her ground before she took another step forward. At the same time, the golden lotuses shone brighter than before. The upper core buzzed. The weak green light was not completely covered by the golden light of the barrier. Yuanji clenched his hands and muttered inwardly, "She has to succeed." Yi Tianxin frowned and gritted her teeth. She raised her head to the sky and spread her arms as energy burst forth. In just an instant, the golden lotuses rapidly grew in size. Bam! When the golden lotuses grew, the golden barrier shattered into spots of starlight, dissipating into heaven and earth. Peace returned to the upper core. After the golden barrier disappeared, the oval passage behind the barrier was revealed to everyone. "It's done," Yuanji exclaimed. Everyone from Rozhao Hall did not expect things to go so smoothly. They had never heard of anyone entering the upper core so easily. Yi Tianxin had succeeded with just one attempt, and it had taken less than 15 minutes. They gulped as they looked at Yi Tianxin's slender back in shock and disbelief. Now that the golden barrier was gone, it meant that anyone at or above the Tao Saint stage could enter the upper core to comprehend the Great Tao. This was the best path to becoming a supreme being. It was widely acknowledged by cultivators in the Great Void as the shortest path to becoming a supreme being. Yi Tianxin could not help but feel excited. She took a few deep breaths as she looked at the dark passageway and thought to herself, "It would be great if they could see this scene." Yi Tianxin was always thinking about her fellow disciples from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yi Tianxin looked at the passage and felt her mood improve. This passage led to the peak of cultivation, and she had to seize the opportunity. After taking another deep breath, she took a step onto the passage. At the same time, a voice called out from behind, "Commander Yi, please wait." Yi Tianxin did not know much about comprehending the Great Tao. She thought they were going to advise her, so she turned to ask, "What is it?" Yuanji smiled and said, "Commander Yi, please don't rush in. You don't know much about the upper core after all. Let me tell you the way to comprehend the Great Tao." Yi Tianxin nodded. She had hoped for this. "Thank you. Please speak." Yuanji said awkwardly, "You'll have to step out of the passage. There might be remnant energy from before, so we don't dare to approach." Yi Tianxin did not think much of it and walked out. However, not long after she exited, she noticed the cultivator moved to block the entrance of the upper core. Although it was strange, Yi Tianxin did not think much of it. She looked at Yuanji and said, "Please speak." Yuanji smiled and nodded. Then he said smugly, "Thank you very much, Commander Yi, for opening the passage to the upper core." Yi Tianxin raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Yuanji waved his hand and said, "Commander Yi, please rest in the flying chariot." Yi Tianxin frowned. Are you trying to stop me?" "I'm not trying to stop you," Yuanji said. "Rozhao Hall has been suppressed for so many years, and we have to do the sacred temple's biddings. However, we're not fools. We won't do something like helping the enemy. So, Commander Yi, please forgive us." Yi Tianxin was puzzled. "Helping the enemy? I won the position of commander of Rozhao Hall, and none of you objected. What do you mean by this?" "That was before." Yuanji said, "Commander, you should know this very well. Why do you treat us like fools?" Yi Tianxin said, "What are you talking about? I've always been honest with all of you." Yi Tianxin was really confused. She did not understand what Yuanji was trying to say. Finally, she said, "In any case, I've opened the passage. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from entering and comprehending the Great Tao. Since you're so insistent, don't blame us for not being polite," Yuanji said before he waved his hand and ordered, "Take her down." The cultivators of Rozhao Hall moved in unison, surrounding Yi Tianxin. Countless avatars appeared around the upper core at once. The atmosphere turned tense in just a blink of an eye. The cultivators' movements were decisive and consistent. It was clear to Yi Tianxin now that this was not a sudden decision. It was clearly premeditated. She asked expressionlessly, You dare to make a move? Yuanji said dismissively. Why not? If you want to die, we'll grant you your wish. When the time comes, we'll say you suffered a backlash while comprehending the great Tao and died as a result. Then he said to others, Now! Swoosh! A golden lotus bloomed under Yi Tianxin's feet before karmic fire began to burn. At the same time, flaming golden lotuses shot out in all directions like golden butterflies. This was her life-saving technique. Bang! 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 The cultivators were repelled by Yi Tianxin's golden lotuses. Yuanji flew out and unleashed countless energy seals. You can't deal with all of us alone. Yi Tianxin waved her hand, and her weapon, the amorous hoop, flew out. It was shrouded in light and power of the Tao as it spun out. Just like this, an intense battle broke out at the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction at Rozhao Hall. Blue Waves Technique. Energy like powerful waves slammed into the avatars in the air as the amorous hoop attacked the avatars one after another. Boom! 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 The battle continued to intensify. Buzz! Yuanji nodded before he manifested his avatar. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. The green avatar soared up into the sky and advanced toward Yi Tianxin like a huge mountain. The duo was competing with the pure power of the Tao. Yi Tianxin used the power of the Tao and flashed to the sky above the upper core. Yuanji said in a deep voice, You can't run. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hidden experts flew out one after another from the flying chariot. With this, the only two Tao saints in Rozhao Hall appeared. One stood in front and one stood behind. The one in front was Yuanji. Yuanji said, Stop your futile struggle. We've planned this beforehand. If you want to blame someone, you can blame your master. Initially, Yi Tianxin was not angry. It was just a conflict of interest, after all. However, she grew furious when Yuanji dragged her master into the matter. She said angrily, What does this have to do with my master? No matter the reason, you'll have to be punished for dragging my master into this matter. Boom! The golden lotus grew bigger as the amorous hoop flew back to the avatar, releasing wave-like energy. The fierce beasts within 100 miles of the upper core felt the powerful tremors and fled in all directions. Take her down. She's alone. What can she do? As soon as Yuanji's words fell, the cultivators from Rozhao Hall flew up one after another and surrounded Yi Tianxin again. The amorous hoop spun and began to burn with flames as well. Then, it flew out, tearing through space, attacking the cultivators in the surroundings. Bang! 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 A cultivator, who was hit by the amorous hoop, plummeted from the sky as he kept losing his birth charts. The other avatars that came in contact with the amorous hoop were instantly burned. Yuanji frowned. What a powerful weapon! Swoosh! Yuanji no longer held back. Together with another Tao saint, he manifested his avatar again. He raised his hand and sent a dazzling palm seal toward Yi Tianxin. Boom! 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 Yi Tianxin sensed the other party's strength had increased greatly, so she quickly lowered her altitude. She did not care about the others from Rozhao Hall, but she knew she had to guard against the two Tao saints. Yuanji said, Commander Yi, it's better to surrender. A meaningless struggle only wastes both our time. You overestimate yourself, Yi Tianxin said before she rose to the sky again. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators pounced on her again. Yuanji said in a deep voice, You're the one who's overestimating yourself. How many years has it been since you became a Tao saint? You really think you can defeat us? Buzz! Buzz! The two Tao saints brought their astrolabes at the same time. One had 33 birth charts, and the other had 34 birth charts. Yuanji was a great Tao saint. Boom! The beam of light from Yuanji's astrolabe was clearly different from that of the other Tao saint. It hit Yi Tianxin's amorous hoop and sent it crashing against the nearby mountain. When the shockwave rolled out, Yi Tianxin hurriedly unleashed a palm seal to block the shockwave. She was pushed quite a distance back. The shockwave caused her blood and qi to churn, making her feel slightly uncomfortable. Upon seeing this, The cultivators of Ro Zhao Hall cheered, and their fighting spirit rose greatly. They looked at Yuanji's astrolabe with eyes that shone with joy and pride. Yuanji smiled. "What do you think? Great Tao Saint?" Yi Tianxin cocked an eyebrow. Yuanji nodded and said, "Yes, it happened 10 years ago." Yi Tianxin stared at Yuanji as she waved her hand. The amorous hoop buzzed and flew back. "Why bother?" Yuanji asked. "So what if you're a great Tao Saint?" Yi Tianxin said as her eyes shone with determination. At this time, the Tao Saint and cultivators from Rozhao Hall flew up to the sky and began chanting. In just an instant, the energy began to surge near the upper core. Yi Tianxin felt the pressure multiply. At the same time, she felt as though her primal qi was being drained by her surroundings. As time passed, the feeling became even more uncomfortable. Yuanji chuckled. "What do you think? Are you surprised?" Boom! Suddenly, an energy saber flew over and accurately pierced the back and heart of a cultivator from Ro Zhao Hall before exiting through his chest. He did not even have time to cry out before his avatar disappeared and he plummeted to the ground. Then, a voice rang from the distance, echoing Yuanji's earlier words. "What do you think? Are you surprised?" Yuanji was shocked. Everyone turned in unison to look in the direction of the voice. They saw two people flying over from afar at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. The person on the left held a saber in his hand while the person on the right carried a sword on his back. The duo flew at the same speed, looking elegant and graceful. Yuanji's expression changed drastically. "These two people are..." Yi Tianxin's next words seemed to send everyone from Rozhao Hall to hell. She said happily, "Greetings, first senior brother, second senior brother." The cultivators of Rozhao Hall trembled. Yuanji recalled how the duo had defeated their opponents during the commander's competition and seized the positions of commander. What are they doing here? Shouldn't they be at their respective halls? When Yuanji reacted, he quickly said, "Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Commander Ye's cultivation is indeed profound. We were just testing her ability before she enters the upper core to ensure. The more Yuanji spoke, the less confident he became. His confidence faltered even more when he saw the faint smile on the swordsman's face. The swordsman suddenly drew the sword on his back with his right hand. Then, he shook his head and said with a faint smile, "I'm very sorry, but the way you speak is very annoying." Yu Shangrong flashed and arrived in front of Yuanji. In just an instant, the sword in his hand released countless energy swords. He flashed around, leaving afterimages in his wake. His speed was so fast that almost everyone from Rozhao Hall could not see him at all. Swoosh! Yuanji was in shock, but he still tried to resist. However, before he could even make a move, Yu Shangrong had already returned to his original position and sheathed his sword. Everyone, including Yuanji, was stupefied. Yuanji's right hand trembled uncontrollably. He looked down in fear and trepidation and saw the many wounds on his body. The scariest wound was one that was so deep that it seemed to have reached his bone. It was unlike the other bloody wounds. The scariest thing was he did not feel anything at all. He did not understand why the gap between them was so huge when they were both great Tao saints. After Yu Shangrong sheathed his sword, he said in a leisurely manner, "I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a choice. You can end it yourself, or I can end it for you." Yuanji gulped. He no longer had the bearing and air of a great Tao saint, and his arrogance had completely disappeared. He knew without a doubt he was no match for the duo in front of him. The duo's performance during the commander's competition was too terrifying, and their strength was close to a lesser supreme being. The air at the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe at this moment. Yuanji steeled himself and said solemnly, "Your cultivation is profound, and I admire you. However, this is Ro Zhao Hall's matter and has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to cause a dispute between the 10 halls, it's best if you don't interfere in this matter." As soon as Yuanji's voice fell, Yu Shangrong's longevity sword, which had just been sheathed, flew out with a swoosh. An energy sword that was tens of feet long appeared immediately. As soon as Yuanji heard the swooshing noise, he felt the approach of a fatal danger. His many years of combat experience spurred him to retreat instinctively. Then, he quickly pushed his hand out and held his astrolabe in front of him. Boom! 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 Just as Yuanji expected, the energy sword shot toward him with a speed that could not be captured. The energy sword struck his astrolabe repeatedly, forcing him back 300 feet, 3,000 feet, and he was still retreating. Commander! The cultivators of Rozhao Hall cried out, alarmed. Just as the other Dao Saint was about to make a move, Yu Zhenghai said, "Whoever dares to make a move will be killed without mercy." Everyone stopped talking and moving out of fear. Who would dare to step forward and help Yuanji at this time? Boom! 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 The sound of the energy sword striking Yuanji's astrolabe continued to reverberate in the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction at Rozhao Hall. The others could only silently watch the one-sided battle. Yuanji's astrolabe could no longer withstand the tyrannical power of Yu Shangrong's sword strike. His eyes widened, and his heart pounded in his chest. Just as he was debating if he should put his astrolabe away to avoid further damage, Yu Shangrong said, "Isn't it too late for you to think about putting your astrolabe away now?" Ha! Yuanji looked at Yu Shangrong's longevity sword, and it took him a moment before he saw a circle of golden leaves at the tip of the sword. Then, he exclaimed in shock, 17 leaves? Swoosh! With the help of the lotus leaves, the longevity sword shot out and pierced Yuanji's astrolabe with a force that could shatter space. Faced with the 17 leaves, the laws were useless. Then, light burst forth in the sky as a primal chi storm appeared. Yuanji cried out he had lost a birth chart. His strong desire to survive made him lose his mind, and he roared, "I'll kill you!" While the primal chi storm raged, Yuanji endured the intense pain and the chaotic primal chi that was flowing in reverse in his meridians as he attacked in a frenzy, unleashing countless energy seals. Snowy mountain, traceless sword. Yu Shangrong brandished his sword again. His speed was so fast that it was impossible for everyone to gauge his exact speed. Everyone watched as the energy swords formed a golden sphere around Yu Shangrong. Primal restoration. Yu Shangrong joined his palms together. A thunderous noise rang in the air as the energy swords closed around Yu Shangrong and the longevity sword shot and pierced through Yuanji's protective energy. Yuanji threw up blood violently before a bloody hole appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out the wound, and his eyes widened, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Yu Shangrong's back was facing Yuanji, and his right hand was raised, holding the longevity sword. The energy swords had already disappeared, and the sun glinted off the longevity sword. The primal chi storm continued to wreak havoc briefly before it finally dissipated. There was no need to continue fighting. Yuanji had already suffered heavy injuries. These injuries would continue to devour his vitality energy and birth charts until he died. The blood one-sided battle terrified the cultivators of Rozhao Hall, and they retreated one after another. Even Yuanji was no match for the other party, let alone them. At this time, Yu Shangrong opened his right hand and said, "Return to the sheath." Swoosh! The longevity sword flew back into the sheath. At the same time, the 17 faintly discernible leaves slashing at Yuanji, cutting his vital points, flew back toward Yu Shangrong and disappeared from sight. Everyone watched as Yuanji plummeted to the ground, dumbfounded. Still, no one dared to move. They were afraid Yu Zhenghai would kill them. Suddenly, the Dao Saint from Rozhao Hall fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy without hesitation. Mercy! Yu Zhenghai only glanced at the others briefly before he ignored them. Yu Shangrong flashed and returned to his original position. Yi Tianxin bowed to her senior brothers and said, "Tianxin thanks senior brother. If it weren't for your senior brother's help today, I'd be in trouble." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister, there's no need to be so polite. It was 7th junior brother who told us to help you." 7th junior brother? Yi Tianxin was puzzled. Then, She added, Qisheng. That's right. Are you sure? Yes. Yi Tianxin was overjoyed. I've always suspected it was him, but I didn't expect it to be true. Where is he now? He's cultivating and resting in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He'll be back soon, Yu Shangrong replied. Yi Tianxin nodded. Then, she looked at Yuanji and said, Do you think we're too heavy-handed? Yu Zhenghai said, We can't show mercy to this kind of people. Seventh junior brother has said that he must die. What's the reason? Seventh junior brother's words are reason enough, Yu Zhenghai said. Yi Tianxin thought that her eldest senior brother was quite strange today. In any case, since he's already dead, there's no point in saying anything else. Yu Zhenghai said, Enter the upper core. All right. Yi Tianxin nodded. She bowed at the duo before she flew to the entrance of the upper core. Yu Zhenghai looked at the cultivators from Rozhao Hall and said, If anyone dares to move, I'll kill them. Everyone trembled, not daring to move. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stood side by side as they watched Yi Tianxin disappear into the upper core. As soon as Yi Tianxin entered the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction, the entire place turned pitch black, and the entrance seemed to have closed behind her. Yi Tianxin looked around and sensed the extremely rich great void energy up in the air. There was also a faint fragrance that permeated the air in the upper core. The place seemed to be teeming with vitality. It was just that there was no sunlight. Yi Tianxin was still at a loss over what to do when streaks of light appeared in the darkness. The sun, the moon, and the stars that were like rivers and mountains appeared. It was like the vast galaxy with no end in sight. In the unknown land, Xianxia's pillar of destruction continued to show signs of collapsing with no power of earth to mend it. Boom! Everyone felt the vibration from the pillar of destruction that rippled out from a radius of 100 miles to 1,000 miles to 10,000 miles. The indescribable energy swept out and engulfed the fierce beasts and plants in and near Xianxia. The earth shook, and the mountains shook along with it, causing rocks to tumble down. There were also many mountains that collapsed. The rivers surged and overflowed. Rumble! The commotion caused the great void to panic. During the past 100,000 years, all the cultivators, old and young, had never witnessed such a scene. No one knew what would happen if the great void truly fell. Would humans cease to exist? Would heaven and earth cease to exist? In the sacred temple, Ming Xian hovered in the sky with his hands on his back. His expression was calm, and no hints of concern could be seen on his face at all. He looked at the scales of justice in front of him as the earth shook. Then he sighed softly and said to himself, It's been 100,000 years. I've tried my best. I hope the next era will give humanity a new life. The 10 halls of the Great Void sent many cultivators to the unknown land. The fierce beasts in the unknown land and the Great Void had begun to move at this moment. Even the beasts at Nine Peaks Mountain had left. They no longer followed the law of balance and began to attack humans. It did not take long for blood to rain down on the unknown land. Due to the narrow and distant passages that connected the 9 domains to the unknown land, the 9 domains were relatively safe. Rozhao Hall's upper core of the Pillar of Destruction. A beam of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, the shaking earth finally caused the upper core to crack. The web-like crack stunned everyone. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong glanced at the upper core before Yu Zhenghai said, Rozhao's upper core is about to collapse. Xianxia's Pillar of Destruction should have already collapsed. Junior sister should have succeeded, Yu Zhenghai said. The duo nodded. At this moment, a Templar from the sacred temple suddenly showed up and said loudly, His Majesty has ordered that anyone who stops Yi Tianxin from comprehending the Great Tao will be heavily punished. Yu Shangrong glanced at the Templar and said, Thank you for your good intentions, but everything is going smoothly. The Templar glanced at the cracking upper core and the beam of light that shot into the sky before he cupped his fists together and said, That's good. I'll return to report to His Majesty immediately. Go ahead. The Templar flashed and left very quickly. At the moment the beam of light disappeared. Boom! The upper core shattered into pieces. It was reduced to a pile of rocks in just a moment. The rubble and debris flew up in the air from the great force. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong quickly used their energy sabers and energy swords respectively to repel the flying rubble and debris. Meanwhile, the cultivators from Rozhao Hall were sent flying. Some of them died and some of them were injured. Only a few of them managed to block the flying debris, rubble, and rocks. Even Rozhao Hall's flying chariot was quickly shattered. When things finally calmed down, everyone saw the white-clad Yi Tianxin hovering in the air with her arms spread out. Specks of starlight shone around her, and she looked otherworldly, untainted by the mortal world. At the same time, a strange energy surged faintly around her. Clearly, her aura and cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. In her Dantian sea of qi, the great void seed was emitting a rich green light. It's done. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong looked at Yi Tianxin, who seemed like she had been reborn, with anticipatory expressions on their faces. They could already imagine the scene when they comprehended the great Tao. They did not care about the trembling earth or the disappearance of the upper core at all. On the contrary, when the cultivators from Rozhao Hall saw the disappearance of the upper core, they were filled with sorrow and despair. This signified the decline of Rozhao Hall after all. The disappearance of the upper core in Rozhao Hall meant that they were no longer able to rely on the upper core to provide Rozhao Hall with energy. While the cultivators moved toward the place where the upper core used to be, Yi Tianxin hovered in the air. The raging vitality energy gradually calmed down. Although Yi Tianxin had already comprehended the great Tao, it took another 1.5 hours before she stabilized her cultivation. During this time, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong stood unmoving, protecting Yi Tianxin. The great void was vast. Just Rozhao Hall alone occupied tens of thousands of miles of land. The 9 domains could hardly compare to the sacred temple and the 10 halls, let alone the entire great void. Everyone from Rozhao Hall's territory should be arriving soon, Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Xiangrong nodded and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter since junior sister has already comprehended the great Tao." Yu Zhenghai said, "What I mean is, should we fight them or avoid a confrontation? Eldest senior brother, you can decide." "I'll follow your decision," Yu Xiangrong said. "I'm not as smart as you, so you decide. Even when I was in the Nether sect, I mostly listened to 7th junior brother." As expected, cultivators flew toward the upper core from all directions. Not only were there experts from Rozhao Hall, but all ordinary cultivators from Rozhao Hall's territory were here. Although their cultivation was like mud compared to the experts, they had numbers on their side. If the great void collapsed, no one would be able to remain unaffected. At that time, chaos would descend on the world. If the masses reacted, a river of blood would flow before they were suppressed and the world changed. The sacred temple did not bother suppressing the masses because Ming Xian had already foreseen the outcome. Since the outcome had already been determined, there was no need to waste time and energy to change the unchangeable. "Senior brothers," Yi Tianxin called out with a joyful expression on her face. "I've already comprehended the great Tao." Yu Zhenghai smiled. "Congratulations, junior sister." "Congratulations, junior sister." Yu Xiangrong echoed. Yi Tianxin arrived in front of the duo in just a blink of an eye, surprising the duo. Then, she said, "Thank you for protecting me, senior brothers. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Indeed, without Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong, how could Yuan Ji and the others from Rozhao Hall allow Yi Tianxin to comprehend the great Tao so easily?" Yu Zhenghai asked, "How do you feel?" Yi Tianxin thought about it for a moment before she said, "I can't explain it, although I understand it. It's like being in the middle of the vast universe, feeling the vast and boundless greater world. There are no boundaries. I also feel like many things are within my grasp. For example, that mountain looks very far away, but it feels so close that I can easily touch it." Yi Tianxin raised her hand before a shocking scene appeared. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Tianxin vanished into thin air and appeared next to the mountain. When she lowered her hand, she returned to her original position. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Xiangrong exchanged a look. This was clearly a great law that only supreme beings could comprehend. The great law of space. The duo felt envious. Yi Tian looked at her hand in surprise. She did not expect this at all. Junior sister, you did well. You've just comprehended the great Tao, but you're already able to grasp the great law of space. Once you form your light disk, you'll be a true supreme being, Yu Zhenghai said. Thank you for your praise, senior brother. Yi Tianxin, who was in a good mood, said, it's different for everyone when they enter the upper core. When I comprehended the great Tao, many illusions appeared. Fortunately, they didn't affect me. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Yu Zhenghai nodded. Do you remember the time we went to the Pillars of Destruction? The pillars all recognized a specific quality. These qualities will help us to solve difficult problems more easily when comprehending the great Tao. You're very persistent, you have a clear distinction between love and hate, and you have a strong will. Those illusions naturally wouldn't affect you. Yi Tianxin beamed in joy from the praise. Her usually cold image had disappeared at this moment as she thanked Yu Zhenghai for the second time. Thank you for your praise, senior brother. Senior brother, you'll be even stronger than me once you comprehend the great Tao. Yu Shangrong said, all right, let's not flatter each other for now and focus on how to solve the problem before us. Yu Shangrong pointed at the large number of cultivators on the horizon who were drawing closer and closer. Yi Tianxin, who had just comprehended the great Tao, had exceptional eyesight now. She frowned as she looked at the cultivators and said, it's a pity that the sky is about to fall. There's nothing we can do to stop it. They're all innocent and hard-working people. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother. I think, the trio said in unison, it's best we leave. With that, the trio flew away like shooting stars. The cultivators looked at the 3 streaks of light in the sky. Someone shouted, we can't let her continue comprehending the great Tao. The sky is about to fall. At that time, we'll all die. We must protect the upper core. The sacred temple and the 10 halls lied to us. The commander's competition was just a trick to deceive us. Charge! When the cultivators saw the destroyed upper core in Rozhao Hall, they grew even angrier. It's over. The upper core is gone. Rozhao Hall is doomed. Without the upper core, how are we going to survive in the future? The great void was located up in the sky, and the upper cores, through the pillars of destruction, provided vitality, energy, sustenance, and air to the great void. Without these, how could they survive? The newcomers looked at the cultivators from Rozhao Hall. Some of them were injured to the point where they could not move. Someone said, these useless people from Rozhao Hall can't even protect the upper core. Damn it! Damn it! Chaos descended at the upper core immediately as a large number of cultivators pounced at the people from Rozhao Hall. They were desperate to change the situation and save themselves. Before that, they had to tear down the obstacles that stood in their way. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Yi Tianxin traveled through a runic passage and appeared in Zhu Yong Hall's territory. Yu Zhenghai said to Yi Tianxin, according to Old Seventh's deduction, you and junior sister Zhao, you would have the most trouble comprehending the great Tao. Your second senior brother and I protected you. Now, we'll protect junior sister Zhao Yu. Yi Tianxin nodded. No wonder you arrived at the right time. Then what about the Azure Emperor? Initially, he planned to supervise us when we comprehend the great Tao. However, he suddenly had a feeling that pillars of destruction would collapse as a result. Hence, he no longer cares about us comprehending the great Tao. The Azure Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Scarlet Emperor had wanted to send them to the 10 halls because they hoped to return to the Great Void. However, now the Great Void was about to fall. Their return had become meaningless. Yi Tianxin asked, then, how's third and fourth senior brothers? We're not sure about the Scarlet Emperor's stance. He brought both of them away, and we don't know where they've gone. The 2 of them have yet to go to Xuanyi Palace and Changyu Hall. Yu Zhenghai replied. Yu Shangrong said, there's no need to worry. The Scarlet Emperor won't do anything out of line. Let's follow the plan first. All right. With that, the trio rushed toward Zhu Yong Hall. At the Evil Sky Pavilion's Golden Court Mountain, Lu Zhou, Jiang Aijian, and Bai Zhaoju appeared in the sky. Bai Zhaoju looked around and enjoyed the scenery for a moment before he said, what a good place. If the lost island becomes unsuitable for living, I should set up a place on the mountain next to this place so we can be neighbors. What do you think, Brother G? Jiang Aijin smiled and said, You'll regret it if you do that. What do you mean? With Senior G around, things will get chaotic. I mean, the mysterious phenomena will only disturb you, Jiang Aijin said. You have a point. Bai Zhaoju nodded. He knew what the Unholy One was like. The Unholy One liked to study the shackles of heaven and earth and sought eternal life. It was inevitable for there to be strange phenomena at the Evil Sky Pavilion. In the past, it was like that at Grand Mystic Mountain as well. Lu Zhou said, Let's go. The trio descended. Those in the southern pavilion who sensed the energy fluctuations rushed over immediately. The first person the trio saw was Si Wuya, the seventh disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Si Wuya, who had recovered his health and cultivation, looked as scholarly as he did before. He was confident and a little arrogant. When he saw the trio, he bowed and said, Greetings, Master White Emperor. Jiang Aijin pointed at himself and asked, What about me? You? Forget it, Si Wuya said. Jiang Aijin? ? Princess Yongning, who was standing behind Si Wuya, covered her mouth and laughed softly. Then, she bowed and said, Greetings, Pavilion Master, White Emperor, and Third Brother. It's little sister who treats me the best. Unlike some people who don't respect their elders. Little sister, please take care of that annoying husband of yours, Jiang Aijin said. Si Wuya felt rather speechless. On the contrary, those words caused Princess Yongning to blush in embarrassment. She hurriedly said in a low voice, I'll go and prepare tea for everyone. After saying that, Princess Yongning hurried away. Bai Zhaoju laughed. Then he walked up to Si Wuya and patted his shoulder. I was wondering why you didn't want to stay in the Lost Kingdom. It turns out you already have someone in your mind. Si Wuya only laughed and said, I've let you see a joke, White Emperor. Lu Zhou glanced at his surroundings before he asked curiously, Where's Ling Guang? A hint of sadness appeared on Si Wuya's face as he said, He's already left. Lu Zhou sighed, unsurprised, before he said, He's already completed his mission. From now on, you're the fire deity. Yes, Master. This was Ling Guang's will and also his master's orders. How's Li Yunzheng? Jiang Aijin asked. He's resting. He won't be able to get out of bed for a while, Si Wuya said. Jiang Aijin sighed. It's fate. He'll be fine, Si Wuya said. He raised his head to look at the sky before he continued to say, Master, I received news that the Sacred Temple wants the owners of the Great Void Seeds to comprehend the Great Tao as soon as possible. I'm worried there'll be changes. You still have spies in the Great Void? Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya smiled and said, Great Saint Duanmu is still in the Sacred Temple. There's also your old friend, Mr. Ouyang. Lu Zhou thought about the old man he had seen in the Cloud Domain and Shiha Hall before he nodded. Si Wuya's expression turned grave as he said, The most important thing now is to warn the 9 Lotus Domains about the possible invasion from the Great Void. Jiang Aijin was puzzled. Why? Early this morning, I suddenly thought of something, Si Wuya said. I studied the ancient goatskin map again. If the Great Void falls, the first to suffer will be the cultivators of the Great Void and the unknown land. There's only one way for cultivators from the Great Void to survive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Aijin exclaimed in shock, By invading and moving to the 9 Lotus Domains? That's right, Si Wuya said. Based on the general strength of cultivators from the Great Void, although cultivators from the 9 Lotus Domains have improved greatly, they're still no match for those from the Great Void. I'm afraid the 9 Lotus Domains will suffer from the invasion. Bai Zhaoju's expression turned grave as well. If that happens, things are more serious than we imagined. Do you have any good ideas? Lu Zhou asked. The Sacred Temple is unwilling to step out to suppress the quell the masses. I'm afraid the temple has already predicted this. I'm afraid the battle ahead of us will have to depend on Master and everyone else. In other words, The only people who could stand against the sacred temple and the great void were the unholy one and his disciples who were racing against time to comprehend the great Tao. Master White Emperor, please have a chat in the hall, Wuxia said as he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Everyone walked into the hall. After taking a seat, Bai Zhaoju looked around in admiration. Although it was not as glorious as the great void, it was beautiful in a down-to-earth manner. Most importantly, this was the Unholy One's cultivation ground. If the Unholy One was willing, Golden Court Mountain could be the second Grand Mystic Mountain. Lu Wenjun, Princess Yongning, walked into the hall with a pot of tea and cups before she poured tea for everyone. Jiang Aijin said with a sigh, "My sister is a princess of Great Yen, and yet, she's reduced to being someone's maidservant. How pitiful, how pitiful." Bai Zhaoju did not understand Jiang Aijin's meaning, and it was his first time meeting Lu Wenjun. He said, "You don't need to remind me again and again. Many things have already been decided. I know that if Qi Sheng wanted to stay in the Lost Kingdom, he wouldn't have returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Jiang Aijin did not explain himself and only said with a smile, "Of course." Lu Wenjun was embarrassed again. After pouring the tea, she bowed and said, "Please enjoy the tea." Then, Lu Wenjun hurried away again. Even Lu Zhou felt that Lu Wenjun was a good woman. It must be known that on Earth, there were countless bachelors who could not find a woman to marry. Even if they could marry, they still had to consider if they had enough money to do so. After a while, Lu Zhou said, "Now that 3 pillars of destruction have collapsed, apart from Dunzang's pillar that corresponds with Shangzhang Hall, the other 2 halls must have begun to fight. In your opinion, what should we do if the Great Void invades the 9 Lotus domains?" Although Lu Zhou was very powerful, it was still extremely difficult to deal with so many cultivators. Moreover, these cultivators were not very weak. There would be no fear of invasion if the Great Void did not collapse. Alas, the Great Void was destined to collapse. To survive, the people from the Great Void could only invade the 9 Lotus domains. No matter from which angle Lu Zhou looked at it, the invasion was inevitable. Wuxia said with a smile, "Based on my current deduction, it won't be long before the Great Void starts to invade the 9 Lotus domains. If that's the case, then we should comply with their wishes." Comply with their wishes? Bai Zhaoju was puzzled. He assumed Wuxia would want to unite everyone, join forces, and stand against the Great Void. Wuxia said, "Yes, comply with their wishes." "Reason?" Lu Zhou asked. "If war breaks out, countless people will die. Even if we win, we'll have to pay a huge price. So, we'll compromise," Wuxia said. "Master's prestige is quite high in the Golden Lotus domain. Everyone respects you and reveres you like a god. On behalf of Great Yen, you can invite the cultivators to live in the 9 Lotus domains. Although the 9 Lotus domains aren't as vast as the Great Void, they're more than enough to accommodate the entire cultivation world." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's heart moved. Isn't this the same as taking in refugees? If Lu Zhou did not know better, he would have thought Wuxia was a transmigrator as well. Lu Zhou said, "The Great Void has always been arrogant and thought highly of themselves. Do you think they'll agree so easily? We can find representatives from each of the 9 Lotus domains. Master, you'll be in charge. The White Emperor, the Green Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the Black Emperor can be the witnesses. We'll make an agreement with the 10 halls. Apart from Shangzhang Hall, there are no divine emperors in the other halls. They won't be arrogant when faced with the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands. The Scarlet Emperor and the Black Emperor's stances aren't clear, but it doesn't prevent us from making use of their reputation. When they find out, what's done is done. They won't be able to do anything," Wuxia said. Bai Zhaoju said, "Wonderful." Jiang Aijin also did not expect Wuxia to come up with such a method. It was truly not a bad method. "What about the sacred temple?" Lu Zhou asked. It was easy to deal with the 10 halls, and the cultivators would likely blindly follow the 10 halls. However, that was not factoring in the sacred temple. In the end, they still depended on the sacred temple. The sacred temple and the sacred region can't stop the fall of the Great Void. They'll have to find a place to seek refuge as well. We don't need to worry about this. Ming Xian should have his own ways. Bai Zhaoju said, I'm afraid Ming Xian won't allow you to complete your plans so easily. If he insists on bringing chaos to the world, what will you do? Indeed, this is the most crucial problem, Wuxia said. Then he looked at Lu Zhou. Bai Zhaoju and Jiang Aijiang followed Wuxia and looked at Lu Zhou as well. Wuxia said, if Master pressures Ming Xian, he won't have a choice but to obey. Bai Zhaoju laughed heartily. This is indeed an amazing method. Your master crushed everyone 100,000 years ago. He can be said to be invincible. Ming Xian and the four supremes of the sacred temple all, at some point, learned a thing or two at Grand Mystic Mountain. In terms of status and strength, they're much weaker than Brother Ji. As long Brother Ji calls for me, I'll join forces with the other 3 emperors of the Lost Lands to pave the way for Brother Ji. At that time, no cultivator would dare to disobey. Lu Zhou frowned imperceptibly. You're all dreaming so beautifully. Only Lu Zhou knew that his current strength was far from that of a divine emperor. Moreover, Ming Xian's scales of justice could raise the strength of more than 1,000 Templars at the same time. Who could deal with such a heaven-defying treasure? Jiang Aijian said excitedly, the White Emperor is right. I wish Senior Ji would return to his peak and take back Grand Mystic Mountain. Lu Zhou remained silent. After a moment, he rose to his feet and said, let's stop here for today. Make sure the others are safe when they comprehend the Great Tao. Wuxia rose to his feet and said, understood. I'll take my leave first. Bai Zhaoju wanted to continue chatting, but when he saw Lu Zhou's solemn expression, he could only say, Qi Sheng, I want to chat with you all night. Yes, Your Majesty, Wuxia said and left with Bai Zhaoju. Only Jiang Aijian was left in the hall with Lu Zhou. He suddenly felt like there was something wrong with Lu Zhou's expression, so he forced a smile on his face and said, farewell. After everyone left, Lu Zhou returned to the Eastern Pavilion. He brought his blue and golden avatars out. As he absorbed the energy from the 4 power cores, he formed his second sun disk. Lu Zhou wanted to try to sprout the 15th leaf. After activating his birth charts with the Divine Soul Pearl, he was only left with 1,260,000 years. He did not know how much life it would take to sprout the 15th leaf, and he was not sure if he would succeed. How can I know if I don't try? Lu Zhou waved his hand. With that, the 2 lotuses of the 2 avatars began to spin at the same time. At the same time, at the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction at Zhuyong Hall, a huge flying chariot hovered in the air above the upper core. Zhu Yong sat on the deck of the flying chariot. When he saw 3 figures, he said with a smile, according to the rules of the Great Void, Miss Zhao Yu is the new commander of Zhuyong Hall. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for 3 commanders from the other halls to show up here. Right? Yu Zhenghai said in a clear voice, I'm Zhao Yu's eldest senior brother before anything else. I'm naturally obligated to ensure her safety. It's important to comprehend the Great Tao, but we also have to guard against those with evil intentions, right? Some of the cultivators next to the flying chariot were furious. Those words were clearly scolding them. Zhu Yong said with a smile, I've heard about the incident at Rozhao Hall's upper core. You can rest assured. I won't make such a low-level mistake. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the others, Yu Zhenghai said clearly. No matter who it is, they'll have to face me, Zhu Yong said. Miss Zhao Yu, please enter the upper core. Zhao Yu cupped her fists together at Zhu Yong and flew over. Yi Tianxin said with a smile, 5th senior sister. Don't worry. Calm down. All right. Zhao Yu walked toward the entrance. Boom! A powerful force sent Zhao Yu flying back. She flipped a few times in the air before she managed to stabilize herself. The cultivators around the flying chariot looked confused. Everyone said that the owners of the Great Void Seeds were highly talented, and it would not be difficult for them to enter the upper cores. Zhao Yu calmed down before she tried to enter the upper core again. Buzz! The powerful force swept out again. Zhao Yu, who was now prepared, pushed her hand out. However, it was difficult to advance. Upon seeing this, Yi Tianxin said, Don't resist it. Treat the power as yours. Treat it as my own? Zhao Yu lowered her hand. Boom! Zhao Yu was sent flying again. Yi Tianxin flashed and appeared behind Zhao Yu in a blink of an eye, supporting her. Zhu Yong was shocked upon seeing this. The great law of space? Zhu Yong did not expect Yi Tianxin to have comprehended a great law from the great Tao. Back when he first became a supreme being, it took him 1,000 years to truly grasp the laws of the great Tao. This feat and these people were truly unreasonable. Yi Tianxin supported Zhao Yu and gave Zhao Yu an encouraging look. When Zhao Yu sensed the power from Yi Tianxin that was completely unlike before, she said, "Congratulations, junior sister." "Thank you. Senior sister, you'll definitely be able to do it," Yi Tianxin said. Then Zhao Yu flew toward the upper core's entrance again. She inhaled deeply and forced herself to calm down. She and Yi Tianxin had one thing in common. They were both incredibly stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. Perhaps, due to the slight change in her state of mind, she was not as guarded or resistant as before. As expected, the force had weakened accordingly. However, it had only weakened so slightly that it was almost negligible. Nonetheless, she was overjoyed. She continued to adjust her state of mind and relax. With that, the force weakened again. It really works. The upper core's energy was powerful. How could Zhao Yu resist its power? Hence, the only way was to go along with it. When the force weakened considerably, Zhao Yu quickened her pace and flew out like a gust of wind. This time, the force disappeared completely. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong nodded. The rest is just a matter of time. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yong said, "Congratulations." Yu Zhenghai said, "This is just the beginning. After entering the upper core, she still has to comprehend the great Tao." Zhu Yong nodded. "Yes." Then, he glanced at Yu Zhenghao and Yu Shangrong from the corners of his eyes as he asked, "The two of you are with the Azure Emperor. Did he allow both of you to come to Zhu Yong Hall?" Yu Zhenghai replied, "The Azure Emperor is broad-minded. He doesn't care about such things. The Azure Emperor is truly amazing. I'm inferior to him," Zhu Yong said. At this moment, a loud noise thundered through the sky and earth. Everyone looked at the upper core. A terrible crack had appeared at the upper core. Then more and more cracks appeared like a spider web. The cultivators looked at each other in shock. Thinking of Ro Zhao Hall's current situation, Zhu Yong tightened his grip on the armrest, causing it to creak. After a moment, he asked, "Is it possible to stop comprehending the great Tao?" Yu Zhenghai said, "I'm afraid not. She has already begun to comprehend the great Tao. If you forcefully stop it, it'll only backfire even faster. Moreover, I'm here to ensure my junior sister successfully comprehends the great Tao." Zhu Yong looked at the cracks worriedly. His expression was not very good as he asked, "What if I forcefully stop it?" "Then you'll have to deal with my saber," Yu Zhenghai said. Yu Shangrong chimed in, "And my sword. Just the two of you?" Zhu Yong was a divine king after all. Regardless of the duo's heaven-defying talent, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to defeat a divine king with their current cultivation bases. "There's also me," Yi Tianxin said. The amorous hoop was already in her hand. Zhu Yong laughed heartily before he said, "Even if you join forces, you're still overestimating yourselves. You still can't defeat supreme beings at your level." Nonetheless, Zhu Yong did not attack. The question was just a test. At this moment, a Templar suddenly appeared nearby. Then, he said, "The great Emperor has ordered us to make sure that Lady Zhao Yu comprehends the great Tao without any interruption." Zhu Yong raised his head to look at the Templar before he said to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, "I wonder what kind of relationship you have with Ming Xian for him to go to such lengths." Yu Zhenghai said, clearly insincere, "Everyone should work hard to maintain the balance of the world." These words really made people feel nauseous. The Templar said in a clear voice, "Lord One is on standby. If anyone tries to stop Lady Zhao Yu, they'll be severely punished by Lord One." Zhu Yong looked at the Templar before he said mockingly, "I have a message for your Lord One." The Unholy One has already returned. As his former student, shouldn't he be hiding now? What's he doing running around? Is he hoping to redeem himself by kneeling and begging for mercy in the future when he faces the Unholy One? Upon hearing this, the cultivators of Zhu Hall were surprised. For so many years, Zhu Hall had been submissive to the sacred temple. They had never heard such words from Zhu before. These words put all of them in high spirits. The Templar's expression was a little unnatural after hearing those words, but he managed to endure it. In the end, he said respectfully, "I'll convey your message. Farewell." After the Templar left, another huge crack appeared on the upper core. It was even more terrible than the first one, and the sound was even louder. The cultivators of Zhu Hall grew more and more worried. At this moment, a subordinate rushed over and said, "Your Majesty, the cultivators from Zhu Hall's territory are rushing over now. Get rid of them. How can they come here so easily?" Zhu said solemnly, "I'm afraid it's not that easy. There are too many of them." Zhu said a little angrily, "How many?" "Countless." Yu Zhenghai said, "Shanyan's pillar of destruction corresponds with Zhu Hall. Don't worry, Shanyan's pillar won't collapse for the time being. The upper core will repair itself." Zhu sighed and said, "I know you're lying, but I still need to bite the bullet and accept it." Then he waved his hand and said, "Pass down my orders. No one's allowed to get close to the upper core. Kill those who disobey the order." "This?" The subordinate looked troubled. "What? There are too many of them. It's impossible to stop all of them. I don't know where the rumors that the destruction of the upper cores will cause the collapse of the pillars and the Great Void come from. Ro Zhao Hall, Xianmeng Hall, and Zhaoyang Hall are in chaos because of this rumor as well," the subordinate said. Zhu said, "It's so serious? Why didn't you report this earlier?" "Your Majesty, things happened too quickly." Boom, boom, boom. In the southeastern direction of the upper core, a huge commotion rang out. Then, someone shouted, "Emperor Zhu, please come out quickly and give everyone an explanation. The cultivation world won't allow the Unholy One to return and endanger everyone in the world. The pillars of destruction can't be allowed to fall. Come out quickly and give everyone an explanation." Zhu smacked the armrest angrily. "Impudent." Then he turned to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong and said, "I'll have to trouble both of you to go out and deal with this." Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "Our mission is to protect our junior sister. For such matters, it's better if you step forward. They're cultivators from Zhu Hall's territory. It won't be good for Zhu Hall's reputation if you send us, outsiders, to deal with them." Zhu could only nod and say, "Very well." Then, Zhu led a group of cultivators and flew away. After Zhu left, a beam of light shot out of the upper core into the sky. Following that, a thunderous cracking noise reverberated in the air. The sky and the earth shook. Zhu, who had just flown away, turned back to look. After hesitating for a moment, he transmitted his voice to the distance and said, "Who's so bold to cause trouble at Zhu Hall's upper core?" Meanwhile, when Yi Tianxin saw the crumbling upper core, she said excitedly, "It's almost done." This was the same as when Yi Tianxin comprehended the Great Tao. Soon after, they saw Zhao Yu emerging from the crumbling upper core. Her body was almost translucent. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai asked, puzzled, "Second junior brother, can you tell what kind of great law junior sister has comprehended?" Yu Shangrong shook his head. "I can't tell for the time being. Junior sister Zhao Yu's state is really strange. It's not the great law of time or the great law of space." "What is it?" Yi Tianxin said, "We'll know once senior sister is done." The duo nodded. When Zhao Yu was almost done, a pillar of light suddenly shot out from the direction of Zhu Hall's cultivators. Then, someone flew out, intending to stab Zhao Yu with a sword. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were caught off guard, so there was no time to react. Moreover, the other party's cultivation was infinitely close to that of a supreme being. They did not expect such an expert was hiding in the crowd. Yi Tianxin hurriedly used the great law of space to intercept the other party. The other party's expression was dark as he said in a low voice, "It's too late. She'll definitely die." Swoosh! The other party's speed was extremely fast. Before Yi Tianxin arrived in front of Xiaoyu, the beam of light passed through Xiaoyu's body. She was completely unharmed. Incorporeal form? The other party was shocked. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was slowly opening her eyes at this moment. She was indeed unharmed. At this moment, the amorous hoop flew over, followed closely by the jasper saber and the longevity sword. The other party quickly turned around and released a dazzling energy sword to repel the attacks. Xiaoyu, who just regained her senses, looked around blankly at the energy sword and her surroundings. She said in a daze, What's happening? Junior sister, let's go." Yu Shangrong flashed to Zhao Yu's side and grabbed her arm. With this, Zhao Yu lost her incorporeal form. "You're not allowed to leave," the other party shouted as he fended off Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Yi Tianxin's attacks. "She can't leave. Don't let her leave. She's the owner of the Great Void Seed. She took away the seed and took away the Great Void energy from Zhuyong Hall. If she leaves, Shanyan's pillar will collapse, and the Great Void will fall. At that time, all of us will die." It was easy to sway people's hearts with a few clever words. This was especially true since the upper core has been torn apart. The cultivators of Rozhao Hall hesitated. Without Zhu Yong, they did not dare to recklessly make a move. "None of you can leave." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following that, the cultivators from Rozhao Hall flew up one after another, forming a human wall. "We'll decide once His Majesty returns. Since you've already comprehended the Great Tao, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin's expressions darkened immediately as they looked at the cultivators standing in their way. Then, Yu Zhenghai asked loudly, "You dare to disobey the order of the sacred temple? We've already done as the sacred temple wished. She's successfully comprehended the Great Tao. Now we only have one request. She has to stay until His Majesty returns. The evil Sky Pavilion has no intention of fighting with the people and only wants to comprehend the Great Tao. The collapse of the Great Void is inevitable. If you insist on stopping us, then don't blame us for not showing mercy." Following that, the jasper saber shone with a golden light. Yu Shangrong flew to the side, and the longevity flew out of its sheath. Then, a golden halo with 17 leaves around it appeared as well. Zhuyong Hall's cultivators retreated one after another, especially when they saw the 17 golden leaves. Their expressions were one of shock, having never seen 17 leaves before. Humans feared the unknown, after all. In the Great Void, there were no cultivators who severed their lotuses. 12 leaves and 36 birth charts were the norms. What the hell were 17 leaves? The cultivators from Zhuyong Hall looked at the strange and never-seen-before 17 leaves that spun around the golden halo. Although they were all experienced cultivators, they still felt uneasy when they saw the unfamiliar avatar and leaves. They felt that the swordsman was not simple and was likely a supreme being. According to the common path of cultivation, after activating the birth charts, one leaf was equivalent to 12 birth charts. After the 36th birth chart, one would no longer sprout leaves but form light discs instead. The highest number of leaves a cultivator could have was 12 leaves. 17 leaves were indeed a little sensational. Yu Zhenghai could not help but sigh softly when he saw everyone's attention was on Yu Shangrong. Once again, the limelight has been stolen by second junior brother. Forget it. Now's not the time to think about stolen limelight. Yu Zhenghai said in a deep voice, "Those who don't want to die, step aside." Everyone did not move even though they were afraid. Someone said, "Lady Zhao Yu is the commander of Zhuyong Hall. According to the rules, she should stay and contribute to the hall. If she leaves just like that, the destruction of the upper core will be in vain." There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Based on Yu Zhenghai's temper, normally, he would have already dealt with this group of people. However, when he recalled his 7th junior brother's words, he said, I'm the first disciple of the evil sky pavilion, Yu Zhenghai. If there's any problem, I'll bear it. How will you bear it? If the great void falls, it'll ruin countless lives. Yu Zhenghai swept his gaze across the crowd as he said, I believe you've all heard the rumors. The fall of the great void is inevitable. This means the destruction of the upper cores is also inevitable. If you want to live, you better get out of the way. The evil sky pavilion might have a way out for all of you. Otherwise, Yu Zhenghai did not finish his words. He only scoffed as killing intent burst forth. How can we trust you? You have no choice but to trust me. This is the last warning, Yu Zhenghai said as the Jasper saber began to thrum. The person who attacked Zhao Yu said coldly, no matter how domineering you act, you're still only a great Tao saint. I, a supreme being, won't allow you to act so arrogantly. Buzz. An avatar soared into the sky. After passing 5 birth trials and becoming a Tao saint, an avatar would be more than 300 feet tall. From the 31st to the 33rd birth charts, each would increase the avatar's height by about 100 feet. After activating the 34th birth charts and becoming a great Tao saint, the avatar would increase by about 500 feet with each birth chart. After activating the 36th birth chart, there was no need to pass a birth trial since the birth trial served to activate the next birth chart. Hence, there were only 5 birth trials. After becoming a lesser supreme being, one's avatar would be about 3,000 feet tall. A light disk would increase its height again by another 1,000 feet. The exact height of the other party's avatar was unknown, but it was at least 4,000 feet tall. This meant that the other party had at least one light disk. Everyone was in awe when they looked at the Supreme Being's avatar. While Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were thinking about how to respond, a majestic voice rang from afar. Zhuang Mo, Emperor Yu wants you to return. Zhuang Mo, Emperor Yu? Everyone looked at Zhuang Mo. Zhuang Mo's gaze was like a falcon's as he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a figure flying over with a smile on his face. His expression was quite unsightly as he said, Jie. The other person was Jie from the Great Abyss Land. Jie scoffed as he said, the Great Abyss Land is in dire need of manpower. Who said you could leave? So he's from the Great Abyss Land? Why did someone from the Great Abyss Land run to the Great Void instead of staying in his own place? Realization dawned on everyone. Indeed, if there was a supreme being in Zhuyong Hall, how could he stay unknown for so long? As it turned out, he was a spy. Sensing everyone's skeptical and suspicious gazes, Zhuang Mo said in a low voice, Jie, you're just a Tao saint. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of me? Jie shook his head and said with a sigh, indeed, I'm like a fallen tiger that even dogs can bully. I still remember the time when you kneeled in front of me and acknowledged me as your master. How dare you? An energy seal flew out. Jie flipped in the air, avoiding the energy seal. Zhuang Mo said, you're no longer the supreme being from back then. This is the price you paid as a follower of the Unholy One. The cultivators from Zhuyong Hall are here and yet, you still dare to appear. You have guts. Everyone looked at Jie immediately. Isn't he from the Great Abyss Land? How did he suddenly become a follower of the Unholy One? Jie snorted and said, even Emperor Yu doesn't dare to treat me like this. How dare a mere supreme being like you be so arrogant? Zhuang Mo was infuriated by these few words. His avatar immediately sent a few energy seals toward Jie. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of light shot over from afar and landed on Zhuang Mo's avatar. Zhuang Mo's expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the source of the beam of light in fear. Everyone was frightened as well and did not dare to move. A figure appeared in the sky and said in a deep voice, those who disobey the sacred temple will be severely punished. Zhuang Mo hurriedly put his avatar away. He endured the pain and said with a bow, Lord One. With this, everyone realized the person who attacked was none other than Wuxia, one of the 4 supremes of the sacred temple. Wuxia looked at Zhuang Mo and said, return to the Great Abyss Land and mind your own business." "Yes," Xianxia said, after spitting out another mouthful of blood. He flew away with his tail tucked between his legs. When Ruqing looked at Zhao Yu and said, "Congratulations, Miss Zhao Yu, on successfully comprehending the Great Tao." "Thank you," Zhao Yu said, when Ruqing did not stay any longer and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. With this, the cultivators from Zhuyong Hall no longer dared to stop Zhao Yu from leaving. They quickly stepped aside. "Let's go." Then Yu Zhenghai and the others flew away and disappeared into the horizon. At night, just like the vast unknown land, noises could be heard intermittently in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Energy surged, stirring up the wind and clouds at the Eastern Pavilion. This lasted for 5 days. It only stopped in the morning on the 5th day. Lu Zhou opened his eyes when he heard the sound of energy resonance. He saw the second light disk from the golden avatar as soon as he opened his eyes. Light disk. Lu Zhou was surprised. Usually, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be. However, he formed his second light disk so quickly. He studied the light disk as he muttered to himself, "The energy from the 4 power cores is truly mysterious. Where did the unholy one obtain or find the 4 power cores?" Not only did the 4 power cores help him to activate his final 4 birth charts, but they also helped him greatly with forming his light disks. Based on the remaining energy in the power cores, if he absorbed all of it, he could form at least 6 light disks. Lu Zhou was already very satisfied with his golden avatar. Now, the most important thing was to let his blue avatar grow stronger. He turned to look at his avatar. As expected, it did not sprout the 15th leaf. Who knew if the time was too short or if the blue avatar could only sprout 14 leaves at most? In any case, this matter could not be rushed. "Since I can't sprout a leaf, I might as well activate my birth charts," Lu Zhou muttered to himself as he brought out the ancient frost dragon's divine soul pearl from the vast sky bag. "I hope the divine soul pearl of an ancient creature won't disappoint me." Currently, the blue avatar has 27 birth charts. I wonder how many birth charts this divine soul pearl can activate. Filled with anticipation, Lu Zhou placed the divine soul pearl on his lotus seat. Click! A crisp noise rang out. Perhaps Lu Zhou had been activating his birth charts too frequently. This time, he felt as though a giant hammer had smashed his Dantian's sea of qi. An intense pain assaulted him immediately. Lu Zhou frowned, enduring the excruciating pain. He quickly activated the purple glazed ceramic before waves of cold energy swept through his body, greatly reducing the pain. Following that, he waved his hand, and the pillar of impermanence shot out. With a smack of his hand, he pushed it into the ground. Boom! Divine Tao power! Lu Zhou focused his mind and adjusted the speed of the pillar of impermanence, increasing it by 10,000 times. Buzz! Lu Zhou saw his lifespan decreasing swiftly. It was not just the pillar of impermanence that was absorbing his life, but the blue avatar that was in the midst of activating birth charts was absorbing his life as well. Fortunately, his second light disk provided him with another 300,000 years of life. With 2 light disks, he had 600,000 years of life on top of his existing lifespan. Moreover, he also had the reversal cards. All these were more than enough. Otherwise, he would have long lost his life based on the speed of consumption. The blue avatar was spinning so fast that it was no longer possible to clearly see it. Finally, Lu Zhou closed his eyes, satisfied, and continued to comprehend and meditate on the heavenly writing. Comprehending and meditating on the heavenly writing had become part of Lu Zhou's daily life. Every day without fail, even when he went out, he would comprehend and meditate on the heavenly writing at least once. It had already become part of his instincts. The heavenly writing strengthened the divine Tao power while the blue avatar provided him with the divine Tao power. By now, 3/4 of Lu Zhou's divine power had already been transformed into the divine Tao power. Time continued to pass. It felt like the sun had just risen in the east when it had already set in the west. Lu Zhou felt like he was dreaming. He dreamed of the endless ocean. He flew everywhere, searching for something. He flew for a very, very long time, but he did not see any island or sea beasts. The The sea in his dream was calm, without any ripples. He did not know how long he had been flying or what he was searching for. All of a sudden, he was pulled into a powerful whirlpool in the sea. With that, he suddenly woke up from that incomprehensible dream. As soon as he opened his eyes, ding! You've comprehended the heavenly writing 1,000 times. You've obtained an advancement card. It was the long-awaited system notification. Lu Zhou calmed down and looked at the blue avatar in front of him. With the 10,000 time increase, the blue avatar was still spinning. The activation was still not complete. However, he could sense that the energy from the Divine Soul Pearl had almost been fully absorbed. Lu Zhou waved his hand, bringing out the newly obtained advancement card. Previously, he carefully went through the powers of the heavenly writing that he had mastered. Previously, he had chosen to improve the power of teleportation to the great power of teleportation. He wondered which power he should choose to improve next. Power of healing? After improving it, will I be able to bring the dead back to life? However, I've already mastered the resurrection technique, so there's no meaning in improving the power of healing. I should use it to increase my strength. The only offensive power from the heavenly writing was the power of speech. The Unholy One's painting, his increasing strength, and the improvement of the power of speech would also add to his law of destruction. After a brief moment, Lu Zhou decided to improve the power of speech. Improve. Ding! The power of speech has been successfully improved. Immediately after that, click! A crisp noise rang in the air, and the blue avatar stopped spinning. Following that, 6 new birth chart zones began to shine in succession. Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked at his lifespan on the system interface. He only had 960,000 years of life left. He had lost about 600,000 years of life. One birth chart cost him 100,000 years. This price was a little too high. Fortunately, Lu Zhou still had many reversal cards. If he was not confident, he would not have dared to upgrade his blue avatar so easily. His blue avatar now had 33 birth charts. With this, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds again. The blue lotus now radiated the divine Tao power as well. The divine Tao power meant grasping the laws, and the law meant power. The energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi was as vast as the ocean now, far surpassing what it was in the past. Although his blue avatar only had 33 birth charts, with its divine Tao power, it had far surpassed the golden avatar. I'm still 3 birth charts away from transforming it into a supreme being's avatar. Who should I look for the remaining divine soul pearls or life hearts? The further he went, the higher the quality of the divine soul pearls and life hearts he needed. Lu Zhou naturally would not easily settle for his final 3 birth charts. At the very least, it had to be the divine soul pearl of a great void ancient saint slayer. The world is vast. Where are those fierce beasts hiding? How am I going to find them? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly before he sent a voice transmission. Si Wuya. Not long after, Si Wuya arrived at the Eastern Pavilion. Master, are you looking for me? The door of the Eastern Pavilion was blown open by a gust of wind. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared at the entrance of the Eastern Pavilion in just a blink of an eye. He stood with his hands on his back and said, I suddenly thought of a problem, and I'm very worried. I'm willing to help you solve your problem, Master, Si Wuya said. There are 2 problems. Previously, you said that the cultivators of the Great Void will invade the 9 Lotus domains before the sky falls. It's true, but you've neglected one thing. The fierce beasts. There are a large number of fierce beasts in the unknown land and the Great Void. Among them, there are many highly intelligent fierce beasts. They won't sit still and wait for death. The balance agreement between humans and fierce beasts is no longer in effect. This problem is a huge threat to humans. Si Wuya's eyes flashed. He bowed and said, Fortunately, Master reminded me. I kept feeling like I missed something a few days ago. That's right. There are also the fierce beasts. Do you have a solution as well? Lu Zhou asked. The fierce beasts in the unknown land have already begun to wantonly kill humans. Master, you should recall your mounts immediately. As for the solution, Wuxia said as his mind spun swiftly. The fierce beasts on land will be our main problem. We should let the cultivators from the Great Void move to the 9 domains as soon as possible. With that, humans can form a line of defense. Wuxia paused for a moment before he said, Humans alone aren't enough to deal with the fierce beasts. We should find place for the fierce beasts to live, keep them away from the cities. It'll be best if we can re-establish the balance agreement with them. Re-establish the agreement? Who can represent the fierce beasts? Lu Zhou asked. Wuxia said, according to the ancient records on fierce beasts, dragons and some divine beasts from the time of creation are the rulers of the fierce beasts. If they're alive, perhaps we can speak to them. The time of creation? That's right. Beasts that existed from the dawn of time when the world was created, Wuxia said. Those beasts disappeared 100,000 years ago. How are we going to find them? Lu Zhou asked. The purpose of the 4 divinities of heaven is to maintain the balance between heaven and earth. In fact, they can also be considered one of the earliest and oldest fierce beasts. They should do. Apart from that, I also know of a fierce beast ruler. Master, perhaps you can negotiate with it? Wuxia said. Where? The Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction, Wuxia said. The creature above the Pillar of Destruction, there is one of the ancestors of the dragons, the Rain Dragon. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. That huge thing there is the Rain Dragon? I've been investigating and tracking its movement in the Great Abyss Land over the years. It's indeed the Rain Dragon, Wuxia said. It seems to have an agreement with Emperor Yu, so it didn't leave. I sensed it when I was in the cloud domain. It's not very powerful, Lu Zhou said. The Rain Dragon is very cunning. It's deliberately hiding its power, Wuxia said. So that's how it is. Wuxia looked at Lu Zhou and said with a smile, Master, you should know this better than I do. After all, the tendons of the divine dragon of your robe are from it. Lu Zhou, ? Is there such a coincidence? Why don't I have any memories of this from the Unholy One? When the Rain Dragon saw you, it was too late for it to run away. How could it reveal its true form? Wuxia said with a smile. Emperor Yu and the Rain Dragon both want to protect the Great Abyss Land. Once the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction collapses, conflicts will definitely arise between them. At that time, there'll be a fierce battle. Lu Zhou said expressionlessly. In that case, I'll make a trip to the Great Abyss Land when I have the time. Apart from that, we also have to guard against the sea beasts. Master, we've all seen the Kuan. It should be able to keep the sea beasts under control and prevent them from coming to land, Wuxia said. Lu Zhou sighed. I've never had any thoughts about saving the world. I didn't expect I'll have to do these things myself. Perhaps Ming Xian might go there as well. Just to be safe, Master, you should go as well. All right. Lu Zhou nodded. He felt like Wuxia had a point. The sky was falling, and everyone would be affected no matter what. Master, what's the second problem? Wuxia asked. Lu Zhou replied, It's been solved. Between the Rain Dragon and the Kuan, I should be able to borrow 1 divine soul pearls at least, right? Lu Zhou had originally planned to consult Wuxia about this. But now, there was no longer any need. There was no more suitable target than those 2 fierce beasts. Lu Zhou asked, Where's Bai Zhaoju? He has returned to the Lost Kingdom early in the morning. He wanted to bid farewell to you, but the energy fluctuations at the Eastern Pavilion, so we didn't want to disturb you, Wuxia replied. Lu Zhou nodded before he asked, What's the progress of the others comprehending the Great Tao at the upper cores of the Pillar of Destruction? Master, eldest, and second senior brothers are about to comprehend the Great Tao. 8 junior brother is still in the ancient ruins and has yet to return. Only 3rd and 4th senior brother are unaccounted for. There are no updates from them, Wuxia replied. As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, Lu Zhou sensed movements from a talisman. He flicked his sleeve, igniting the talisman. A projection of the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion standing side by side appeared in the air. They all wore worried expressions on their faces. Greetings, Pavilion Master. What's the matter? Xuanyi Palace has been besieged by a large number of cultivators. Emperor Xuanyi has already led a group of dark guards to deal with them. Those cultivators are too unreasonable. They've surrounded the upper core of Xuanyi Palace, not allowing anyone to come close, Hua Wudao said. The sacred temple didn't do anything? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Emperor Xuanyi has already reported this matter, but there's no response. It's very strange, Hua Wudao said, puzzled as well. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and sighed. Ming Xian. Ming Xian. You really know how to create problems for me. After thinking about it for a moment, he called out, Old Seventh. Your orders, master? Pack up and follow me to Xuanyi Palace. Understood. Si Wuya was overjoyed by Lu Zhou's words. He had never been so energetic before. Ever since he inherited the fire deity's legacy, his cultivation was no longer the same as before. He quickly returned to the southern pavilion and arranged for people to watch over Princess Yongning and his disciple, Li Yunzheng, before he left the evil sky pavilion with Lu Zhou. During the journey, Lu Zhou thought about Zhu Honggong. Since the Shiha Hall's upper core had been besieged, the other hall's upper cores would not have it easy either. If Lan Shiha arrived in a timely manner, perhaps, she would be able to fend off the others. Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of sight. Lu Zhou saw Zhu Honggong reclining on a spacious chair, looking very much like he was enjoying himself. His eyes were half opened as he happily ate a fruit. Jian Bing, one of the 4 divinities of heaven and the cult master of the nihilist congregation, was actually massaging Zhu Honggong's shoulders and back. He asked with a smile, Brother, when can you bring me to see the Unholy One? What's the rush? It's only been a few days. Your place is quite good. I plan to stay for a few more days. Ah, why? Do you have any objections? Of course not. Brother, even if you want to stay here for the rest of your life, I won't have any objections, Jian Bing replied. Zhu Honggong said, If you want to see my master, you have to be sincere. My master is busy every day. He's not someone you can meet just because you want to. You're right, Jian Bing said as he nodded. Also, Zhu Honggong spat out the seed of the fruit in his mouth before he said, Don't worry about the sky falling or not. If it does, my master alone can deal with it. Relax and stay here. It's so chaotic outside. Why bother leaving? Brother Zhu, you're right. I'm indeed a little too anxious, Jian Bing said. Zhu Honggong straightened his back and said with a smile, When I was in the Yellow Lotus domain, I was worshipped as the Holy Lord by countless people. This place is still inferior to the Yellow Lotus domain in regard to treatment. Jian Bing said awkwardly, Of course. Then, he asked, Brother Zhu, are you really not going to care about the pillars of destruction? Of course not, Zhu Honggong said. He leaned back, feeling extremely comfortable and satisfied. Suddenly, a stern voice that carried a hint of reproach rang in Zhu Honggong's ears. Old 8. Ah! Zhu Honggong leaped up immediately like a spring. Upon seeing Zhu Honggong's strange behavior, Jian Bing asked, Brother Zhu, what's wrong? Did you hear anything? No, Jian Bing said with a smile. I have extremely good hearing. Brother Zhu, you must have misheard it. You're right. I thought it was some bastard pretending to be my master, Zhu Honggong said before he leaned back again and smiled in satisfaction. Then, the voice rang in Zhu Honggong's ears again. Bastard, you dare to ignore me? Zhu Honggong opened his eyes in shock as he fell off the chair. He looked outside the hall and called out, Master! The voice seemed to have come from the distant sky. It also seemed like it traveled through time and space before reaching him. The great void is in chaos, and the pillars are about to collapse. Why aren't you going back to Shiha Hall to comprehend the great Tao? Zhu Honggong, who was too familiar with his master's voice, quickly kneeled down and said, Yes, master. This time there was no response. Zhu Honggong wiped the sweat off his face and looked around in panic. Jian Bing did not understand what was going on. He asked, Brother Zhu, what's wrong? Zhu Honggong felt really embarrassed, and he did not know how to explain himself. In the end, he only said, "No, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered my master's words, and I was too moved and instinctively kneeled out of awe for my master. I think I should return to the great void." Jian Bing felt his goosebumps rise when he heard Zhu Honggong's words of flattery. He gave Zhu Honggong a thumbs up and said, "Brother Zhu, you're amazing. All along, I thought no one believed in the unholy one more than I did. Until today, I realized there's always someone better in the world. Compared to you, I really have to admit defeat." Jian Bing cupped his fists together and said, "From now on, Brother Zhu, you're my elder brother. Elder brother my ass." Zhu Honggong scratched his head as he wondered inwardly, was it an illusion? This isn't the first time it has happened. It happened while I was in the Yellow Lotus domain as well. At that time, it felt like an auditory hallucination. However, today, it's abnormally clear as though Master is here reprimanding me. After thinking about it, Zhu Honggong said, "I have to return to the Great Void. Do you want to come with me?" "Really?" Jian Bing perked up immediately. "What do you think? Didn't you call me elder brother?" Jian Bing patted his chest and said, "Yes, you're my elder brother forever. Where elder brother goes, I will follow. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go now," Zhu Honggong said, pushing away the plate of fruits. He rose to his feet, and his entire person seemed to change, looking imposing. "Jian Bing, why are you in such a rush? Moreover, how did you change so quickly? I really have to admit defeat." Without any preparations, Zhu Honggong and Jian Bing left the ancient ruins immediately. The others from the nihilist congregation did not dare to ask too much. They knew rumors were flying, and it was chaotic outside. They did not know what was true and what was false. Zhu Honggong and Jian Bing were very familiar with the route to the runic passage. When they arrived at the runic passage, they heard a rumbling noise. Jian Bing looked at the sky solemnly and said in a somewhat depressed tone, "The sky is about to fall. Where should I go?" Zhu Honggong rolled his eyes and said, "I really overestimated you." "What do you mean, Brother Zhu? With your words and behavior, I really don't understand how you became the cult master of the nihilist congregation. How did you amass so many followers? How did you convince them?" Zhu Honggong asked, puzzled. Jian Bing smiled and said, "Brother Zhu, you can't judge a book by its cover. Take you for example. If I didn't get to know you, I wouldn't have known you're as profound as the universe and that you're extremely intelligent." Zhu Honggong nodded. He smiled so widely that his eyes almost could not be seen. "Well said. How eloquent. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think those little bastards from the congregation follow me?" Jian Bing said somewhat arrogantly. Zhu Honggong asked skeptically, "Are you really one of the 4 divinities of heaven?" "Of course," Zhu Honggong said, extremely curious. "Then, before we return to the Great Void, can you let me see your true form?" "That's not appropriate, right?" Jian Bing said hesitantly. Zhu Honggong's expression stiffened, and he said somewhat unhappily, "It's an honor that I want to see your true form. Isn't it just your true form? What's the big deal? It's not like I can eat you." Jian Bing felt that Zhu Honggong's words were reasonable, so he nodded. "Brother Zhu, you really can enlighten a person with just one sentence. Every word is the truth." "Very well, Brother Zhu. Look carefully." Buzz. Jian Bing leaped into the sky as a humming noise rang in the air. His body began to shine dazzlingly. Roar. A tiger's roar reverberated in the sky, shaking the world. Zhu Honggong saw a fierce beast with white fur that was incredibly huge in the sky. It was none other than the white tiger. The white tiger shone with a white light, and it had a pair of huge wings on its back. The white tiger was the ruler of the animal kingdom. In the legends, its might and majesty were able to subdue ghosts and demons. It was a divine beast as glorious as the sun. It was often associated with the dragon. There was even a saying to describe their might and majesty. The clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. The roar caused all the beasts within 100 miles to flee, frightened by its might. Zhu Honggong's eyes were wide open, and an expression of shock could be seen on his face. The tiger's roar caused his mind to go blank. He gulped as he thought to himself, "He's the freaking white tiger. I actually let him massage me for so long." Zhu Honggong was still in a trance when the white tiger lowered its head. Its eyes were like the sun and the moon, and its fangs were like sharp blades. Its fur was like needles. "Brother Zhu." Zhu Honggong smiled awkwardly and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Why you can revert to your human form?" "Oh!" Swoosh! Jian Bing turned around, and his body began to shine again before he returned to his human form. The first time Zhu Honggong saw Lu Wu, he was shocked by Lu Wu's strength. However, in front of the white tiger, he felt that Lu Wu was like a kitten. The white tiger was just too huge. After Jian Bing returned to Zhu Honggong's side, he said, "Let's go, Brother Zhu." "Well, you go first," Zhu Honggong said with a smile. "How can that be? Brother Zhu, you're my elder brother. Please go first," Jian Bing said, shocked. How could he walk ahead of his brother Zhu? This was against the rule. Zhu Honggong changed his attitude and said, "Please don't, Brother Jian Bing. I was insensible in the past. Please forgive me." "No, no, no. Big brother. How can you say that? Big brother," Jian Bing said as he pounced over and hugged Zhu Honggong's thigh. Zhu Honggong was speechless. "Fine, you win." At the same time, at Xuanyi Palace's dark hall, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion paced back and forth. Meng Chongdong, the guardian, said, "The pavilion master should be on his way here. However, if he doesn't arrive in time, I'm afraid Emperor Xuanyi won't be able to hold on for long." Kongwen said, "As dark guards ourselves, I feel like we should do our best to support Xuanyi Palace now." Lu Li nodded. "I agree with Kongwen." The four elders nodded as well. "Then it's decided. Let's go." Led by the four elders, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion rushed toward Xuanyi Palace's upper core. At the upper core of Xuanyi Palace, countless cultivators surrounded the upper core. Let alone the land, even the sky was crowded. The flying chariot from Xuanyi Palace hovered in the sky as Xuanyi and thousands of dark guards guarded the upper core. Xuanyi said in a clear voice, "The masses are truly ignorant. Why are you, people of Xuanyi Palace's territory, so stupid? What's the difference if you destroy the upper core? Wouldn't the sky fall as well?" Previously, the Pillar of Destruction at Shifenruo, which was the ancient name for Jiming, that corresponded with Xuanyi Palace, had collapsed. Someone shouted, "The truth is right in front of our eyes. The pillars that correspond with Rozhao Hall and Shangzhang Hall have already collapsed. We would rather destroy the upper core than allow someone to absorb the great void energy to comprehend the great Tao. At least, there'll be remnants of the great void energy left." "Fools," Xuanyi said sternly. "Once the upper core is destroyed, the great void energy will return to heaven and earth. At that time, not only what should collapse will collapse, but it'd be in vain as well. How would we know if we don't try? Your Majesty, this is the people's will. Please go along with our will." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless avatars appeared in the sky, from thousand realms whirling cultivators, to venerable masters, saints, Tao saints, and great Tao saints. Everyone manifested their avatars as a show of power to Xuanyi. "We'll die either way. If your Majesty won't follow the people's will, then we'll use our life to destroy the upper core." Xuanyi's expression was slightly unsightly as he asked, "Where did you hear this rumor?" "The entire Great Void says so. I'll severely punish whoever dares to approach the upper core." After Xuanyi's voice fell, not only did the cultivators not put away their avatars, but the avatars advanced as well. Xuanyi really did not understand why these people were so resolute. Dark guards. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 1,000 dark guards flew into formation in the sky. At the same time, a group of cultivators rushed over from the distant sky. Everyone looked over. More dark guards. The newcomers were the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The four elders led the others over. Leng Luo, who stood at the lead, said in a deep voice. "Get out of the way, or I'll kill you without mercy." The crowd was shocked by the arrival of the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion and instinctively opened up a path. Although the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were not even Tao saints, their energy, spirit, and demeanor were that of experts. At this moment, someone shouted, "Block them!" A figure flew out following that. Lung Luo's eyes glinted coldly. He danced in the air as he used the Tao invisibility technique. Bang! 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 Lung Luo and the other party fought to a draw after several rounds. The other party said, "You dare to meddle in Xuanyi Palace's affairs with such weak strength?" Lung Luo pushed his hand out. Boom! Two palm seals collided, and the force from the collision pushed both of them back. Pan Lydian flew to Lung Luo's side and asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lung Luo replied as he looked at the other party with a strange look. "I keep feeling that things aren't that simple. There's a conspiracy." "I feel it too," Pan Lydian chuckled. Lung Luo said, "There should be someone who wants to bring chaos to the world. It's better not to act rashly and wait for the pavilion master to arrive." The others from the Evil Sky Pavilion, who heard this, exchanged a look tacitly and nodded in agreement. They ignored the other party's mockery and flew over to Xuanyi's side and bowed to him. Xuanyi nodded in response. "You've worked hard," Lung Luo said. "The pavilion master will be here soon. We have to watch out. I think someone's trying to sow discord and cause chaos." "Sow discord?" Xuanyi's eyes glinted coldly. Then, he turned to look at the person who attacked Lung Luo earlier. Without any warning, he struck with his hand. An energy seal like deathly claws tore through the sky and arrived in front of that person in just a blink of an eye. He crossed his arms, trying to defend against the energy seal, but it only grew bigger and grabbed him, pulling him back. With that, he was captured by Xuanyi. "Ah!" Xuanyi asked in a deep voice. "Who gave you the order?" "Order? What order? I don't understand what you're talking about," the person said as he struggled with all his might. "Emperor Xuanyi, you're Xuanyi Palace's protector. Are you going to attack the people of Xuanyi Palace? Are you going to chill the hearts of the people?" Xuanyi asked again. "I'll ask you one more time. Who was it?" Needless to say, the masses did not understand what was going on. Someone stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, why must you make things difficult for us? You're high and mighty, and you control the life and death of many people. Our lives are cheap and we can't even compare to grass. However, can't we even choose how we want to die?" These words stirred up the others, and one after another, they began to protest loudly again. Xuanyi had been patiently enduring the clamoring cultivators since earlier. He was the master of this land, so he would not easily make a move. He tried to reason with them, but no one would listen. As a result, he was stuck in this deadlock. Now, it was clear that they did not intend to back down even if they had to contend with him. Do I really have to make a move on them? Just as Xuanyi was pondering his choices, a voice rang from the distant western sky. "That's right. You don't have the right to choose." The voice was sonorous, powerful, steady, and filled with unmistakable killing intent. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the western sky. They saw two figures flying over at lightning speed. The duo was far away, but in just a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of everyone. Buzz! An avatar appeared in the sky. It was not a golden avatar, but a blue avatar. Even the Unholy One's avatar was not a pure blue avatar. Not only was the color unique, but the lotus and 14 leaves were unique as well. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion naturally recognized the familiar voice. They bowed and called out, "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Xuanyi raised his head. He felt as though he was seeing the Unholy One of the past again before feeling like the supreme ruler of the world had returned. He was filled with emotions and could not help but call out, "Teacher!" The blue avatar slowly descended. The cultivators in the upper core did not dare to move. "If you don't want to die, you better not move. I don't have any kindness or compassion that you might think I have." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, everyone trembled and gulped. No one dared to speak or move. The The 14-leaf blue avatar, with its aura and strange electric arcs, was enough to frighten everyone. They did not dare to move. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even if people had never seen the Unholy One, they had undoubtedly heard the many stories about him, especially during this period of time. Some people had already made the connection when they saw the avatar, but at the same time, a question arose in their hearts. Is this truly the avatar of the Unholy One, who was once the most powerful person in the Great Void? After all, it was said that the Unholy One's avatar was overwhelmingly dazzling and tall. Regardless, no one dared to voice their doubts. They dared to use their lives to threaten Xuani, but they did not dare to do so to the Unholy One. Everyone shuddered as they lowered their heads. They were too scared to even meet Lu Zhou's gaze. Lu Zhou raised his hand. His palm seal replaced Xuani's energy seal and grabbed the arrogant cultivator's neck. His eyes were soul-stirring as he asked, "Who ordered you to come to Xuani Palace to cause trouble?" Due to the strength of the palm seal, the cultivator's face and ears were red. His 8 extraordinary meridians were also blocked by the divine Tao power. He could not move at all. His soul was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. He said with great difficulty, No, Lu Zhou shook his head. "That's not the answer I want to hear. I'll give you another chance." The cultivator suppressed his tears that were about to burst out, and his body could not stop trembling. However, he still did not want to reveal who was behind this. Wuxia, who was standing behind Lu Zhou, smiled and said, "Actually, even if he doesn't say it, I know the answer." Then, he looked at the cultivator and said, "The one who ordered you to cause trouble is Emperor Yu of the Great Abyss Land's Feather Tribe, right?" The cultivator's expression changed immediately, and he whimpered. Wuxia continued to say with a smile, "There's no need to deny it. The Feather Tribe has occupied the Great Abyss Land for so many years after reaching an agreement with the Great Void to guard the Pillar of Destruction there. It's the only place with sunlight in the unknown land, and it's right below the Cloud Domain. If the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction were to collapse, the Feather Tribe would be the first to suffer. The Feather Tribe has lived happily in the Great Abyss Land for 100,000 years. It's only natural that they're afraid of their lives being affected." Xuani was shocked by Wuxia's words. The cultivator continued to struggle, still refusing to tell the truth. Wuxia said, "Emperor Yu even gave the heaven-suppressing pestle to another person. His goal was to attract the Great Void's attention. He doesn't want the owners of the Great Void seeds to comprehend the Great Tao, so he ordered you to cause trouble at the upper cores, right?" The cultivator kept shaking his head, denying Wuxia's words. Lu Zhou said, "The heaven-suppressing pestle is with me." Although Wuxia had vaguely guessed this, after listening to his master's admission, he still felt slightly emotional. He said, "Emperor, you probably guessed your identity long ago, so he deliberately gave you the heaven-suppressing pestle in order to sow discord between you and Ming Xian." Lu Zhou snorted and said expressionlessly, "Do I need him to sow discord between me and Ming Xian?" The enmity between him and Ming Xian had long been predestined. Then, Lu Zhou stared at the cultivator and said in a dark voice, "Do you really think I'll be merciful and let you go? Do you really think I'm worried about the collapse of the Great Void?" "Ah!" The cultivator began to kick his legs and swing his hands wildly, trying to break free from Lu Zhou's restraint. Alas, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Lu Zhou's iron grip. At this moment, many cultivators bowed. Then, someone shouted, "Your Majesty, I beg you to consider the people of the world. Your Majesty, I beg you to show mercy. You can't kill the innocent." The cultivators could not threaten Lu Zhou with their lives, so they could only place their hope on Xuani. Xuani only shook his head and looked at Lu Zhou as he said, "I'll leave Xuani Palace's affairs up to Teacher." "Teacher, it's really him." Everyone's hearts trembled again. Lu Zhou turned back to look at the cultivator and said in a deep voice, "It seems like you don't understand what I'm saying. You've enjoyed too many blessings in the Great Void. It seems like it's about time that you have a taste of suffering." Following that, the cultivator felt the palm seal tightening around his neck. He kicked even harder as he let out muffled noises. Crack! The sounds of bones breaking reverberated in all directions. The entire place fell silent immediately. The cultivators stared at the dead cultivator with wide eyes, too stunned to speak. The palm seal not only crushed their hope, but it crushed their idea of fighting with their lives. The palm seal continued to tighten its grip until the cultivator's eyes bulged out. Following that, powerful electric arcs swept over his body, devouring his body. Soon, his body disappeared between heaven and earth. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and glanced at everyone before he said, "I'm going to start a massacre now. What are all of you going to do?" Everyone retreated. The indignant and rowdy crowd from before was completely subdued by Lu Zhou alone. Nobody remembered anything about fighting to the death at this moment or their agreement to destroy the upper core even if it cost them their lives. All they knew was to retreat at this time as an indescribable fear permeated their hearts. They gulped and continued to retreat. When the cultivators were almost leaving the range of the upper core area, Xuani said, "Kill all of those who caused trouble." Understood. The dark guards flew toward the cultivators immediately. The cultivators rushed to retreat. Those who were jumping around and shouting earlier turned pale in fright, and some of them even peed their pants. Meanwhile, after putting his avatar away, Lu Zhou asked, "Where's Duanmushang?" Xuani said, "Ever since Duanmushang was chosen as the commander of Xuani Palace at the Cloud Domain, he has yet to show up. I wonder where he went." Si Wuya said in a low voice, "Master, I suspect the Scarlet Emperor might have gone to Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction. That's where Princess Mulberry is. Now that the Great Void is about to collapse, the Scarlet Emperor isn't going to leave her there." Lu Zhou nodded. Si Wuya continued to say, "Master, since we've already come to the Great Void, let's make sure that the others comprehend the Great Tao. We'll put third and fourth senior brothers aside for now. They'll be fine." "Very well, you can return to Two-Way Hall first," Lu Zhou said. Si Wuya bowed. "Yes, master." After that, he turned to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and bowed slightly before he said, "Everyone, long time no see." It was only at this time that the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion noticed Si Wuya, who was wearing a mask. Based on his words to Lu Zhou, how could they not understand what was going on? "Mr. Seventh," Meng Chongdong called out excitedly as he stepped forward. "Mr. Seventh, you're truly blessed to come back to life." Si Wuya removed his mask, revealing his face. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at Si Wuya with wide eyes. Some were emotional, some were excited, some were surprised, and some were in disbelief. The seventh disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, who had been buried in the endless ocean, had come back to life. Then, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed and said in unison, "Welcome back, Mr. Seventh," Pan Lydian said emotionally. "I was wondering why that Qi Sheng wasn't as ruthless as he could be back then. My instinct was right." Someone laughed. "The name Qi Sheng should have already told you the answer. Didn't you say it was impossible for Qi Sheng and Mr. Seventh to be the same person? All of you overcomplicated a simple problem." The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion laughed heartily. It had been a long time since they had laughed so happily. After 200 years, Si Wuya was finally reunited with everyone. Although Si Wuya had gone through life and death, he still could not help but feel slightly excited and emotional when facing such an occasion. He said, "Thank you for your care, everyone. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." "All right, Mr. Seventh, go ahead. We believe in you." "I'm still waiting for the day when all 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion gather," Pan Lydian said. Everyone nodded in agreement. These words were not false at all. It had been a long time since the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion had gathered. After Si Wuya died, they thought such a thing would not be impossible. Now that Si Wuya had returned, everyone looked forward to the reunion. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. "Go!" Si Wuya nodded and flew up to the sky. Then, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. The wings spanned an unknown length, instantly covering the sky. Flames burned the sky immediately. The cultivators looked up in shock. Fire deity? Xuani looked at the pair of flaming wings and exclaimed in admiration. He's a descendant of the fire deity? I didn't expect teacher to have such an outstanding disciple. To think he's a descendant of the fire deity. Xuani had thought the disciples whom he had met were outstanding enough. He did not expect there to be another one with an unfathomable cultivation. Moreover, he was also a descendant of the fire deity. He nodded as he thought to himself, as I expected, the evil sky pavilion is truly powerful. Xuani put away his complicated emotions and said, Pavilion Master Lu, please have a chat with me in the hall. Lu Zhou descended with his hands on his back, and everyone followed him. The dark guards stayed behind to guard the upper core. No one was allowed to come near. When everyone returned to the main hall of Xuani Palace, Xuani bowed again and said, Congratulations, teacher. You've returned to the peak, and you can finally announce your return to the world. Although Lu Zhou did not explicitly say he was the Unholy One, the master of Grand Mystic Mountain earlier, it was inevitable that his return would be confirmed after the earlier incident. How's Xianxia Hall? Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia Hall is the least of our worries. He's the only divine emperor in the 10 halls. He has been protecting the 2 girls, Xuani said with a smile. Moreover, one of them is his daughter. He's more careful than anyone else. If someone tries to stab his daughter with a knife, he'd be the first to block the knife with his body. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He was quite at ease with the 2 girls' safety. Now, he had to consider his first and second disciples. He asked, Is Ling Weiyang still in the Great Void? He has returned. He knows the Great Void is about to collapse, so he has lost all hope of returning to the Great Void, Xuani said regretfully. In fact, deep down in his heart, he also did not want the Great Void to collapse. However, the collapse was inevitable. Even the sacred temple's attitude had confirmed it. Teacher, Holy Maiden Xihe has come to look for you many times, Xuani said. Lan Xihe. She said she has something to discuss with you, Xuani said before he turned to say to a subordinate. Inform Holy Maiden Xihe that Pavilion Master Lu is in Xuani Palace. Understood. Lan Xihe, who had been in Xihe Hall all day, was overjoyed when she received the message from Xuani. She quickly summoned Ouyang Ziyun to the main hall. When Ouyang Ziyun arrived, he greeted, Greetings, Holy Maiden. Mr. Ouyang, Pavilion Master Lu has returned. After thinking about it, I think you're the most suitable person to accompany me, Lan Xihe said. Ouyang Ziyun asked, Are you really going to see Pavilion Master Lu? Lan Xihe said, I can tell that the sacred temple is deliberately ignoring all the recent matters. The Great Void is about to collapse. I can only look for Pavilion Master Lu now. Mr. Ouyang, why have you been stopping me from seeing Pavilion Master Lu all this time? Mr. Ouyang sighed and said, Since you insist on going, I'll accompany you. Lan Xihe nodded. All right, let's not waste time and go now. With that, the duo left Xihe Hall. Xuani was happily chatting with Lu Zhou in his Dao Hall, and he asked for advice on many matters regarding cultivation. In truth, there was not much advice Lu Zhou could give on the cultivation of supreme beings. He could only vaguely point Xuani in the right direction. The rest was up to Xuani. Cultivation for supreme beings often involved comprehension of the laws and their state of mind. Some people were like naughty children all of their lives, refusing to grow up. With that, their state of mind would not change. Some people would mature as they grew, and their state of mind would become steadier. In any case, everyone was different, and consequently, their cultivation paths were also different. Xuani asked tentatively, You revealed your avatar so early. What if Ming Xian leads the temple and the other halls to fight you? The battle from 100,000 years ago was too intense. It shocked and left an indelible mark on most people. Lu Zhou replied calmly, If I was afraid, I wouldn't have shown my avatar. Although Lu Zhou was not yet a divine emperor, he still had a small amount of energy left in the Unholy One's painting. The Great Void's biggest problem now was not the Unholy One, but its impending collapse and how to survive. Ming Xian ignored all the chaos for so long. It was clear that he no longer cared about such trivial matters. At this moment, a dark guard walked into the hall and said, "Your Majesty, Holy Maiden Xiha has arrived." "Lead them in," Xuani said. Soon enough, the dark guard led Lan Xiha and Ouyang Ziyun into the Dao Hall. When the duo saw Lu Zhou, they wore different expressions on their faces. Lan Xiha looked slightly anxious and troubled, while Ouyang Ziyun's expression was one of excitement and surprise. "Pavilion Master Lu, I finally met you," Lan Xiha said. Ouyang Ziyun greeted Xuani before he said to Lu Zhou respectfully, "Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu. Please take a seat." After the duo sat down, Lu Zhou asked calmly, "Why has Holy Maiden Xiha been looking for me?" "Too many things have happened since we last met. After you left Xiha Hall, the pillar corresponding with Xiha Hall began to show signs of collapse. My heaven-suppressing pestle has been taken away by those shameless people from the nihilist congregation, so the cracks couldn't be repaired," Lan Xiha said. After a pause, she asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, did you manage to recover the heaven-suppressing pestle?" Xuani thought to himself, "What kind of status and identity does my teacher have? Why did he personally help Holy Maiden Xiha to retrieve the heaven-suppressing pestle?" Xuani's eyes darted back and forth between Lu Zhou and Lan Xiha as he carefully looked for signs of abnormalities. Alas, there was nary a ripple in Lu Zhou's expression. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Xiha Hall's heaven-suppressing pestle is with me." Lan Xiha was overjoyed. "That's great. Thank you for your help, Pavilion Master Lu." Alas, Lan Xiha's joy was short-lived. Lu Zhou said, "However, I can't return the heaven-suppressing pestle to you yet." "Why?" "The heaven-suppressing pestles are like a divine rod that can calm the sea when the sky collapses. In the coming 300 years, they'll be very important. Until then, I have to make sure they don't fall into the hands of wicked people," Lu Zhou said. Lan Xiha said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master Lu. I'm capable of protecting it. Although you're a supreme being, you don't have the capability to do that. Could it be that you don't trust me?" Lan Xiha thought about the nihilist congregation and the various things that happened recently. She said with a sigh, "You have a point, Pavilion Master Lu. I do trust you. I just don't think it's appropriate to trouble you." "It's fine," Lu Zhou said. Lan Xiha continued to say with a worried expression on her face, "Apart from that, there have also been rumors of the Unholy One's return to the Great Void. The Unholy One is a taboo in the Great Void. Everyone must unite to kill him. The owners of all 10 Great Void Seeds are your disciples. He surely won't let you off. Pavilion Master Lu, you must be careful. The Unholy One's cultivation is profound. 100,000 years ago, he was the most powerful cultivator in the Great Void. Everyone was afraid of him. If he really returns to the Great Void, I'm afraid it'll be the end of the world as we know it. None of us will have a good life." Xuani, ? Ouyang Ziyun, ? Lu Zhou asked curiously, "Do you know a lot about the Unholy One?" "Not particularly. When I was born, the Great Void was already flourishing. When I was young, I was curious about the Unholy One, but I was reprimanded by my elders for asking too much. Mr. Ouyang also told me not to ask about the taboos in the Great Void. The more the elders forbade me from asking, the more curious I became. Hence, I secretly read a few ancient records from the Great Void's treasure trove. He was the master of Grand Mystic Mountain and the former teacher of the 4 Supremes of the Sacred Hall. It was said that Great Emperor Ming Xian had a very good relationship with him," Lan Xiha said. Ouyang Ziyun could no longer endure it, so he said, "Holy Maiden, stop talking about Lord Unholy One's matters." "Lord." Lan Xiha furrowed her brows slightly. She noticed the way Ouyang Ziyun had addressed the Unholy One using a respectful title. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, "It's all right." Then, he asked Lan Xiha, "Then, do you know why those 4 suddenly switched allegiance and attacked the Unholy One?" Lan Xiha said, "I don't know. In any case, his era is over. People should move on. His return only brought terrible things to the Great Void. The pillars are collapsing one after another, and chaos has descended on the Great Void. Fierce beasts in the unknown land have disregarded the balance agreement and are wantonly killing humans. Lu Zhou frowned slightly as he asked, "Do you think all those things are caused by the Unholy One's return? How do you know it's not the collapse of the pillars that brought the Unholy One back?" Lan Shihe was rendered speechless. She looked at Lu Zhou with a complicated expression before she said, "Pavilion Master Lu is actually speaking up for the Unholy One?" Ouyang Ziyun could not help but raised his voice as he called out, "Holy Maiden!" Lu Zhou raised his hand again to stop Ouyang Ziyun. If his identity was exposed now, he would not be able to hear the truth. He said, "You have too deep a prejudice against the Unholy One." Lan Shihe shook her head. "Mr. Ouyang has repeatedly stopped me from learning more. He thinks I don't know about Emperor Chongguang, but I already know." Ouyang Ziyun was shocked. Lan Shihe continued to say, "I know that Emperor Chongguang died in the hands of the Unholy One. Ouyang Ziyun, it's inevitable. However, I really didn't expect her to know so much. This is going to be troublesome." Ouyang Ziyun felt as though 1,000 ants were crawling all over his heart. He felt anxious and restless. Xuanyi was surprised upon hearing Lan Shihe's words. Isn't this a meeting between two enemies? What to do? What to do? While Xuanyi and Ouyang Ziyun were wondering about how the situation was going to develop, Lu Zhou said, "The Unholy One didn't kill Emperor Chongguang. Are you saying the ancient records are wrong?" Lan Shihe asked. Lu Zhou said, "The ancient records only contain falsehood. Pavilion Master Lu, are you saying that the ancient records are filled with lies, and your words are the truth?" Lan Shihe asked. Ouyang Ziyun rose to his feet, like an elder reprimanding a child. He said, "Shihe, enough! Mr. Ouyang, apologize to Pavilion Master Lu," Ouyang Ziyun said. Lan Shihe was confused. Upon seeing Lan Shihe's expression, Ouyang Ziyun said, "Pavilion Master's words are indeed the truth." Lan Shihe was even more confused. The elder she respected the most, Ouyang Ziyun, who had been silently supporting Shihe Hall, actually supported Lu Zhou. Felt like the sun was rising from the west. She asked, perplexed, "I don't understand. Why?" No one spoke. The Dao Hall was awkwardly silent. After a short moment, Lu Zhou said, "I have no reason to kill Chongguang." Lan Shihe's eyes widened immediately as soon the implication behind the words dawned on her. Expressions of bewilderment and astonishment appeared on her face. Her heart raced wildly in her chest as she looked at Lu Zhou and said in a trembling voice, Unholy One." Lu Zhou sighed as he said, slightly emotional, "Back then, Chongguang guarded Chongguang Hall very well. He was a top-notch divine emperor. He followed me to the endless ocean in the east to investigate the mysteries of the world. We were like-minded friends. Later, the earth cracked for the first time. To investigate the truth, he went to a human settlement, which is now the Great Abyss Land, and was ambushed by the Rain Dragon. Because of that, he spent 100 years in Chongguang Hall to recuperate. For him, I punished the Rain Dragon. I fought with it for 7 days and 7 nights and pulled a few of its tendons out as punishment." This was the most legendary story that the juniors present had heard. It was even more exciting when it was narrated by the main character of the story. It was as though they were there to witness it. "I kept the tendons in a brocade box and carried it with me all the time. I planned to give it to Chongguang, but I didn't expect him to suddenly pass away," Lu Zhou said. Lan Shihe looked at Lu Zhou in shock and disbelief. She was bewildered. It was hard to believe that the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, whom she once looked down on, was the Unholy One whom everyone feared. She felt dizzy from this shocking revelation. After a long time, when Lan Shihe finally managed to suppress her emotions, she asked, "Was that your projection in the 9 domains? Did you use your projection to toy with me at the White Tower?" Lan Shihe was respectful, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction and unwillingness when she spoke. When she thought about how she was defeated with 3 moves at the White Tower Council, she felt as though a fishbone was stuck in her throat. It was extremely uncomfortable. At that time, she, a daughter of heaven, who had never lost a fight before, was defeated by an unknown pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The feeling of powerlessness when she was defeated was still deeply engraved in her mind. She did not expect that the other party was the unholy one. How could she have won against the unholy one? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't usually manifest doppelgangers or projections." Lan Shihe fell into a trance. The person she had fought, the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, was the legendary unholy one, not even his projection. She was at a loss for words. Her mind was filled with the legends and stories she had heard from when she was a child. In her mind, the unholy one was like Ming Xian or those really powerful ancient creatures and cultivators. At this time, Ouyang Ziyun finally could not hold back his excitement. He cried out, "Brother Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Zhou turned to look at Ouyang Ziyun. He recalled their first meeting in the Green Lotus domain. He asked, "You and Jie were my friends?" Ouyang Ziyun said excitedly, "Of course we're friends." When Lu Zhou was at the Cloud domain, he had been curious about Ouyang Ziyun. As expected, they knew each other. Not only that, but based on Ouyang Ziyun's attitude and words, they did not just know each other, but they were good friends. Since Lu Zhou had openly admitted his identity, Ouyang Ziyun also did not want to hide anymore. Lan Shihe was shocked again. "Mr. Ouyang, you knew this all along." Lan Shihe respected Ouyang Ziyun more than Ming Xian. This was something everyone in Shihe Hall knew. He had helped her like a master and a father. From a young age, he had taken care of her and helped her deal with problems from big to small. He taught her about the profound mysteries of the universe, and she learned many things from him. In her eyes, not many people could compare to him. She did not expect him to be the unholy one's friend. Ouyang Ziyun looked at Lan Shihe apologetically and said, "Holy Maiden, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You know how it is in the Great Void." "But you didn't have to hide it from me," Lan Shihe said, confused. "You're the Holy Maiden, the successor of Emperor Chongguang. You're determined to bring glory to Shihe Hall. The unholy one's matter was all in the past, so there was no need to mention it. I just didn't expect him to really return," Ouyang Ziyun said with a sigh. Then, he seemed to be slightly agitated as he said in a slightly trembling voice, "After all, no one can live forever." This sentence contained many complicated emotions. Lu Zhou sighed as well and said, "Well, I've returned to the Great Void. However, there are still many things I can't remember clearly." Ouyang Ziyun calmed down. He glanced at Xuani and Lan Shihe. Lu Zhou said, "We're all on the same side. You can speak freely." Lan Shihe was still stunned. On the other hand, Xuani was excited and filled with expectations. He looked at Ouyang Ziyun eagerly. He could not wait to hear about his teacher's past with Ouyang Ziyun. It was just like when he was young and was quietly and eagerly listening to the elders' stories. Ouyang Ziyun's eyes flashed with nostalgia as he said, "You juniors might not believe me, but Brother Lu, Jie, and I should be one of the earliest humans to exist in the world." Xuani and Lan Shihe were shocked. They looked at Ouyang Ziyun incredulously. This was beyond shocking. There was no word that could describe their shock. "We've witnessed humans develop and the dawn of civilization and the following glory," Ouyang Ziyun said. Xuani asked respectfully, "You've existed for such a long time. Isn't this immortality?" Ouyang Ziyun shook his head. "The longer you live, you'll be able to sense the end of your life. You'll understand it in the future. In other words, when you were about to die, you would be able to feel it." Ouyang Ziyun continued to say, "Mankind came up with cultivation, greatly increasing human lifespan. In ancient times, there was no difference between humans and fierce beasts. There were many hybrids, and their lifespan was even longer. Later on, living things absorbed the power from heaven and earth, growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, human civilization was slowly born, and things became more systematic." Xuani asked, "Since you and teacher are one of the earliest humans to exist, then isn't the cultivation world created by all of you?" Lu Zhou said, "I'm not that great. I've just lived for a long time. In the beginning, humans weren't much different from beasts. The development of human intelligence slowly set them apart from beasts. With that, words, languages, and other means of communication were also created. Ouyang Ziyun nodded as he laughed. The earliest cultivators were rather smart. The initial cultivation world was very diverse. It was also barbaric and chaotic. The strong were revered, and the weak were no better than meat. In order to become stronger faster, humans came up with all kinds of cultivation paths. Just like Brother Lu, they spent their lives focusing on cultivation. That's how all the different schools of thought in the cultivation world came to be. Xuanyi was filled with awe. In the early days, we didn't have names. Later on, when languages were created, we all came up with names for ourselves. Just like Brother Lu, I've used many names in the past, Ouyang Ziyun said. Xuanyi asked curiously like a good student. Before that, how did you and teacher address each other? Ouyang Ziyun glanced at Lu Zhou before he said, there were no words, just sounds. It's like fierce beasts. Some special notes represented special meanings. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, Brother Lu's first surname was Ji. Later on, he used many other surnames. The last surname he used was Lu. In the past, many cultivators, including me, called him D. D means supreme ruler. Brother Lu was the strongest divine emperor back then, Ouyang Ziyun said. Xuanyi's curiosity grew even stronger. He asked, Teacher is so powerful. Then, why's your cultivation? What Xuanyi wanted to ask was why his teacher was the strongest divine emperor back then, but up until now, he was just a great Tao saint. Ouyang Ziyun let out a long sigh and said, It's because I'm old. This reminded Lu Zhou of Ji Tiandao's difficulties in the past. Something stirred in his mind, and he wondered if everything was fated. When you're reaching the end of your life, your cultivation will begin to decline, Ouyang Ziyun said. Lu Zhou said, Jie Jinan isn't that old where his cultivation would begin to decline. Ouyang Ziyun sighed and said, his cultivation didn't decline because of age. In order to find you back then, he dove into the abyss and suffered a backlash from the power of the abyss, causing his cultivation to weaken greatly. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and recalled the scene of Jie Jinan holding the vast sky bag and Go Chen's life heart. No wonder he had those things from the unholy one. Ouyang Ziyun smiled and said, No one in the world knows how long we've lived. We've changed our names countless times, and we can do it again at any time. We can start again when the world changes. At this point, Ouyang Ziyun let out a long sigh. When the great void ascended to the sky, everything changed. Xuanyi asked, You and teacher have been searching for the answer to the shackles of heaven and earth. Did you find it? Ouyang Ziyun shrugged. You'll have to ask your teacher. No one in the world knows better than him. Xuanyi turned to look at Lu Zhou immediately. Even Lan Shihe, whose mind was in a mess, was gradually attracted by their conversation. She seemed to have forgotten her surprise and unhappiness as she listened to them. Lu Zhou's expression was extremely calm as he slowly rose to his feet. He looked at Ouyang Ziyun, Xuanyi, and Lan Shihe before he asked, Who created the pillars of destruction? Why did they rise to the heavens? The trio shook their heads. Lu Zhou said calmly, Everything is a living thing. The world and the land are no exception. Do you know the White Emperor's lost kingdom? Xuanyi said, Yes, I've been there to talk to the White Emperor. It's a great place for cultivation. The lost kingdom is Ximing, Lu Zhou said. The trio was surprised. After a moment, Xuanyi said, filled with disbelief, You mean to say, the land we're standing on is some kind of behemoth? Although it was shocking, it made sense as well after they thought about it carefully. Lu Zhou continued to say, They used to call me D. Do you know what D means? Xuanyi shook his head, indicating he did not know. Lu Zhou said calmly, D means supreme ruler. However, D also means earth. Earth is the origin of all things, and everything is one with the earth. Then, he looked at the trio and calmly said, One flower, one leaf, one world, one awareness. One flower, one leaf, one world, and one awareness meant that everything was one. No matter if it was the bacteria or humans, they were the same. For the bacteria on the flowers were their earth. Just like how the soil underneath humans' feet was the earth. The answer had been revealed. Humans often wondered about heaven and earth, and they questioned heaven and earth. Countless wise men speculated about the origins of humans and their future. They were taught and taught others to fear heaven and earth. They came up with many answers that were hidden in seemingly meaningless poems and proverbs. Xuanyi and Xianxia were the most outstanding cultivators among the younger generation. Their thinking was different from the older generation. They were more respectful and curious about heaven and earth. They had imagined heaven and earth being no bigger than a speck of dust in this vast and infinite universe. Humans were small, but their imagination was boundless. Suddenly, rumble! A thunderous noise rang from the distant horizon, shattering the peace and calm in Xuanyi's Dao Hall. Soon enough, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion flew over to the entrance of the Dao Hall. Ouyang Ziyun frowned. He looked outside and muttered, "I wonder which pillar is going to collapse." Xuanyi said, unhappy at being interrupted. "It couldn't wait, but it just has to collapse at such a time. Mr. Ouyang, please take a seat." Ouyang Ziyun shook his head and said, "Maybe next time. You can also ask Brother Lu if you have any more questions." Lu Zhou ignored everyone and looked outside for a moment before he said, "What's Ming Xine doing?" Ouyang Ziyun said, "I'm afraid only he knows the answer to that question." At this time, a dark guard appeared and said, "Your Majesty, Ping Dan's pillar of destruction that corresponds with Shiha Hall has collapsed." Lan Shiha rose to her feet and asked, "What did you say?" "Ping Dan's pillar of destruction has collapsed." Upon hearing this, Lan Shiha staggered and almost lost her balance. She was stunned. Ouyang Ziyun sighed heavily and said, "Perhaps it's just as Brother Lu predicted. The fall of the sky will usher in a new era." "Holy Maiden, don't worry too much." Xuanyi said, "I understand, but I still find it hard to accept. I think it'll be my turn soon." With this, 3 pillars of destruction had collapsed. The more pillars collapsed, the fewer time humans had. Lan Shiha said anxiously, "Mr. Ouyang Pavilion, Senior Lu, Emperor Xuanyi. I'll take my leave first. Go." "It's also a good time to help Zhu Honggong comprehend the Great Tao as soon as possible," Ouyang Ziyun said. Lan Shiha nodded and left Xuanyi Palace. Xuanyi asked, with a hint of eagerness and anticipation, "Then, can we resume our conversation?" Lu Zhou said, "I need to go to Yanfeng Hall and Xianmeng Hall." Apart from his 3rd and 4th disciples whom he had yet to hear from, Lu Zhou was most concerned about his 1st and 2nd disciples. The others had already comprehended the Great Tao while his 2 eldest disciples protected them. Xuanyi was a little disappointed, but he still said, "Then, I'll wait for teacher's return at Xuanyi Palace." At this time, Ouyang Ziyun said, "Brother Lu, be careful of Ming Xine." Lu Zhou had many things to attend to now and did not have time to chat about the past. If he had the time, he might well have absorbed the 4 power cores. When he absorbed the power cores, some of the disjointed images and scenes in his mind had begun to piece themselves together. With that, the memories of the Unholy One he had obtained back then became clearer and clearer. After Lu Zhou left, Xuanyi and Ouyang Ziyun flashed outside the Dao Hall at the same time. Both of them sighed softly. Xuanyi moved to stand next to Ouyang Ziyun and said with an expression of worship on his face, "I always thought you're just the Holy Maiden's teacher. I didn't expect you to be from the same generation as the Unholy One." Xuanyi respected highly experienced elders and seniors who had seen too much of the world the most. No matter how talented or powerful the younger generation was, their state of mind and experience could never compare to the elders. If they wanted to improve, they could only humbly ask for advice from the elders. "The past is like the clouds and mist. It's best not to mention it," Ouyang Ziyun said. "Is the inscription at Mount Weinan really left behind by teacher?" Xuanyi asked curiously. Ouyang Ziyun replied, That's just some nonsense Brother Lu left behind when he was bored, using his finger as a sword and the Tao to create a formation. Xuanyi said, that's not nonsense. It impacted the later generation. Since ancient times, no one knew who wrote it. Due to a lack of evidence, I couldn't confirm it. I really didn't expect I was right. It was teacher, after all. Ouyang Ziyun smiled. After living for a long time, one would naturally encounter a lull period during cultivation. As such, one would usually find other ways to vent. Brother Lu has done many boring things, such as... Xuanyi's curiosity grew, and his eyes shone with eagerness. Such as preaching to the world or writing classics and passing them to the world. Oh, he also built the southern sky city when he was bored. And the Thousand Serenities Tower south of Xuanyi Palace was cut open by him. There were rumors that Yinglong and the weapon, the Golden Amber Battle Axe, were trapped in the tower, but it's not like that. The Golden Amber Battle Axe has long been destroyed, and Yinglong had his tendons pulled out by your master. Xuanyi's mouth was slightly agape. Heavens! Just how many shocking things did teacher do? Then, Xuanyi said enthusiastically, Mr. Ouyang, I want to talk to you all night long. ? Ouyang Ziyun saw Xuanyi's fervent gaze and felt that something was wrong. He quickened his pace and walked away. Mr. Ouyang, wait for me. News of Lu Zhou manifesting his avatar in Xuanyi Palace's upper core spread like a wildfire in the Great Void. Previously, they were just rumors, but now, it had been confirmed that the Unholy One had returned. Needless to say, the Sacred Temple also received news of it. At this moment in the Sacred Temple, after receiving the report, Ming Xian asked, Where did Wen Ruqing and Guanzhou go? Your Majesty, the two Supremes are in their respective cultivation grounds. Tell them to come and see me. The two Supremes told me in advance that they were going into seclusion, and that to inform your Majesty about it when your Majesty asked. Ming Xian frowned. Tell them to come over. Naturally, the subordinate could not refuse Ming Xian regardless of Wen Ruqing and Guanzhou's words. He could only accept Ming Xian's order and leave. At this moment, Wen Ruqing and Guanzhou's expressions were not very good. They paced back and forth anxiously. Guanzhou muttered over and over again, What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? He's really back. I knew it. I knew it. Can you stop it? It's really annoying. Wen Ruqing said. Back at Nine Peaks Mountain, you were still suspecting Great Emperor Ming Xian, Guanzhou said. Wen Ruqing scoffed. Didn't you agree with me as well? Apart from that, without your approval, would I have sent a message to Rozhao Hall? Inwardly, Wen Ruqing thought he was lucky he did not run into the Unholy One. What should we do? Guanzhou asked. Wen Ruqing did not answer the question. Guanzhou said, The path we chose only leads to darkness. Let's go see Ming Xian. You're right. It's the only thing we can do now. With that, before Ming Xian's subordinate arrived, they made their way to the Sacred Temple. At the same time, the upper core at Xianmeng Hall was as chaotic as it was at Xuanyi Palace's upper core. Cultivators crowded the entire place, protesting loudly. Compared to the upper core at Rozhao Hall, it was more chaotic at the upper cores of Xuanyi Palace and Xianmeng Hall. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin could get close to the upper core so they could only observe from afar for the time being. What should we do now? There are too many people, so it's going to be troublesome, Zhao Yu said. The quartet had to be careful. If they showed themselves, the chaos might worsen. After all, Lu Zhou had injured Wu Xing from Xianmeng Hall. Let alone the masses from Xianmeng Hall's territory. How could the cultivators of Xianmeng Hall allow Lu Zhou's disciples to enter the upper core to comprehend the Great Tao? We can only wait for the Supremes from the Sacred Temple to show up. It's strange, though. What's taking them so long? There's no rush. We have plenty of time. There are at least 200 years before all of the upper cores collapse, Yu Zhenghai said. The quartet continued to watch at the edge of the crowd, blending in. There were too many people, and as long as they did not attract attention to themselves, no one would notice them. At this moment, an old man standing near the upper core suddenly shouted, Everyone! Everyone turned to look at the old man immediately. The old man continued to say loudly, I just received a piece of shocking news. The Unholy One went to the upper core at Xuanyi Palace and killed tens of thousands of people there. He used his demonic and evil avatar to slaughter many warriors guarding the upper core at Xuanyi Palace. He's cruel, and his hands are stained with blood. We must not back down. We must not let the owners of the great void seeds, who are the Unholy One's chess pieces, comprehend the great Tao. Everyone was in an uproar. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Yu Zhenghai said, if what he said is true, I'm afraid we'll be hunted by the Unholy One. Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, I've heard about the rumors about the Unholy One. I always feel like he has many similarities with Master. Perhaps they are talking about Master, Yi Tianxin said. Zhao Yu said, Master is the Unholy One? This? Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile on his face. Actually, it's not that far-fetched. Old Seventh let us rely on the sacred temple to comprehend the great Tao. For so long in the great void, all his plans seem to revolve around or have something to do with the Unholy One. Don't you think Old Seventh has already figured out everything? Moreover, if Master is really the Unholy One, don't you think that many things make sense? Realization dawned on the other three. If that's the case, then Master's method is really vicious, extremely vicious, Yu Zhenghai said as he shuddered. When he recalled what he had heard, he thought the beatings he received in the past were nothing. After a while, Yu Zhenghai said again, no matter what, these are just our speculation. Unless we see it with our own eyes, we can't easily believe things. After this, I'll attract their attention. At that time, second junior brother will enter the upper core. Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin said in unison, we'll go with you, eldest senior brother. Thank you, eldest senior brother, fifth junior sister, and sixth junior sister, Yu Shangrong said as he cupped his fists at the other three people. Yu Zhenghai looked at the sun as he said, it's getting late. Let's go, junior sisters. Okay. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The trio flew toward the upper core, attracting everyone's attention. Yu Zhenghai shouted, the Unholy One is here. Run. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 avatars appeared in the sky and flew into the distance. Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin had both comprehended the great Tao. Their speed was extremely fast. This was especially true for Yi Tianxin, who had grasped the great law of space. In just a blink of an eye, they had reached the horizon. Yu Zhenghai's words made everyone panic. It was even worse when they saw the 3 fleeing avatars. After all, even if such experts fled, what were they waiting for? Run. The old man, who had announced the news earlier, had wanted to seize the opportunity to stir up hatred toward the Unholy One. He did not expect someone to lead the situation in another direction. He thought to himself, this is bad. Don't go. The Unholy One won't come. Alas, it was already too late. Someone, who was running past the old man, cursed, bastard, are you trying to get us killed? He killed tens of thousands of people. Run. Fear was contagious and spread easily in crowds. The cultivators fled in all directions. At the same time, voices could be heard from the distant horizon. Ah! The Unholy One is here. Bang! 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 The sound of fierce battles rang from the distant horizon as well. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yu Shangrong flew toward the upper core swiftly. He was decisive and agile. Without any hesitation, he rushed toward the entrance of the upper core. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air, and the upper core shook. When everyone turned around, they saw the upper core glowing with a bright light. Those who were fleeing stopped in their tracks and watched the upper core's changes. Run! What are you waiting for? The Unholy One is here. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. With that, a large number of cultivators fled the scene. They were no longer spirited and hot-blooded like before. However, seeing the changes in the upper core, the old man flew up into the sky and manifested his avatar. Then he transmitted his voice to the crowd. Someone has broken into the upper core. You've all been tricked. Those who had left would naturally not return. As for those who still had some courage left, they stood where they were and looked at the upper core. The upper core buzzed, signaling that someone was trying to break in. Whoosh! 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 Many cultivators returned quickly and surrounded the upper core. Some of them, who saw Yu Shangrong approaching the upper core, were shocked. It's true. Someone is breaking into the upper core. Someone's causing trouble. Don't be afraid. Someone's deliberately using the unholy one to frighten us. Don't be afraid. Although quite a large number had fled, there were still many that remained. It's okay. We got him now. How dare you lie to us? Buzz. Yu Zhenghai, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin appeared in the sky. The unholy one is coming. Why aren't you running away? Yu Zhenghai asked with a hint of urgency. You bastard. You lied to us. Take them down. An overwhelming number of energy swords, energy sabers, and energy seals swept toward Yu Zhenghai and the other two women. Yu Zhenghai frowned. This group of people isn't easy to fool. Bang, 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 bang. The attacks kept coming, and the trio kept deflecting them. There were even a few Dao saints who hid themselves in the crowd as they attacked. Bang, 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 bang. Eldest senior brother, watch out. Yu Zhenghai said in a deep voice, Sovereign descent. Yu Zhenghai's jasper saber burst forth with a dazzling golden light and flew out. Countless energy sabers appeared, forming a wall to block the energy seals in the air. The cultivators were shocked. Great Dao Saint! Cultivators below the stage of a Dao Saint retreated one after another while the few experts leaped up into the sky. Yi Tianxin frowned slightly. I'll cover you, eldest senior brother. Yi Tianxin's golden lotus bloomed under her feet as she flew to the left toward the weak cultivators. At the same time, golden butterflies filled the sky. Upon seeing this, the cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated again. After grasping the great law of space, Yi Tianxin could move freely within a certain range. She was like a ghost as she and her golden butterflies, which were as sharp as blades, flew back and forth among the crowd. The crowd exclaimed in shock and fear. They had no choice but to manifest their avatars to defend themselves. Amorous Hoop. A tidal wave of energy swept through the crowd immediately, sending hundreds of cultivators flying back and causing them to vomit blood. With this, the pressure on Yu Zhenghai lessened greatly. Then, he cast his famous skills, the Great Dark Heaven Memorial and Dark Heaven Starlight. The entire sky was instantly illuminated by the Dark Heaven Starlight. Energy sabers covered the sky and the sun as they swept toward the experts. Block! The cultivators brought out their astrolabes immediately, forming a formation. Apart from the commotion from the fierce battle, buzzing noises and Buddhist chants could also be heard. It was extremely chaotic. Boom! 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 Waves after waves of energy sabers landed on the cultivators' astrolabes. Hold on! Someone shouted. Every time their astrolabes were hit, they would drop to a lower altitude. At this moment, Zhao Yu saw a large number of cultivators approaching from the other side. She flew over and used the brilliant jade technique before she engaged in a fierce battle with them. The cultivators were amazed when they saw that every time their energy seals reached Zhao Yu, they would be devoured by an invisible force. Whether it was the laws from Dao Saints or energy seals from weak cultivators, they were all easily resolved by her cultivation technique. The cultivators felt like they were at the end of the rope. Why are these three people so strong? No matter what, we have to hold on. Our life and death depend on this. At this moment, a cultivator holding a sharp blade suddenly put away his astrolabe. Then he raised his hand to the sky. Whoosh! A conical energy seal that shone with a dark light shot into the sky, scattering attacks from the dark heaven starlight. A sacred relic? Everyone was overjoyed. Needless to say, sacred relics were more powerful than weapons. Apart from being used as weapons, they usually had powerful abilities as well. The most outstanding example of a sacred relic was perhaps the scales of justice. When the sacred relic scattered the attacks from the dark heaven starlight, the cultivators flipped their astrolabes around and began to attack. Countless beams of light shot out immediately, lighting up the sky. From afar, they looked like dazzling pillars. Bang! 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 Xianxia waved his saber fiercely, flashing back and forth to avoid the beams of light. His dazzling movement technique and the sound of space tearing made his opponents tremble in fear. Retreat! After releasing the beams of light, the cultivators retreated at the same time. They quickly moved to two sides. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin used their great laws and returned to their original positions to avoid being besieged. The battle stopped for a moment. The trio faced off against the countless cultivators. Xianxia stood in front while Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin stood to the right and left respectively. In contrast to their large number of opponents that was like an army of 1,000,000, they seemed small and weak. The two sides stared at each other unblinkingly. Finally, Xianxia said loudly, "If anyone dares to stop us from comprehending the great Tao, I'll make them beg for death. Don't try and intimidate us." "Until now, it's still a draw," someone said derisively. "Then, let's give it a try," Xianxia said. "I've already informed the others to return to the upper core." "Your tricks are useless," someone said. Boom! The golden barrier that blocked the entrance disappeared. Everyone turned to look and saw Xianxia calmly enter the upper core. "Destroy the upper core," someone shouted. "Since it's going to collapse anyway if he comprehends the great Tao, let's just destroy it now." All the cultivators in the sky brought out their astrolabes at this moment. Xianxia frowned slightly. Although he was stronger than these people, it would be difficult for him to defeat all of them in a short time. The astrolabes in the sky were like moons. At this moment, a voice rang from the back. "Run! The unholy one is here. Run!" Only a few cultivators were frightened into fleeing. Most of the cultivators who stayed wore a mocking smile on their faces. "The same trick again? Can you change to a different trick? Do you think we'll fall for the same trick twice? Do you think we're fools?" Whoosh! A blue energy arrow flashing with electric arcs sailed in the air and pierced the last person who had spoken. It accurately and cleanly pierced his heart. The air froze immediately. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the blue energy arrow flashing with electric arcs. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound as the cultivator who was struck lowered his head and looked at his chest with an expression of disbelief on his face. He felt a terrible chill permeating his heart before an excruciating pain tore through his body, causing his mind to go blank. Everyone instinctively turned to look in the direction where the arrow came from, and they saw a towering blue avatar in the distant horizon. The avatar held a blue bow with a knocked arrow. "The Unholy One is showing his divinity." "Ah! The Unholy One is really here. Run! It's real this time." All the cultivators discarded their pride and fled in all directions again. Xianxia, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin looked surprised. "Master!" The trio was familiar with Unnamed in the form of a bow. The bow the avatar was holding looked exactly like Unnamed. Even the overbearing power and the style of attack were similar. The unique blue avatar attracted the trio's attention, but they also felt fear. The blue avatar emitted a chilling aura. Its blue eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Even the blue electric arcs flashing on the avatar's body were terrifying. Its movements were agile as well. A blue astrolabe hung at its back, and the patterns on it were strange and mysterious. The blue avatar was like a painting woven by the stars in the sky. A figure hovered between the eyebrows of the avatar. The figure stood with his hands on his back, looking at everything in front of him indifferently. It was none other than the owner of the blue avatar, Lu Zhou. "Run!" Everyone was frightened out of their wits by the blue avatar. Some people were so scared that they could not even move. None of them had seen the Unholy One 100,000 years ago. Their knowledge was limited to hearsay, legends from their elders, and ancient records. Based on what they know, the Unholy One was evil, vicious, and killed without changing expression. Most importantly, his cultivation was extremely profound. He was the strongest person 100,000 years ago. Since you're already here, why are you leaving? The blue avatar drew the bowstring back again, releasing energy arrows after energy arrows. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The energy arrows accurately pierced the hearts of the cultivators. They were like a meteor shower that reaped the lives of living beings. Primal chi storms began to rage in the sky. The entire place was extremely chaotic. After an unknown amount of time had passed, it finally quieted down. The entire area around the upper core was wrecked. Corpses littered the blood-stained ground that was riddled with holes and burn marks. Even the tree and plants were dyed with blood. It was an extremely chilling sight. Lu Zhou did not bother chasing after the others who fled. His goal had been achieved after all. He did not know how many people he had killed with that move, but it was enough. He was too lazy to count them. In times of chaos, there would be war. With war, there would definitely be bloodshed. This had always been the case. How could the Unholy One be lacking in domineering methods? Benevolence did not control armies. In history, which ruler did not have his or her hands stained with blood? The surviving cultivators who did not flee were lying in a pool of blood on the ground, shivering as they looked at the slowly approaching blue avatar. Fear gripped their hearts, and their faces were ashen. There was no light and hope at this moment. After a while, Lu Zhou put the blue avatar away. At the same time, Yu Zhenghai, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin finally confirmed that the Unholy One was their master. They were surprised and excited at the same time. They bowed and called out, trying to restrain their excitement. "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou nodded. "Is everything going well?" "Yes, Master. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to handle," Yu Zhenghai said. "Yu Shangrong has already entered the upper core?" Lu Zhou asked, glancing at the upper core. "Yes, he's entered the upper core," Yu Zhenghai replied. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he glanced at Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin before he said, "Now that you've comprehended the Great Tao, you must treasure this golden opportunity and become supreme beings as soon as possible." "Understood." During your 200 years in the Great Void, various people and forces have spent a lot of effort to nurture you. You must also be careful not to be manipulated and used by others, Lu Zhou said. After all, the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands, Shangzhong, and the others had expended a lot of effort on his 10 disciples. Upon hearing this, the trio said immediately, "We're loyal to masters and have no other intentions." Lu Zhou did not respond. He flashed and appeared on the ground. He looked around his surroundings. 5 or 6 cultivators lay on the ground, drenched in blood, as they looked at Lu Zhou fearfully. His sudden appearance caused them to tremble and cry out in fear. "Who's the mastermind?" Lu Zhou asked. No, we don't know." "That's not the answer I want," Lu Zhou said as a sharp blade appeared in his hand. One of them struggled to his knees and began to kowtow as he cried out, "Feather Tribe! It's the Feather Tribe. The Feather Tribe sent us here. Please show mercy, Lord Unholy One. Please spare my life." As expected, the Feather Tribe wanted to stir up trouble in the Great Void. After Yu Zhenghai, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin landed next to their master, they looked at the bloody ground and shook their heads. If those people knew this would happen, they would not have dared to do such a thing in the first place. Perhaps the trio had grown numb to such a scene. They did not feel much. "Master, the Feather Tribe is deliberately opposing us," Yu Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou scoffed. "I've met that emperor you once. He's very cunning. When we handle the things here, I'll seek justice from him." Zhao Yu said, "Master, something doesn't feel right. Why is Emperor Yu doing this? Is he trying to stop us from comprehending the Great Tao to protect the Pillars of Destruction and the Great Abyss Land?" Yi Tianxin asked. "No," Lu Zhou said. "It can't be that simple. As the leader of the Feather Tribe, he won't risk the lives of his tribesmen for no good reason. Although I don't have a good impression of him, he truly cares a lot about his tribe. he can be considered a good leader. With his ability, he should have guessed the pillars would collapse sooner or later. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the heaven-suppressing pestle to me so easily. Then, is it possible that Emperor Ming Xian has something to do with this? Yu Zhenghai said, that's not very likely. Ming Xian can't wait for us to comprehend the Great Tao. Ming Xian has yet to make his move. For some reason, he's very anxious for us to comprehend the Great Tao and become supreme beings. Does he have some big scheme that has something to do with us? This reminded Lu Zhou of Ji Tiandao's plan when he was alive. At that time, he had wanted to use his disciples' lives to break through the 8-leaf limit. Could it be that Ming Xian has a similar plan? We'll discuss this later, Lu Zhou said. There were more important things to be done at this moment. Rumble. The upper core exploded. Lu Zhou raised his head and saw rocks and pebbles in the air. The surviving cultivators on the ground looked at the flying rocks with ashen faces. They were going to be buried alive. Lu Zhou raised his hand and pushed the confinement seal out. The confinement seal expanded rapidly, turning into a mountain that blocked the flying rocks. Bang! 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 The rocks, debris, and rubble hit the confinement seal and slid to the ground. After a while, things gradually calmed down, and Lu Zhou put away the confinement seal. When he looked up, he saw Yu Shangrong hovering in the air, holding the longevity sword. Yu Shangrong's body was glowing faintly. He looked like a different person. When a few of the stones flew toward him, he casually waved his sword. Bang! It was as though Yu Shangrong was slicing tofu. Then he waved his sword again, and a black hole appeared in the void in front of him. Second senior brother has comprehended the Great Tao, Yi Tianxin said excitedly. Congratulations, second senior brother, Zhao Yu said. Yu Zhenghai also smiled and said, second junior brother, I'll let you take the lead this time. Yu Shangrong disdained to argue with Yu Zhenghai about this. He said, thank you for letting me win, eldest senior brother. When Yu Shangrong landed on the ground, a golden halo appeared under his feet for a moment. Half of the 18th leaf could be seen. He bowed and called out, greetings, master. Lu Zhou nodded. It's good that you comprehended the Great Tao. What laws have you grasped? Yi Tianxin said first, I comprehend the great law of space. Then, Yi Tianxin flashed, appearing in 8 different places before returning to her original position in just a blink of an eye. Zhao Yu looked envious when she looked at Yi Tianxin. Then she said, Master, I don't know if I've comprehended a great law. There's just an indescribable feeling. Lu Zhou was curious. There's such a thing? Master, please enlighten me, Zhao Yu said, mustering up her courage before she asked to spar with Lu Zhou. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Yi Tianxin looked at Zhao Yu in surprise. Yu Zhenghai could not help but give Zhao Yu a thumbs up. Amazing! Eldest senior brother admires you. Lu Zhou did not expect Zhao Yu to make such a request as well. He said, okay. Lu Zhou flipped his palm and circulated his energy. Primal chi churned like a vortex in his hand before forming a palm seal before he pushed it out. The dazzling golden palm seal flew out. It was not very powerful since Lu Zhou had intentionally held back. Even then, it was not something ordinary Dao saints could withstand. Zhao Yu's body began to ripple like water before she turned incorporeal. After the palm seal shot through her body harmlessly, she returned to normal again. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yu spread her arms and said helplessly, that's what it looks like. I don't know what law it is. Let me try, Yu Zhenghai said before he unleashed the great dark heavenly palm. It was faster and more overbearing than Lu Zhou's palm seal. Zhao Yu hurriedly raised her hand and unleashed a palm seal of her own. Boom! When the 2 palm seals collided, it could be seen that their forces were almost the same. Yu Zhenghai said, that's amazing, junior sister. The force of your palm seal is the same as mine. A thought appeared in Lu Zhou's mind, and he said, balance, balance. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Yi Tianxin looked at Lu Zhou curiously. Lu Zhou said calmly, The stronger her opponent, the stronger she becomes. It's the same conversely. In other words, she can balance her enemies and herself, and everyone is equal in front of her. That's the great law she grasped. This time it was Yi Tianxin's turn to feel envious. She asked, "Doesn't that mean senior sister can fight a divine emperor?" Lu Zhou shook his head. Of course not. The great laws are one of the skills of supreme beings. Among supreme beings, it's a competition of the laws. It depends on how strong your comprehension is and how powerful your law is. The laws controlled by divine emperors are far stronger than Tao saints, and their comprehension is also much more profound. Yu Zhenghai said with a smile, "Master has a point. No matter how talented or strong a kid is, he or she would still be defeated with a punch by an adult." Eldest senior brother's explanation is really very direct, Yi Tianxin said. Zhao Yu was very excited about the law she had comprehended. She said, "Then, I'll have to work hard to deepen my comprehension." Lu Zhou nodded. "That's right. If you comprehend it well, you'll be very powerful in the future." "I'll definitely live up to Master's expectations," Zhao Yu said excitedly. Then, Lu Zhou turned to look at Yu Shangrong and asked, "Old second, what about you?" Yu Shangrong said with a smile, "The law that I comprehend is a simple one. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the law of destruction. The law of destruction contains a little of the law of space as well." Lu Zhou said praisingly, "The law of destruction isn't bad, breaking 10,000 laws with a strike. When the power of destruction reaches a certain level, it can ignore all laws." Yu Zhenghai asked, "Master, is there a big difference between the laws?" Lu Zhou said, "Naturally, the effects are different, but at the core of it, the laws are the same. It is a huge contradiction, and it'll be difficult to prove who's stronger. In a fight, factors like cultivation, state of mind, combat experience, and so on play a part in deciding the winner as well. If we really have to pick the better law, I'd say the law of time is at the top." Yu Zhenghai said, "Isn't strength enough to crush time when it reaches a certain level?" Lu Zhou chuckled. The four disciples were stunned. It had been a long time since they had seen their master smile. They were deeply moved and could not help but smile as well. Humans create words and logic. They define the rules. If you say it's okay, it's okay. If you say it's not, it's not. However, for now, isn't the essence of what Great Void and the 9 domains want to break time? Lu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai bowed. "Thank you for your teaching, Master. You'll understand these things in the future. Perhaps, in the future you'll make all laws equal," Lu Zhou said. The quartet nodded. Their hearts were filled with expectations. "All right, let's go to Shanyan's upper core," Lu Zhou said. Yu Zhenghai asked happily, "Master, you're going to accompany us?" Lu Zhou nodded. "Only in this way can there be no mistakes." "Thank you, Master." Under Lu Zhou's lead, they flew away. They did not look back at the devastation at the upper core of Xianmeng Hall. After all, the Great Void would eventually collapse, and its glory would come to an end. When Lu Zhou and his 4 disciples arrived at the upper core of Shanyan's Pillar of Destruction, the sun was already setting in the west, dyeing half the sky red. In contrast to the upper core at Xianmeng Hall, there was no crowd. Only 4 white-haired elders hovering in 4 different directions could be seen. Their faces were thin, and their eyes were closed. No one knew how long they had been at the upper core of Shanyan's Pillar of Destruction. They were the 4 ancient lords of Shanyan. The 4 ancient lords of Shanyan were said to be born in ancient times. It was said that the 4 ancient lords and Emperor Yanfeng fought with the Saint Slayers and savages in Zidongdu Canyon. They killed millions of fierce beasts there as well. They left corpses in their wake in the canyon. Due to their outstanding contributions to mankind, they enjoyed very high status and prestige. With the existence of these 4 people, it made sense the other cultivators did not dare to approach the upper core. Moreover, they also trusted the quartet to protect the upper core. At this moment, Ancient Lord Dongfang opened his eyes and said tonelessly, "They're here." The other 3 ancient lords opened their eyes as well. What will come will come. The 4 ancient lords flashed and appeared in the east. They stood side by side and looked into the distance. They saw 5 streaks of light like meteors flying in the sky. Old Lord Dongfang said, "It's been a long time since such an expert came here. The last time was when the 4 supremes of the sacred temple were here. It's said the younger generation is extremely talented. It seems like we old men have underestimated young people. No, one of them isn't young." Soon enough, 5 figures arrived. They hovered 300 feet above the upper core and looked down at the 4 ancient lords. "It seems like no one came to cause trouble here," Yu Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back. He looked at the 4 ancient lords for a moment before he finally recognized them. Then, he said using the power of speech, "The 4 ancient lords of Shanyan, how have you been?" Lu Zhou's voice was thunderous. It shook the sky and the land. The power of speech from the heavenly writing made the 4 ancient lords frown as they looked up in surprise. When ancient Lord Dongfang recovered from his surprise, he said, "You really returned." The 4 ancient lords were tens of feet apart, but their energies connected them, forming a defensive energy wall. Lu Zhou lowered his altitude until he drew level with them. Lu Zhou's 4 disciples followed him and descended as well, standing tens of feet away from the 4 ancient lords. For most cultivators, standing so close to the 4 ancient lords would pressure and frighten them. After all, with the quartet's cultivation bases, it was easy for them to destroy mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon with just a wave of their hands. The 4 ancient lords studied Lu Zhou's appearance from top to bottom, not missing a single detail. Ancient Lord Dongfang nodded slightly and said, "When the world said the Unholy One has returned, I didn't believe it. Now I met you, I believe it." Ancient Lord Nanfang added, "Resurrection is an ability all cultivators dream of. Not only did you successfully come back to life, but you're younger than before. Those who don't know better would think you're just a young boy who has just entered the cultivation world and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Lu Zhou said expressionlessly, "There are indeed many people like that." Yu Zhenghai chimed in, "It's a pity all of them have passed away." Ancient Lord Dongfang smiled. "You're the same as before. You always do things your own way. I admire you. I admire you." Lu Zhou scoffed lightly. "Since you know I've returned, you still insist on guarding the upper core and protecting your pitiful dignity?" Ancient Lord Dongfang said slowly, "The will of heaven can't be ignored. Similarly, the will of the people can't be ignored. Old Demon Ji, back then you defeated Yanfeng, Xianmeng, Changyu, and Rozhao and won a bitter victory. Now that you've returned to the Great Void, the 4 ancient lords do not fear you. The people of the Great Void do not fear you. Heaven and earth are boundless, and righteousness will prevail. Today, let's settle all our old and new grudges." Upon hearing this, realization dawned on Yu Zhenghai. He finally understood why his master had accompanied them to the upper core of Shanyan's pillar of destruction. As it turned out, there was a story in the past. Among the 4 divine emperors who fell back then, the master of Yanfeng Hall, which corresponded with Shanyan's pillar of destruction, was one of them. Although Yanfeng Hall no longer had a master, it had the support of the 4 ancient lords of Shanyan. Lu Zhou said in a very low voice, "When I was sitting firmly on Grand Mystic Mountain back then, all of you came to the mountain every day to bow and worship. You called me a role model for all the cultivators in the world. When Grand Mystic Mountain collapsed, you bag of bones called me a demon. How can shameless old men like you have the audacity to bark in front of me?" Ancient Lord Dongfang was not angered. Instead, he said, "Times have changed. When you built Grand Mystic Mountain, and the sea and the land were at peace, we were in awe and willing to follow you. However, what did you do?" After a brief pause, Ancient Lord Dongfang continued to say slowly, "You extracted the power cores and caused the earth to collapse. You cut down the 1,000 Serenities Tower and pulled out divine dragon's tendons, causing chaos in the human world. Fierce beasts fought with humans for hundreds of years, and countless lives were plunged into despair. You ordered tens of thousands of cultivators to dig the valleys and the abysses in the east in your search for eternal life. People's hearts were uneasy, and the world was terrified. Do you think you're worthy of the position of the master of Grand Mystic Mountain?" Do you think you're worthy of the reverence and admiration of all the cultivators in the world? If you were an emperor of the common folks, you'd be the most muddle-headed and tyrannical emperor in history since the dawn of time. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia lost his temper immediately. Shut your mouth. It's not your place to judge my master's actions. Do you think I'm aware of what Yanfeng Hall has done? Since I became its commander, I've looked through the ancient records in the hall. Do you really think people don't know what you've done? Do you want me to list them out one by one for you? Shameless bag of bones. Bah! You Shangrong, Yi Tianxin, and Zhao Yu were usually quite refined and graceful. However, at this moment, they could not help but spit lightly in agreement with Xianxia. The four ancient lords looked at the four young people, puzzled. Realization seemed to dawn on ancient Lord Dongfang before he said, "You're Xianxia, the one who won the position of the commander of Yanfeng Hall? If I knew how shameless four of you are, I wouldn't have agreed to become the commander of Yanfeng Hall," Xianxia said. The four ancient lords' expressions changed slightly. Finally, ancient Lord Dongfang said, "Old Demon Ji, you really like to accept students and disciples. I hope your disciples won't follow the same path as the four supremes of the sacred hall." As soon as ancient Lord Dongfang's voice fell, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Impudent." Lu Zhou struck with his hand. A blue palm seal flashing with electric arcs, which contained the divine Tao power, flew toward the four ancient lords. The four ancient lords' eyes widened before they drew a circle with their hands, forming four circles of light. The four circles of light gathered, forming a huge circular shield. Boom! The palm seal hit the shield. The four ancient lords actually blocked Lu Zhou's palm seal. Ancient Lord Dongfang sensed the power of the palm seal and revealed a puzzled expression. After a moment, he said, "I see." Lu Zhou took a step forward, and the other four flew back. Ancient Lord Dongfang continued to say, "You're walking the same path as the Unholy One, and you're wearing his mantle. However, you're less ruthless, and your cultivation isn't enough. If that's the case, then the four of us will carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of this little demon." Lu Zhou was unmoved. Sometimes he thought so too. However, there were also times he felt that he was the Unholy One. He could not decide between the two. At this moment, a phantom flew out of each of the four ancient lords' bodies, while their physical bodies shone from dazzling circles of light that turned them into golden Buddhas. The four phantoms shot toward Lu Zhou like the wind. This was the power of the will. Lu Zhou's disciples could not see the phantom souls. They could only sense a mysterious force sweeping toward their master. When the four phantoms drew close to Lu Zhou, the divine mark robe suddenly fluttered. Roar! The ancient dragon soul roared, pushing the four ancient lords' souls back. The four phantoms kept retreating until they returned to their respective bodies. Then, the four ancient lords opened their eyes and grunted at the same time. Subsequently, blood trickled out from the corners of their mouths. When they recovered, they exclaimed in unison, "Ancient dragon soul?" The quartet thought they could catch the person in front of them off guard by using the power of the will. They did not expect him to possess the ancient dragon soul. Lu Zhou also did not expect the enemies to be so unlucky. After a brief moment, he said, "I haven't even made a move yet, but you're already like this?" The four ancient lords exchanged a look and nodded tacitly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The quartet flew into the sky above the upper core before forming a circle with their hands. Following that, energy seals filled the air. At the same time, primal chi surged around the upper core, and the ground began to crack. Lines on the ground began to converge toward them as cracking noises rang in the air. It was also at this moment that Lu Zhou leaped into the air and flew toward the four of them. Ancient Lord Dongfang struck with his palm. Go! The divine Tao power burst forth from Lu Zhou's palm as he met the attack. Boom! Ancient Lord Dongfang's palm seal dissipated, and Lu Zhou appeared in front of him with an unstoppable momentum. Ancient Lord Dongfang was a little surprised, and he quickly sent out 4 consecutive palm strikes. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou flashed and disappeared. At this moment, ancient Lord Nanfang cried out, "Confine!" Buzz! A circle of light shot out of the upper core, confining all of them. This was a spatial technique. Freeze! Lu Zhou threw the hourglass of time out. The four ancient lords turned to look at Lu Zhou in unison. They were astonished when they saw the spinning hourglass. The Unholy One's item? As soon as these words were said, the four ancient lords were frozen. In just a breath, Lu Zhou shattered space, striking with 4 palm seals before he swept past the quartet. The four ancient lords were struck in the chest and flew backward as though they had been struck by lightning. When time recovered, they spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Ancient Lord Dongfang endured the intense pain and adjusted his position as he cried out, "Steady!" The four of them stabilized their bodies and gestured with their hands. Then the primal chi between heaven and earth began to gather. At the same time, 4 pillars of light shot out from the ground and shrouded them. 4 majestic avatars appeared. Their tops could not be seen at all. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Fake supreme beings can only fake their confidence in the end." This was a huge formation that the four ancient lords had built with the help of the upper core, boosting their cultivation to that of a supreme being. Alas, that did not mean they were supreme beings. Following that, Lu Zhou mobilized the power from the Unholy One's painting. Its mysterious power coursed through his 8 extraordinary meridians and pulled out the energy from the 4 power cores. Then, they merged before electric arcs burst forth from his body. In just a moment, his eyes shone with a blue light. Blue eyes? Unholy One? When the 4 ancient lords saw Lu Zhou in the Unholy One's state, their eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. When Lu Zhou arrived in front of them, his avatar appeared. The 14-leaf lotus grew swiftly, and with a few loud booms, it sent the 4 ancient lords flying far away. The 4 ancient lords spat out blood again. He still possesses his peak strength? How's this possible? How did he manage to maintain his peak strength after everything? The quartet was perplexed. At this moment, Lu Zhou said in a sonorous voice, "You old thing, back then, I killed Yan Feng. Today, I'll send all of you to see him. Yan Feng Hall will fall. Old Demon Ji, I'll fight you to death." Ancient Lord Dongfang was the first to charge out, looking as though he had no regard for his life at this moment. He shone with a golden light as he flew horizontally. A terrifying power wrapped around his hands as he drew close to Lu Zhou, aiming for Lu Zhou's head. Just as Ancient Lord Dongfang's hand was about to touch Lu Zhou raised his hand. Bang! Lu Zhou's hand was like the mountain when he firmly blocked Ancient Lord Dongfang's earth-shaking attack. Then he slowly clenched his hands. Crack! Arg! Ancient Lord Dongfang's hands were broken in just an instant. He quickly retreated and returned to the others. Then, the 4 ancient lords watched as Lu Zhou walked toward them unhurriedly. With every step he took, their expressions became uglier. Finally, they looked at each other tacitly. "Use the ultimate move." The quartet nodded, looking as though they had seen through life and death as they spoke their final words to each other. "Very well. We're all so old anyway. It's about time our mission comes to an end. May the world be peaceful and prosperous again. It's not scary even if we fall. There are still tens of thousands of people who will carry on our legacy. To be able to fight old Demon G at his peak. Even if we die, it's acceptable." After that, the 4 of them endured the excruciating pain and spread their arms. The world shook. The upper core began to tremble and cracks began to appear. Lu Zhou scoffed coldly. "Even if there are 10 million of you, I'll still kill all 10 million. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared high in the sky. Following that, Lu Zhou's golden avatar appeared in front of the 4 ancient lords while the blue avatar appeared behind them. Under Lu Zhou's control, the 2 avatars exploded with the power of life and death. The 4 hot-blooded ancient lords who had just roused their fighting spirit felt as though they had been splashed with a bucket of ice water when they saw the 2 avatars. 2 avatars? The quartet's faces were ashen and dumbfounded as they watched countless energy swords swept out. At this time, they keenly realized the gap between them and the Unholy One. The difference was too great. They felt embarrassed when they recalled how they had boldly challenged him and fought him earlier. They were just asking to be humiliated. Two energies that far surpassed the quartet's energies, which they mustered up at the cost of their lives, fell on them. The four ancient lords felt their bodies and souls trembling. When the powerful electric arcs fell on them, their bodies and 8 extraordinary meridians felt as though they were on fire. They struggled as they let out a heart-wrenching cry. They wanted to avoid the attacks of Lu Zhou's 2 avatars. At this time, Lu Zhou suddenly appeared between the 2 avatars. Then he pushed his hand down. Just like that, the entire space below seemed to have frozen and formed an enclosed space. The enclosed space, which was like a cage, was formed by Lu Zhou's divine Tao power. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise, "How's this possible?" Yi Tianxin and Zhao Yu were too dumbstruck to say anything. They thought they were powerful enough and getting closer and closer to their master. However, when they saw the 2 avatars, they understood one thing. They might not be able to catch up to their master for the rest of their lives. A cultivator could only form 1 avatar. That had always been the case since the dawn of time. No cultivator had more than 1 avatar. Lu Zhou's disciples did not know how he did it. They only felt their understanding of the world and common sense had been overturned at this moment. Xianxia turned to Xiangrong and said, "Old Second, I've always felt that your cultivation path is the most unique in the world. I thought Master's lotus color was just unique, but there was nothing special in essence. I didn't expect that Master has long embarked on such a unique and special path." Xiangrong nodded and said, "Thank you for your praise, eldest senior brother. I originally thought so as well. I wonder what else Master has been hiding from us." How many years had it been since they left the Evil Sky Pavilion before they returned again? How many changes had they experienced since then? During the entire time, their master had refreshed their worldview over and over again. However, it was not surprising for their master to have so many hidden trump cards. After all, no one would expose their trump cards for no reason. However, why did it feel like their master had endless trump cards? Who knows? I've already grown numb to the surprises, Xianxia said. Yi Tianxin added, "In fact, this is understandable. Master is the Unholy One. That aside, the 4 supremes of the sacred temple seems to be Master's students." The other 3 understood the meaning behind Yi Tianxin's words. In the past, all of the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion, except for little Yuaner who had no ill intentions, betrayed their master and sect. The 4 supremes of the Sacred Hall used to be students of Grand Mystic Mountain, and they had also betrayed the Unholy One, becoming lackeys of the Sacred Temple. How could the Unholy One make the same mistake over and over again? Hence, their master's vigilance and secrecy were understandable. The 4 disciples sighed at the same time. At this time, boom! A wave of energy swords landed on the 4 ancient lords, and they cried out in pain again. "Arg! A life for a life! Help me!" Ancient Lord Nanfang cried out. Then, the other 3 ancient lords pushed their hands out, sending Ancient Lord Nanfang out. Then, he shot toward the sky like a pillar of light toward the blue avatar that pressured them greatly. As long as he could severely injure the avatar, the owner would be severely injured as well. At the critical moment, the blue avatar suddenly disintegrated into pieces. "What's this?" Xianxia exclaimed. "The avatar disintegrated? How's this possible?" Not only were the 4 disciples shocked, but the 3 ancient lords looking at the shattered blue avatar were shocked as well. Ancient Lord Nanfang spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the empty as he said mournfully, "What a loss!" Boom! Ancient Lord Nanfang knew they could not turn back now. His energy exploded and he perished. Lu Zhou imbued his body and the golden avatar with his divine Tao power. Electric arcs covered his entire body, and his divine mark robe surged with primal chi. Following that, energy seals appeared around him. Sun Disk. A fake supreme being is fake after all. Die. Lu Zhou's light disk fell from the sky. cultivators who were not supreme beings were like ants in front of supreme beings. The difference was not only in the great laws but the light discs as well. The light disc was a crushing force to great Tao saints. Light discs could often ignore the laws of cultivators below the stage of a great Tao saint. Lesser laws were almost useless against light discs. Light disc. The remaining three ancient lords' faces were ashen as they looked at the sky in despair, losing all thoughts of resisting. They looked at the light disc in a daze. The two avatars had already shocked them, and the addition of the light disc made them give up completely. Suddenly, ancient Lord Dongfang pushed his hands out, bringing out his avatar and astrolabe. He laughed in a mournful manner, looking as though he was crying instead. His robes had been torn by the battle, and his protective energy had long been shattered, leaving him vulnerable. "No!" the other ancient lords cried out. "This is heaven's will. It's all heaven's will." Ancient Lord Dongfang said, "The unholy one has returned, and the end of the world is imminent. Let's just die." Then, he turned to his comrades and said, "I hope that in the next life we can still be brothers. All right?" The other ancient lords' expressions became determined as they flew toward ancient Lord Dongfang. "If you want to die, then let's die together." Lu Zhou said, "If you want to die, you have to ask my permission." As soon as these words were uttered, the blue avatar suddenly appeared at the side and slashed with its sword, shattering the void and the sky. The ancient lords' astrolabes were cleaved into two by the blue avatar's energy sword, and their arms were also severed from their bodies. In just a moment, blood spurted out from their ghastly wounds. At the same time, the light disc fell on ancient Lord Dongfang. Boom! A storm raged as the sky exploded. The storm wreaked havoc in the confined space. The golden and blue avatars were like the most loyal guards, protecting Lu Zhou in the middle and shielding him from the raging storm. When everything calmed down, Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the two avatars vanished into thin air immediately. At the same time, ancient Lord Beifong and ancient Lord Shifeng, whose arms had been severed, plummeted down from the sky. They were completely drenched with blood. Lu Zhou landed in front of two of them. His body flashed with electric arcs as he looked at them with his soul-stirring blue eyes. His long hair fluttered in the air as the ancient dragon soul suppressed their will until their mind broke down and stopped moving. The duo only looked at Lu Zhou's blue eyes before their bodies began to tremble again. They did not dare to look at him again. Lu Zhou looked at the duo and pushed his hand down. Two energy seals landed on the duo's Danshan's seas of qi. The two ancient lords were already severely injured. How could they still resist? Without any suspense, their Danshan's seas of qi were destroyed, causing them to cry out miserably. "You want a quick death? How can it be so easy? Let me show you who's in charge today. You'll see whether it's the end of the world or the dawn of light in this dark world." The duo was confused, not understanding Lu Zhou's words and actions. Is he psycho? Does he intend to torture us? Finally, ancient Lord Beifong said, "Whether you want to flay or kill us, you can do as you wish. It's easy to kill you. It's no different from killing an ant," Lu Zhou said as he shook his head. "If you want to die after I leave, there's plenty of time for you to kill yourself." "You? What? You don't have the courage to commit suicide?" Lu Zhou asked. The two trembled as complicated emotions rose in their hearts. Lu Zhou said contemptuously, "You're as hypocritical as always. This is your nature." Yu Zhenghai chimed in from the side. "You stinky things are too stubborn. You've been here for so long, so you should know the collapse of the pillars is inevitable. Also, what do you mean by saying my master's return heralds the end of the world? You ominous thing. This is the first time I've met such shameless people." Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "There's no need to quibble with them. Time will prove everything. Go." Yu Zhenghai bowed. "Yes, I'll go now." Yu Zhenghai flew toward the upper core immediately. Subsequently, Yi Tianxin moved to stand in front of the two bloodied ancient lords. She shook her head and said, "Old geezers, you're the most hateful worm in this world, and yet, you don't know it?" Ancient Lord Beifong, who could no longer endure it, said, "Kill me." "I won't kill you. You should live to see the sky collapse, so you'll suffer forever. However, if you really can't endure it, you can kill yourself," Tianxin said. She was reminded of the 10 great sects of the Noble Path in the Golden Lotus domain. They were so similar in that they were all sanctimonious and disgusting. Why did history have a tendency of repeating itself? It was due to humans' unchangeable nature. Boom! A thunderous noise rang from the upper core of Xianxia's pillar of destruction like a warning to the world. Like the other upper cores of the pillars of destruction, cracks like lightning bolts began to appear. This signified that Yu Zhenghai's comprehension of the Great Tao had reached the critical stage. His process seemed to be a little more difficult compared to the others. He felt as though he was in the dark and boundless galaxy of stars. At the same time, countless scenes flashed in his mind. He could not see or touch anything. He had no control over his limbs as he floated in the vast universe, unable to find the shore. Nonetheless, Yu Zhenghai's spirits were high, and his determination had reached its peak. He knew he could only rely on himself to comprehend the Great Tao. His state of mind would determine if he could find the light in the darkness. Soon enough, Yu Zhenghai saw what looked like meteors in the vast darkness. They were beautiful, but when they drew close to him, he felt a fatal threat and tried his best to resist. Alas, faced with absolute power, struggling was futile. Boom! A loud explosion rang from the upper core again, resounding through heaven and earth. The sky shook as though the end of the world had arrived. Primal chi wreaked havoc in the sky like dark clouds. The 2 ancient lords, who saw this, laughed coldly. "Look, old demon Ji. Open your eyes and look at the sky. Look at the earth. See if the end of the world has arrived." The pain of losing one's cultivation was far more painful than death. The 2 ancient lords looked at the dark and surging sky and felt comforted, feeling like death was near. At the same time, Yu Shangrong, Zhao Yu, and Yi Tianxin only glanced at the 2 ancient lords briefly before looking away, ignoring them. The current ancient lords were no longer worthy of the evil sky pavilion's attention. They were just smelly rotten fish waiting for death. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and looked at the sky, not moving at all. Boom! 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 Thunderous noises continued to ring from the upper core. Then the upper core suddenly exploded. Yu Shangrong reacted quickly. He leaped up into the air, brandishing his sword. He moved like clouds and water as he deflected the debris and rubble that flew in the sky. His sword was swift, precise, and fierce. Yu Shangrong, who had comprehended the great law of destruction, displayed an extremely powerful destructive power. The rocks were defenseless against his sword strikes. When the dust finally settled, the primal chi storm in the sky stopped as well. The clouds dispersed, revealing light once again. The light shone on Yu Zhenghai as he hovered in the air. The 2 ancient lords instinctively raised their heads to look at Yu Zhenghai. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He was recognized by the pillar, and he also comprehended the Great Tao. How? While the 2 ancient lords looked at Yu Zhenghai in a daze, Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes. He sensed the energy around him and felt the familiar feeling in his body. He muttered to himself, "I'm not dead? I came back to life." Yu Zhenghai moved his limbs. Everything was normal. The jasper saber was still hanging at his waist, and he could clearly see the blood vessels on his wrist. His body and soul were still the same. "I've become stronger?" Yu Zhenghai looked at his hands in a daze before he looked at his surroundings and sensed their changes. At this moment, Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin bowed and said joyfully, "Congratulations, eldest senior brother, on comprehending the Great Tao." After Yu Shangrong sheathed his sword, he smiled faintly and said, as taciturn as ever, "Congratulations." Yu Zhenghai regained his senses and looked at everyone. At the same time, the light on his body dissipated. He descended and landed in front of Lu Zhou. "Master, how do you feel?" Lu Zhou asked. Yu Zhenghai answered honestly, "I don't know. I'm not sure what happened. I thought I failed to comprehend the Great Tao and died, but I came back to life." Then Yu Zhenghai recounted everything he saw in the upper core to Lu Zhou. He spoke of the meteors he saw and their terrifying power. He recounted how he had been reduced to ashes by them. It's like a dream, and yet, it's so real. Could I have grasped the great law of dreams? Yu Zhenghai asked. Lu Zhou said, there's no great law of dreams. If I'm not mistaken, the law you grasped is reincarnation. Reincarnation? The four disciples looked at each other. Yu Zhenghai had experienced life and death in the upper core before he came back to life. The law he grasped likely had something to do with his characteristics as a member of the Wuxia clan. There's life and there's death. From prosperity to decline, from decline to death. This is the natural law. If you master the great law of reincarnation, you might be able to overcome the natural law and become an immortal. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenghai said happily, thank you for your explanation, master. Then, Yu Zhenghai did not forget to look at Yu Shangrong with an expression that seemed to say, look, isn't this law better than your law of destruction? Yu Shangrong only smiled and did not say anything. Lu Zhou continued to say, it seems to me now that each of 10 of you corresponds to a law. Perhaps the 10 great laws are the key to rebuilding the world. The four of them nodded. Lu Zhou felt like it was about time, so he said, since you've successfully comprehended the Great Tao, return and help Old Seventh and Old Eight to comprehend the Great Tao. Understood. Watch out for the people from the sacred temple and avoid them. Perhaps Ming Xian has been secretly monitoring us. Lu Zhou said lightly. Don't worry, master. The world is vast. How can he find us so easily? At worst, we can hide in the sacred region. Even the scales of justice won't be able to find us. The sacred region alone is tens of times bigger than Great Yen. What can he do? Yu Shangrong said, eldest senior brother is right. However, we still have to be careful in everything we do. Since Ming Xian is allowing us to do as we please now, he must already have a countermeasure in place. You're right. Let's go back and discuss this with Old Seventh, Yu Zhenghai said. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, this is the Southern Split Mountain's true fire. Those without karmic fire can use it to gain the karmic. Those with karmic fire can use it to refine their karmic fire into true fire. Old Fourth has already used it. Take it and use it well. The four disciples bowed and said, thank you, master. Then, Lu Zhou brought out 2 manuscripts and handed them to Yu Zhenghai before he continued to say, hand these 2 cultivation techniques to Old Seventh and Old Eighth. When Lu Zhou was cultivating in the abyss, he had obtained the Unholy One's memories. Later on, as his blue avatar grew stronger, and he obtained the 4 power cores, the vague memories grew clearer and clearer. He vaguely guessed that the 10 classics which the nihilist congregation was searching for should be the cultivation techniques that he had previously given his disciples. Old Firsts was the Great Dark Heaven Memorial and Water Dragon Song. Old Seconds was the Guiyan Sword Technique and Calm Disturbance. Old Thirds was the Divine One Technique and Breaking the Formation. Old Fourths was the Bluewood Heart Technique and Relentless Strike. Old Fifths was Brilliant Jade Technique and Acacia. Old Sixths was the Blue Wave Technique and the Butterfly Love Flower. Old Sevenths was the Great Compassion Poem and the World Medallion. Old Eighths was the 9 Tribulations Thunderblast and the 8 Domineering Strikes. Old Ninths was the Supreme Purity Jade and Roaming in Spring. Old Tenths was the Pilgrim Song and the Returning Ballad. The 10 were complete. Yes, master, Yu Zhenghai said. Go. Since master isn't around, you have to shoulder the responsibility as the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou said. Don't worry, master, Yu Zhenghai said. Following that, the 4 disciples bade farewell to their master and left the upper core of Shanyan's Pillar of Destruction. Lu Zhou did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked toward the 2 ancient lords. The 2 ancient lords trembled in fear. Lu Zhou sighed and said, the scariest thing in the world isn't stupidity, but ignorance. Boom! Lu Zhou stomped his feet, flying into the sky. Cracks appeared on the ground from the huge impact. They spread from a radius of 300 feet to 3,000 feet and to 30,000 feet. The 2 ancient lords looked at the cracks on the ground blankly and could not speak for a long time. Lu Zhou did not go to Shangzhong Hall. Xianxia was the only divine emperor in the 10 halls of the Great Void. With such a super bodyguard protecting little Yuaner and Conk, he felt rest assured. Moreover, the two girls were different from before. It was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens to harm them. His 7th disciple had inherited the legacy of the fire deity. It was not an exaggeration to say he had the strength of a supreme being. There was no need to worry about him, and everything would happen in due time. Lu Zhou felt that what he needed to do next was to look for his 3rd and 4th disciples and Qi Biaonu, the Scarlet Emperor. Qi Biaonu disappeared after the end of the commander's competition and did not appear in the Great Void at all. Under normal circumstances, he would not leave easily after coming to the Great Void. Since he left, there was only one place he would go: Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction. The situation at Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction was extremely chaotic. Since the pillar was about to collapse, it was naturally not peaceful. A large number of fierce beasts had escaped from Ji Ming, making the dark place look even more desolate. It looked like cold hell. Ming Shiyin looked around and said, "It will completely collapse in 3 days at most." Duanmu Shang frowned. "Will it affect the comprehension of the Great Tao?" "Not immediately, but I don't know for long it'll last," Ming Shiyin said. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of the duo. "The Scarlet Emperor invites both of you to the lakeside." Ming Shiyin felt rather speechless when he heard this. After a moment, he said, "Why should we be the ones to bear the consequences of his sins? Princess Mulberry obviously hates him to death. We can't persuade her. At least the 2 of you can still speak to her. She doesn't even want to speak to His Majesty. If both of you refuse to help, you'll have to stay in Jiming forever." Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Shang. Ming Shiyin rose to his feet and brushed the dust off his body before he looked at the conical ice that pierced the clouds. Then he said, "Very well. I'll try again." The duo flew toward the lakeside. They saw Qi Biaonu standing with his hands on his back as he looked at the quiet surface of the lake. He silently shifted his gaze to the towering ice barrier in the middle of the lake. After leaving the cloud domain, they had come to Jiming. After more than half a month here, Princess Mulberry had yet to say a word to Qi Biaonu. When Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Shang appeared behind Qi Biaonu, they greeted him. "Greetings, Scarlet Emperor." Qi Biaonu did not turn around. He only said emotionally, "I've done many wrong things in my life, and this matter has always been a thorn in my heart." Ming Shiyin smiled. "Your Majesty, you hope to change her mind?" The answer was obvious even if Qi Biaonu did not say it. Ming Shiyin said, "Then, you have to stop putting on airs." "Putting on airs? Your relationship with her isn't good to begin with, but you still put on airs. How could she listen to you?" Ming Shiyin said earnestly. "In this world, there are parents who feel like they're very busy, considering everything in the world, but they forget to consider their children. You have indeed made outstanding achievements and attained glory, but what does this have to do with her? To the people of the southern flaming sea, you're a wise and competent emperor. However, to your daughter, you're not a qualified father." Qi Biaonu scoffed. "It's easy for common people to only consider their family. However, in my position, I have to consider everything." Ming Shiyin spread his arms and said, "There you again. Please forgive me for being blunt. But if you continue being like this, even if the sky smashes her to death, she won't leave with you." Qi Biaonu was a little annoyed, but he could only say helplessly, "All right, you don't have to lecture me. Do you have any ideas? For the sake of my painstaking efforts to nurture you for 100 years, come up with an idea." Ming Shiyin sighed and said, "Then you have to do as I say." "What do you mean?" "When we reach the center of the lake, no matter what I say, you have to listen to me," Ming Shiyin said. "I have to listen to you?" Qi Biaonu's eyes widened at the ridiculous idea. Ming Shiyin looked at Qi Biaonu with an expression that said, "It's up to you whether you agree or not." In the end, Qi Biaonu could only say, "Fine, I'll trust you for now." After Ming Shiyin and Qi Biaonu finished speaking, they flew toward the center of the lake. After a while, Qi Biaonu sighed softly and said, "I have been facing the sun all my life. I'm as glorious as fire, but I gave birth to a daughter who likes ice. I don't know if it's karma. You have the answer to that, Mingshi said. Qi Biaonu no longer spoke. When they arrived, Mingshi knocked on the ice and called out, Princess Mulberry? There was no response, as though there was no one inside. There was no heat, no breath, and no heartbeat. Mingshi turned to Qi Biaonu and asked, Is she inside? Qi Biaonu nodded. Mingshi asked, People say that Princess Mulberry is one of the 10 zombie kings. Is that true? It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl with a personality was a zombie. Mingshi was like his master when they first met Princess Mulberry. They could not see the characteristics of zombies on her at all. Qi Biaonu said in a low voice, That's just a lie to deceive people. Only this way will people be afraid of her. It's safer for her to stay here than up in the sky. You could have kept her by your side. Why did you let her stay alone? Mingshi asked when he thought about how Princess Mulberry was just a child who needed the care and love of her parents. However, when she needed her parents the most, she was abandoned in a desolate place like the unknown land for tens of thousands of years. Anyone would have gone crazy because of that. You haven't reached my position yet, so it's easy for you to judge my decision as despicable. To begin with, it was already difficult to save her life. Compared to Xianxia, isn't my method better? None of you are better than the other. You really know how to find a target to compare, Mingshi said, feeling rather speechless. Mingshi continued to knock on the ice, but there was still no response. After a while, he said in a hushed voice, Stay here. Then, Mingshi flew up with a whoosh, arriving at the top of the ice barrier. Then he shouted, The sky is falling. Run. The sky is falling. After saying that, Mingshi unleashed hundreds of palm seals at the ice barrier, causing a huge commotion. It was very similar to the sounds of rocks being thrown at it. Qi Biaonu looked at Mingshi speechlessly. He really could not do such a thing that would make him lose his dignity. Where? Is it really falling? Princess Mulberry's beautiful figure appeared next to Mingshi as she looked to the left and right in panic. Mingshi smiled and said, Hello, little girl. Princess Mulberry frowned and sized Mingshi up. Then, she asked, You lied to me? I didn't lie to you. The sky will really fall, but not now, Mingshi replied. Nonsense. I know that as well, Princess Mulberry said. Is that why you condensed the lake water into a towering icicle to pierce through the sky? That's nonsense. Girl, even the pillar at the Great Abyss land can't hold on. Your icicle will be crushed into dust, Mingshi said. Upon hearing this, Princess Mulberry stammered, Who said that? I think it's fine. Don't lie to yourself. If this thing can hold the sky up, the supreme beings in the Great Void would have already acted. When would it be your turn to act? Mingshi asked. Princess Mulberry lowered her head. Mingshi did not expect her mood to change so quickly. He could not bear it, so he said, I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to tell you that you can't stay here anymore. Princess Mulberry raised her head and asked, Who are you to tell me what to do? Do you think you can control me? Mingshi said, Hey, don't take my good intentions for granted. Don't be so prickly. At the very least, my master has met you a few times. Your master? Princess Mulberry looked at Mingshi blankly. He's the expert who fought with the high priest from the Void Chest tribe at Jiming's Pillar of Destruction, Mingshi explained. Him. Princess Mulberry still remembered Lu Zhou. She had not met many people in the past. Moreover, Lu Zhou was very memorable. She smiled and asked, Why didn't he come? Tell me, does he suddenly feel that the outside world is too annoying, so he plans to be neighbors with me here? Mingshi shook his head speechlessly. What's going on in this girl's head? In truth, my master has been thinking about you, but he's just too busy. Recently, the pillars have collapsed one after another, and Jiming's pillar is next. That's why I came to remind you to leave, Mingshi said. I'm not leaving. It's fine for me to stay here, Princess Mulberry said despite the worried expression on her face. Suddenly, A bright smile appeared on her face as she asked, "Hey, why don't you stay here and be my neighbor, okay?" The changes in her mood are too abrupt. It's probably caused by long-time solitude. Ming-Shirin said, "I still have matters to attend to. The sky is falling. How many people and fierce beasts will die in the unknown land? I have the important task of saving the living beings in the unknown land." Princess Mulberry giggled and pointed at Ming-Shirin as she said, "You're really interesting. Why don't you stay? I'm really easy to get along with. Really. This girl is too stubborn to listen to me." Who knew if it was a coincidence? But at this time a loud boom rang from the direction of Ji Ming's pillar of destruction. The sounds of cracking were thunderous, spreading in all directions. Princess Mulberry shuddered. "The sky is about to collapse. I have to hide. Wait." Ming-Shirin flashed over and used the power from the law to seal the entrance. Then he pointed at Qi Biaonu, who was standing below, and said, "Look, who's that?" Qi Biaonu tidied his clothes, cleared his throat, and slowly flew up. Upon seeing Qi Biaonu, Princess Mulberry's expression changed greatly. She frowned and said angrily, "Get lost!" Boom! The water splashed up, forming icicles that attacked Ming-Shirin and Qi Biaonu. Boom! 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 Ming-Shirin and Qi Biaonu's protective energies easily deflected the icicles. Ming-Shirin said, "Don't be so hasty to act. He's just here to see you. He won't say a word." "How's this your business?" Princess Mulberry asked indignantly. "In any case, you can't go back," Ming-Shirin said. "I have to go back," Princess Mulberry said. She called out softly before a white crane flew over from afar. Then the white crane attacked Ming-Shirin. How could Ming-Shirin bear to act ruthlessly? He could only keep dodging the attacks. Fortunately, his cultivation was quite profound, and he dealt with the white crane easily. As he deflected and dodged the attacks, he said loudly, "Listen to me. I'm here to help you. The Scarlet Emperor, that bastard, did such a despicable thing. I'll punish him for you." Princess Mulberry flashed back and stood near the icicle. Meanwhile, Qi Biaonu looked at Ming-Shirin in shock and anger. "Who is this bastard calling a bastard?" Ming-Shirin continued to say, "I know you hate the Scarlet Emperor very much, so let's kill him." Princess Mulberry ignored Ming-Shirin, thinking that his words were ridiculous. She turned and walked to the other side of the icicle as the white crane flew over. Ming-Shirin continued to say loudly, "Watch carefully. I'm going to kill the Scarlet Emperor now." Whoosh! An energy seal flew out of Ming-Shirin's hand. Qi Biaonu did not dodge. Moreover, he took the initiative to withdraw his protective energy. Bang! The energy seal landed on Qi Biaonu's chest, causing his blood and qi to churn. The vitality energy coursed in reverse through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Blood rushed up his throat immediately. This bastard really didn't hold back at all. Ming-Shirin wore a sheepish expression on his face. "We're just acting. Who told you to withdraw your protective energy?" Qi Biaonu slid back 300 feet before he came to a stop. Princess Mulberry still did not look back. Ming-Shirin looked at his hand and said, "Scarlet Emperor, you've seen it. She doesn't care at all." Qi Biaonu lowered his gaze and sighed heavily. "It's karma." At this moment, a deep and majestic voice rang from the direction of Ji Ming's pillar of destruction. "Qi Biaonu, accept your death obediently and wash away your sins." The sonorous voice attracted Princess Mulberry's attention. She looked over and saw a figure flying over at lightning speed. Ming-Shirin, Duanmushang, and the 4 Vajras were shocked. Qi Biaonu looked up and saw a golden palm seal falling toward him. Upon seeing the palm seal, Ming-Shirin exclaimed in surprise, "Master!" The golden palm seal was filled with the divine Tao power. It locked down the space below, making it impossible to teleport or freeze time. When Ming-Shirin attacked earlier, Qi Biaonu did not defend or dodge. However, he instinctively raised his hands to defend himself. Boom! The two forces collided. The collision between a supreme being and a divine emperor sent Ming-Shirin flying. Princess Mulberry flashed away and hid behind the icicle. When the shockwave hit the icicle, it creaked and cracked slightly. Princess Mulberry was shocked. Just one strike, and the shockwave is so strong? Who is it? The four Vajras thought that the other party might be an enemy, so they flew over quickly. When the dust settled, Chi Biaonu saw the person in front of him. He frowned and said, "It's you." "Greetings, master." Ming Shirin and Duan Mushang greeted Lu Zhou in unison. Lu Zhou asked, "Why are you here instead of comprehending the great Tao in the great void?" Ming Shirin said with a smile, "Master, the Scarlet Emperor has matters to attend to, so we can't be ungrateful and leave him here." Lu Zhou looked at Chi Biaonu silently. Chi Biaonu took the initiative to say, "I came here to take Princess Mulberry away but was delayed. In any case, I painstakingly nurtured Ming Shirin and Duan Mushang. Although you're their master, I'm afraid you can't make the decisions for them." Lu Zhou said disapprovingly, "You're wrong. In this world, I'm the only one who can decide for them. The sky is collapsing. I need to bring them back with me to the Great Void to stabilize the situation. If you insist on taking them away, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable." Chi Biaonu. "What does the fall of the sky have to do with me? Moreover, the fall is inevitable," Lu Zhou said. Chi Biaonu frowned. "I don't think so. The pillars are created by the heavens for a reason." Lu Zhou said in a low voice, "Ling Weiyang has already left the Great Void as soon as the commander's competition ended. Bai Zhaoju has also returned to the Lost Kingdom. You're the only one who remains stubborn." "Ling Weiyang ran away?" Chi Biaonu was surprised. At this time, Princess Mulberry flew out from behind the icicle. She smiled and said, "So it's you." Lu Zhou looked at Princess Mulberry. Her appearance did not change, and she was still as youthful as before. Based on her appearance and size, she seemed to be almost the same as little Yuaner. Time did not leave its traces on Princess Mulberry. Lu Zhou asked, "Since you hate him so much, why don't I kill him for you? What do you think?" "Ah!" Princess Mulberry seemed taken aback by Lu Zhou's proposal. Chi Biaonu's expression became even more unsightly. The dignity of the Divine Emperor was nothing in front of the master and disciples, and his unfilial daughter did not side with him either. When he saw his daughter's indifference and slight disgust towards him, he felt very uncomfortable. Then he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "It's not your place to interfere in my matters." Lu Zhou said, "You tied up my two disciples with your matter and delayed them from comprehending the great Tao. How's it not my place to interfere?" Chi Biaonu was rendered speechless by these words. After thinking about it, he felt something was not right and he retorted, "Back then, many people were fighting over the owners of the great void seeds. I took them under my wings and protected them. I also spent a lot of effort nurturing them. I also gave them life hearts I treasured in the southern flaming sea for many years. You should know how difficult it is to nurture someone into a great Tao saint. Based on all those reasons, it's not too much for them to help me." Then, Chi Biaonu turned to Ming Shirin and Duan Mushang and asked, "Ming Shirin, Duan Mushang, how do I normally treat you?" "This." Ming Shirin and Duan Mushang were speechless. Ming Shirin muttered inwardly, Hey, don't involve us. Isn't your purpose of coming here to persuade your daughter to leave?" Lu Zhou said, "You snatched away against their will, and you still have the guts to say you took them under your wings and nurtured them?" Chi Biaonu said, "You're their master. Why are you so unreasonable? Isn't everything I said reasonable?" Chi Biaonu was displeased and wanted to refute when Ming Shirin quickly interjected, "Scarlet Emperor, why are you getting angry?" Chi Biaonu said, "Forget it. I'm not going to fight with you." Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "Chi Biaonu, I considered your feelings when we were in the cloud domain. Today I want to take them away. Do you have any objections?" Chi Biaonu frowned. Why is this person so unreasonable? Princess Mulberry was watching from the side, so how could Chi Biaonu disregard his prestige and image? Thus, he said, "You might not have the strength to defeat me." Chi Biaonu was a divine emperor after all. How could ordinary supreme beings compare to him? There were so many supreme beings, and how many had the prestige and status of the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands? I happen to have the strength to do so. Qi Biaonu flashed and appeared near Lu Zhou. He tried to sense Lu Zhou's cultivation. Alas, before the strand of consciousness he extended could touch Lu Zhou, the ancient dragon soul in Lu Zhou's divine mark robe released its majestic power. Qi Biaonu stared at Lu Zhou and said, "There are only 2 people who can defeat me in this world. One is Ming Xian, and the other one is the Unholy One. Are you sure you want to go against me?" Lu Zhou nodded. "At least you're self-aware." Qi Biaonu left the cloud domain as soon as the commander's competition ended. He did not know about the subsequent earth-shattering events or the rumors swirling in the great void. He had rushed here because he was worried about his daughter's safety. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Qi Biaonu was slightly angry. He said in a deep voice, "You can take them away if you can defeat me." In fact, these words were superfluous. It went without saying that the winner was king. This was the case since ancient times. "As you wish," Lu Zhou said before his willpower surged. Roar! The ancient dragon soul flew out from the divine mark robe and circled the sky a few times. Qi Biaonu raised his head and exclaimed, "Ancient creature? Good move." Qi Biaonu activated his protective energy. Following that, an avatar dressed in a Taoist robe and a light disc appeared, blocking Lu Zhou's willpower. Lu Zhou did not use the energy from the Unholy One's painting. He wanted to see if he could fight Qi Biaonu with his own power. Buzz! A blue avatar wielding a sword appeared, standing proudly in the air. It brandished unnamed, releasing countless energy swords. Upon seeing the blue avatar wielding a sword, Qi Biaonu exclaimed in surprise, "Blue!" Mingxirin flew back to Duanmushang's side and said, "See, I was right." Duanmushang was dumbfounded. Even Princess Mulberry, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Bang! 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 An energy sword appeared in Qi Biaonu's hand, and he used to send the energy swords flying before attacking the blue avatar. When Qi Biaonu's sword stabbed over, the blue avatar blocked it with its sword. Bang! "It's so flexible?" Qi Biaonu was surprised. When he saw the electric arcs flashing on the blue avatar's body, he was further surprised. The Unholy One's cultivation path? Great seal of fearlessness. Lu Zhou slapped a palm seal down from above. The blue palm seal tore through space. "Light disc," Qi Biaonu said in a deep voice. Boom! The light disc expanded in the sky like the moon. The force of the collision spread for thousands of miles. With this, Ji Ming's pillar of destruction, which was on the brink of collapse, collapsed immediately. Mingshi, Duanmushang, and Princess Mulberry looked over worriedly. Then they instinctively raised their heads to look at the sky. Perhaps it was due to the collapse of the pillar, the dark fog in the sky was gradually clearing. A few flying beasts could be seen flying in the dark sky. However, due to the darkness, their appearances could not be clearly seen. Qi Biaonu no longer cared about his surroundings. He brought out another 2 light discs. There were now 3 light discs including the one before. The light discs that were more powerful than astrolabes shot toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a shield and held it in front of him. Boom! The shockwave from the collision cut across the sky and the dark land. When Unnamed collided with the light discs, the entire dark sky was illuminated by their collision. Lu Zhou was knocked back by the immense force. Mingshi, Duanmushang, and Princess Mulberry were dumbstruck. Qi Biaonu said loudly, "If this is the extent of your strength, you can't defeat me." Lu Zhou said calmly, "What's the hurry? I've only used 10% of my strength." Qi Biaonu did not dare to be careless. The 4th light disc bloomed in the sky, covering the earth as it expanded. Lu Zhou's blue avatar was not that of a supreme being. It did not even have a light disc. Faced with such a powerful force, he chose to disintegrate it. Disintegrate! Qi Biaonu was surprised again. After the light discs landed on empty air, the blue avatar appeared again. Flawed perfection. The palm seal that contained Lu Zhou's divine Dao power in its peak state arrived in front of Qi Biaonu in just a blink of an eye. Boom! Qi Biaonu hurriedly put away the 4 light discs before he lowered his altitude. Lu Zhou swooped down as well before he pushed a hand out. Lu Zhou's avatar mimicked his actions. The two of them were like one at this time. Abandon wisdom. The full power of the divine Dao power made the characters on the palm seal extremely eye-catching. The blue electric arcs around it made it look like it was burning with hellfire. Upon seeing this, Qi Biaonu exclaimed, "I didn't expect a non-supreme being would have this kind of power." Under the dark sky, the glowing avatar was very eye-catching. Although it was not a supreme being's avatar, it had the appearance of one. Sextuple light discs. Qi Biaonu raised his hand, sending out 6 light discs. The power of the law contained in the light discs was stronger than before. Lu Zhou held up unnamed and brought his astrolabe out. The astrolabe was so big that it covered the dark sky. Boom! Lu Zhou and Qi Biaonu flew up. They did not know how high they flew, but the energy was already thinning. Qi Biaonu stared at Lu Zhou and said, "It's still not too late to admit defeat now. I don't want to hurt you." Lu Zhou felt that his blue avatar could withstand the 6 light discs and felt that it was quite satisfactory for the time being. After all, it only had 33 birth charts and was not a supreme being avatar. Without waiting for Lu Zhou's response, Qi Biaonu said again, "Admit defeat. If I use another 10% of my strength, you'll be seriously injured. Is it worth it?" Lu Zhou's eyes slowly turned blue as he said, "I've only used 30% of my strength so far. Aren't you being too arrogant?" Swoosh! Primal Qi coursed through Lu Zhou's body as electric arcs quickly appeared on his body. They crackled loudly. Unnamed, and the astrolabe suddenly grew by several times. Unholy One state. Qi Biaonu was shocked. When he sensed the changes in Lu Zhou's body, he quickly brought out his 7th light disc. Too late. Boom! A surging and violent energy wreaked havoc in the sky. Qi Biaonu felt like his light discs were about to be destroyed, so he quickly put them away and instinctively strengthened his protective energy. Boom! When the powerful energy crashed on Qi Biaonu, he plummeted to the ground. Upon seeing this, Mingshi said praisingly, "Master is still as powerful as ever." Qi Biaonu stopped falling when he was about 1,000 feet from the ground. He looked at the sky and said in shock, "It's really you." Qi Biaonu's voice was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He clenched his hands tightly, causing the veins on his arms to bulge. He felt a tingling sensation in his soul. Just a move had caused his Dantian sea of qi to churn. If he still did not know who the other party was, he would have been a divine emperor for so long in vain. Lu Zhou looked down and asked expressionlessly, "You know now?" "I wasn't sure until just now," Qi Biaonu replied. "Are you convinced?" Lu Zhou asked. Qi Biaonu's arrogance from earlier disappeared at this moment. He lowered his head and sighed. "If you had told me your identity earlier, how could I not be convinced? What's the point of you doing this? Are you toying with me?" "I don't have time to toy with you," Lu Zhou said. "I'll be taking these two with me. Do you have any objections?" Qi Biaonu glanced at Mingshi and Duan Mushang, feeling slightly unwilling. Lu Zhou said, "The Great Void will definitely fall. Even if I leave them with you, you still can't return to the Great Void." "It'll definitely fall?" "You're a divine emperor, so you should have known this long ago. There's no point in deceiving yourself. Like I said, Ling Weiyang left the Great Void as soon as the commander's competition ended, and Bai Zhaoju has returned to the Lost Kingdom," Lu Zhou said. Qi Biaonu was in a daze. If he could not return to the Great Void, what was the point of keeping the owners of the Great Void seats by his side? How was he going to build a balanced paradise on Earth in the Great Void if it was going to fall? Qi Biaonu looked a little lonely as he sighed. Then, he waved his hand and said, "You can leave." Mingshi and Duan Mushang were overjoyed. They bowed at Qi Biaonu at the same time and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for nurturing for 100 years. Lu Zhou nodded upon seeing this. Then, he turned to the side and called out, "Princess Mulberry." Ah! Princess Mulberry was a little flustered. "Why you called me?" Lu Zhou said, "You tower of ice can't stop the great void from falling. If you stay here, when it falls, you'll be smashed into pulp." Is it really that bad?" Princess Mulberry covered her face. She did not dare to think too much about those words. Mingshirine added, "It's not just that. Just imagine after you're smashed into a meat patty, you'll continue to rot. Even dogs will despise it." "Qi Biaonu?" Question mark. Princess Mulberry shuddered. Then what should I do?" Lu Zhou said, "I suggest you leave the unknown land." Princess Mulberry looked up at Lu Zhou, who was shining with a blue light. No one knew what she was thinking. On the contrary, Qi Biaonu's heart moved slightly. This time, his daughter did not seem very resistant to leaving. There was hope. Princess Mulberry asked, "Are you really the unholy one?" Lu Zhou chuckled and said, "People like calling me the unholy one, so I'm the unholy one." Princess Mulberry's eyes widened. They were filled with curiosity and surprise. "Okay, I'll leave the unknown land, but can I leave on Grand Mystic Mountain? When I was young, I often heard stories about you. I want to be your neighbor. Okay?"